Chapter 91, Chapter 90, A God in a Cage. Take me to the man you captured, Hermione said, her voice a calm, simple command. Of course, consultant, Coulson replied with a respectful nod, gesturing for her to follow. They walked through the sterile, air-conditioned corridors of the makeshift SHIELD base, a jarring, high-tech intrusion in the middle of the quiet desert. They arrived at a heavily reinforced door, guarded by two grim-faced agents. It was an interrogation room. Through a pane of one-way glass, Hermione saw him. He was a mountain of a man, with long, golden hair and a physique that looked like it had been carved from stone. He was the very picture of a Viking god, a being of immense power and majesty. But the man she saw now was broken. He sat slumped in a single, metal chair in the center of the bare room, his head bowed, his powerful hands cuffed behind his back, exuding an aura of profound, soul-crushing despair. The heavy, metallic door hissed open. The man in the room looked up, his expression dull and lifeless, expecting another round of fruitless questioning from the men in black suits. Instead, he saw a small girl in a strange, black robe standing in the doorway. A flicker of genuine surprise, the first real emotion he'd shown in hours, passed through his tired, blue eyes. As Hermione stepped into the room, she felt a subtle, almost imperceptible distortion in the air to her left. She paused, her gaze flicking calmly to the empty space for a fraction of a second, before continuing forward, her expression unchanged. Interesting, she thought. It seems the trickster has already arrived. She stopped in front of the seated giant. He was so tall that even sitting down, their eyes were almost level. Thor Odinson, she said, her voice clear and steady. The man's entire body went rigid. His head snapped up, the dullness in his eyes replaced by a sharp, shocked intensity. "How do you know that name?" he growled, his voice a low, hoarse rumble. Hermione didn't answer. She just gave her wand a small, almost lazy flick. With a soft click, the reinforced handcuffs fell from Thor's wrists, clattering uselessly to the floor. He flexed his powerful hands, rubbing his raw wrists, his gaze fixed on her with a new, dawning awe. "There are still sorcerers on Midgard?" he asked, a flicker of his old, royal authority returning to his voice. In his world, a wielder of magic was someone to be respected. "I am a witch," Hermione corrected him, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "There is a significant difference." She paused, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. "And Midgard is a far more complicated place than you seem to believe. You should ask your father about it sometime." At the mention of Odin, the brief spark of life in Thor's eyes died, extinguished as quickly as it had appeared. He looked down at his empty hands, and the weight of his grief and failure came crashing back down on him. "I cannot," he said, his voice choked with a raw, unbearable pain. "Because of my arrogance, my father is dead." He looked up at her, his eyes red-rimmed and full of a terrible, self-loathing agony. "It is all my fault." He proceeded to tell her the story. Loki had fed him a tale of his own reckless actions in Jotunheim, of Odin falling into the Odin sleep out of grief, and of his father's final, heartbreaking death. Hermione listened, her expression a perfect mask of wide-eyed, sympathetic shock. "He's lying, you big oaf," she thought. "Odin's just taking a nap, and your brother is a manipulative, scene-stealing drama queen." But she just nodded along, her face full of a carefully crafted sorrow. Coulson and Sitwell, who had been listening to the entire, world-shattering exchange from the corner of the room, looked as though they were about to have a simultaneous aneurysm. "The man we have in a cage is the Norse god of thunder. And his father, the All-Father Odin, is dead." This was intelligence so far above their pay grade it was almost incomprehensible. "Report, sir," an agent burst in, his own face a mask of confusion. "There are some people outside. They claim to be his colleagues." Hermione had to suppress a smirk. "Right on cue. Let them in," she said. A moment later, Jane Foster, Darcy Lewis, and a very nervous Dr. Eric Selvig were ushered into the room. Jane, a brilliant scientist completely out of her depth, immediately took charge. "Hello, I'm Dr. Jane Foster," she began, her voice a little too loud, her hands gesturing wildly. "This is my colleague, Darcy, and this is our mentor, Dr. Selvig. The man you have here," she said, pointing at Thor, "is our other colleague, Dr. Donald Blake. He's an exchange student from Norway." The lie was so bad, so clumsy, and so transparent, that it was almost a work of art. "He only broke into your facility," she continued, her voice gaining a frantic, rambling quality, "because you confiscated his research materials. It was an act of passionate scientific inquiry. We are, of course, prepared to pay for any damages and to post his bail." Her voice trailed off as she took in the scene. The agents in the room were staring at her with expressions of profound, pitying amusement. And Thor, her brave, handsome, and mysterious Dr. Blake, had buried his face in his hands, his entire body radiating an aura of pure, soul-deep mortification. An excruciatingly awkward silence filled the room. Coulson cleared his throat, about to gently but firmly dismantle Jane's terrible cover story, when he caught Hermione's eye. She gave him a single, almost imperceptible shake of her head. "Play along," her look said. Coulson, who was quickly learning that his job was no longer to make decisions but to simply follow the lead of his 12-year-old consultant, immediately changed tack. "I see," he said, his face a perfect mask of professional seriousness. "A misunderstanding, then? Since his research has been concluded, Dr. Blake is free to go." He waved a hand, and the guards opened the door. Jane was stunned into silence. She had been prepared for a fight, for a long, drawn-out legal battle. She had not been prepared for an instant, unconditional surrender. She looked from Coulson's placid face to the small, calm girl standing beside the God of Thunder, and she finally understood who was really in charge. Thor stood, his massive frame seeming to fill the small room. He looked at Hermione, his eyes full of a new, humbled gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered. After the strange, mismatched group had departed, Coulson turned to Hermione, his expression one of pure, unadulterated confusion. "Consultant," he began, "if I may ask, why?" "Agent Coulson," Hermione interrupted, her voice losing its childish lightness, replaced by a cold, hard, strategic clarity. "The man you just had in that chair is the Crown Prince of Asgard, a technologically and magically superior alien civilization. You do not put beings like that in a cage. You show them courtesy, you assess their intentions, and you pray to whatever gods you believe in that they decide you are an ally, and not just an infestation to be cleansed. Plus support me and throw power stones." Chapter 92, Chapter 91, A Modest Proposal. Fury and Coulson's faces were a perfect, matching set of pale, professional shock. "Thor." Coulson repeated, the name sounding absurd and alien in the dry, desert air. "The God of Thunder? From the myths?" Hermione just looked at the two of them, these powerful, intelligent men who ran the world's most advanced spy agency, and she had to physically resist the urge to pat them on the head. "Your myths had to come from somewhere, Agent," she said, her voice laced with the weary patience of a professor explaining gravity to a flat earther. "The beings your ancestors called gods were just a powerful, long-lived alien species. Their technology and their biology are so far beyond your own that you mistook it for divinity. It's not that complicated." The explanation, while still worldview shattering, was at least something their minds could process. It moved the problem from the realm of theology to the more familiar, if still terrifying, category of extraterrestrial threats. On his secure COMM line, Fury was already giving new, urgent orders. "Sir," Coulson said, his voice now a low, tense murmur. The director wants to know what your assessment is. My assessment, Hermione said, a slow, predatory grin spreading across her face as she looked at the silent, brooding Hammer, is that things are about to get very, very interesting. She spent the next few minutes giving Fury a crash course in Cosmic Politics 101. She explained the 9 realms, the World Tree Yggdrasil, and the precarious peace maintained by Odin's Asgard. She told him of the frost giants of Jotunheim, the dark elves of Svartalfheim, and of Midgard Earth, the central realm upon which so many cosmic events seemed to pivot. Fury listened in grim, heavy silence. The map of the universe he had spent his life building was being redrawn in real time by a 12-year-old girl. So you're telling me, he finally said, his voice a low growl, that Earth is a nominal vassal state in an interstellar Norse empire, and we're currently caught in the middle of their royal family's drama. Essentially, Hermione shrugged. But don't worry too much. Odin's empire is a shadow of its former self, and Thor is just a powerless, exiled prince having a bad day. Let them sort out their own mess. It's got nothing to do with us. And if, Fury pressed, his voice deadly serious, Asgard decides to make its rule more than just nominal? What then? Then, Hermione said, her eyes glinting with a cold, ancient light, they will discover that Midgard has a much deeper and darker history than even Odin remembers. You have no idea what kinds of monsters and demons are sleeping on this little planet of yours. And I, she added silently, am rapidly becoming one of them. That seemed to satisfy him. For now. After a final, brief chat with Coulson and a patronizing pat on the head for a fawning Agent Sitwell, she walked away from the brightly lit SHIELD base and into the quiet, cool darkness of the desert night. She stopped in a remote, empty corner, the only sound the gentle whisper of the wind. She turned and spoke to the empty air. You can come out now. The desert remained silent. She sighed. I was trying to be polite, she said to the shadows. But if you're going to force my hand. Apparitium. A mysterious, shimmering wave of magic rippled outwards from her. It struck a patch of empty air 10 feet away, and the illusion that had been concealing it was peeled back like a layer of old paint. A figure, which had been perfectly invisible a moment before, was forced slowly, reluctantly, into view. He was tall and slender, dressed in an elegant, green and gold Asgardian tunic. He had a pale, handsome face, slicked back black hair, and sharp, intelligent eyes that were now wide with a mixture of shock and profound, wounded pride. Loki, the god of mischief, stood revealed. How, he asked, his voice a stunned whisper. How did you see me? He couldn't believe it. His illusion magic, the finest in all the 9 realms, had been undone by a mortal child from this provincial backwater of a planet. I've known you were here since the interrogation room, Hermione said with a dismissive curl of her lip. Your petty little tricks are an amusing novelty, but they are hardly a secret from a true magic user. Loki's expression turned dark, his pride stung to the core. You insolent little mortal, he hissed. You have just made a very powerful enemy. A wicked-looking dagger materialized in his hand, and he lunged. Hermione just rolled her eyes. She was in no mood for this melodrama. She didn't even bother with a shield charm. Bombarda Maxima, she intoned, her voice bored. Then, for good measure, she cast it again. And again. 3 successive, violent, and completely overwhelming explosions of pure concussive force erupted from her wand. They struck Loki in the chest, one after another, with the force of an artillery barrage. He screamed, a high-pitched, undignified sound, as he was engulfed in a cloud of fire and smoke, his elegant form thrown backward through the air like a rag doll. He landed in a heap 50 feet away, a smoking, groaning, and thoroughly humiliated mess. He struggled to get up, his pale face blackened with soot, his fine clothes torn and smoldering. Seeing Hermione raise her wand again, he quickly and wisely raised his hands in surrender. Stop, he yelped. He had learned, in the space of about 5 very painful seconds, that this was not a fight he was going to win. He was a god, a prince of Asgard. And he had just been completely and utterly owned by a 12-year-old Midgardian. "You are," he said, his voice now a low, respectful purr as he gracefully shifted tactics from aggression to seduction, "far more interesting than I had anticipated, little witch." The god of mischief was, above all else, a survivor. He recognized power, and his first instinct was always to try and co-opt it. "So," Hermione said, lowering her wand, "what do you want?" Loki's eyes glinted, a slow, cunning smile spreading across his bruised face. "A partnership," he said. "You are clearly a being of immense power, wasted on this pathetic realm. I, too, am destined for a throne. Help me secure my rightful place as the king of Asgard, and I will help you become the queen of Midgard. Together," he declared, his voice full of a grand, tempting vision, "we could rule all of the 9 realms." He stood there, his arms open wide, expecting her to be awed, tempted, seduced by his magnificent offer. Instead, she just stared at him. And then, she began to laugh. It was not a small chuckle. It was a full-throated, tear-streaming, side-splitting, hysterical peal of pure, unadulterated and deeply insulting laughter. She laughed so hard she had to lean on her knees for support, the sound echoing in the silent desert night. "Rule the 9 realms?" she thought, wiping a tear from her eye. "This guy? The one who's about to get his ass so thoroughly handed to him by the Hulk that it becomes a legendary meme for the rest of eternity?" The sheer, cosmic, dramatic irony of it all was just too much. "Plus support me and throw power stones." Chapter 93, Chapter 92, The Coming of the Storm. Loki's handsome face, still smudged with soot from the explosions, contorted into a mask of cold, regal fury. "Why," he hissed, his voice dangerously low, "are you laughing?" Hermione finally managed to get her hysterical laughter under control, wiping a tear from her eye. She looked at the god of mischief, at his grand ambitions and his profound, arrogant ignorance, and she couldn't help but feel a flicker of pity. "I'm laughing at you, you frog in a well," she said, her voice dripping with an amused condescension. "You look at this world, this little blue dot, and you see a prize to be conquered. You have no idea. You have no idea what is sleeping here." She took a step closer, her expression turning serious. "Let me tell you something, Prince of Asgard. This world is a graveyard of empires far older and more powerful than your father's. If Odin himself were to descend from his golden throne, he would not dare to speak of ruling this earth. And you are not your father." Loki was about to retort, to unleash a torrent of princely rage, when he saw her glance up at the empty, star-filled sky. She raised a finger to her lips, and mouthed a single, silent word. "Heimdall." Loki froze, his blood running cold. She knew. She knew about the all-seeing gatekeeper of Asgard. With a series of quiet, intricate waves of her wand, Hermione began to weave a complex web of privacy charms, her magic a shimmering, invisible dome that settled over them. "Protego totalum. Muffliato." The faint whisper of the desert wind was silenced. They were now completely and utterly alone. "All right," she said. "Now we can talk." Loki stared at her, his mind racing. The power to so casually blind the eyes of Asgard, this mortal child was something else entirely. His initial, arrogant plan was dead. A new one was forming. "It seems," he said, his voice now a low, seductive purr, "that you know far more than any Midgardian should. If that is the case, then our cooperation is not just advantageous, it is destined." "Cooperation is not impossible," Hermione conceded, crossing her arms. "But you have yet to answer a simple question. Why should I help you?" "Because we have a common enemy," Loki said, a cold, genuine hatred entering his voice. "Odin, who cast me out." And Thor, the golden sun who has always stood in my light. He has a throne that should be mine. He leaned closer, his eyes glinting with a manipulative fire. And you? A being of your power, of your knowledge, are you truly content to live on this ball of dirt? Don't you feel suffocated by these insignificant mortals? I don't want a kingdom of muggles, Loki, she said, cutting through his generic temptations. I want knowledge. I want access to Asgard's libraries, to your father's vault. I want the secrets of magic your people have long forgotten. Help me acquire that, and I will help you with your little family drama. Loki's smile returned, wider and more genuine this time. A deal based on pure, transactional greed. This, he understood. This was a language he could speak. A few days later, Hermione found Thor in the small, dusty New Mexico town. The rage and despair were gone from his eyes, replaced by a quiet, simple contentment. He was sitting at an outdoor cafe with Jane Foster, the two of them laughing, their heads close together. He was, for the first time in his long life, happy. Thor, Hermione said, walking up to their table. Hermione, he said, his face breaking into a wide, welcoming grin. What brings you here? Just checking in on you, she said with a smile. How are you finding mortal life? It is peaceful, Thor said, and he put an arm around Jane's shoulders. And I have met Jane. She is a very good woman. Jane blushed, a mixture of embarrassment and pride. She recognized Hermione from the SHIELD base. Hello, she said, extending a hand. I'm Jane Foster. Hermione Granger, she replied, shaking it. A colleague of Thor's. Hermione is a Midgardian witch, Thor explained proudly. Wizard. Hermione corrected automatically. Jane's eyes widened with a scientist's insatiable curiosity. A real witch? You can do magic. She was practically vibrating with a desire for a demonstration. Hermione just smiled and turned back to Thor. So, this is your plan now? To stay here forever? As a mortal? What is wrong with that? Thor asked, a defensive tone in his voice. Life here is good. Quiet. And I have Jane. He looked at her, his eyes full of a simple, honest affection. Nothing is wrong with it, Hermione shrugged. It's a perfectly fine life. She paused, her expression turning serious. I'm just afraid others won't give you the chance to live it. Before Thor could ask what she meant, a sound like tearing thunder ripped through the sky. A brilliant, multicolored column of light slammed into the desert on the outskirts of the town. The Bifrost. Thor gasped, his face a mask of shock and confusion. The light faded, leaving four figures standing in a circle of scorched, rune-edged earth. They were clad in Asgardian armor, their weapons drawn. Sif. Thor breathed. Fandral. Hagun. Volstagg. Thor. Lady Sif's voice was a cry of pure relief. We have found you. You must come back with us, Fandral urged. Asgard needs you. What has happened? Thor demanded, a cold dread washing over him. Your father is not dead. Sif said, the words a torrent of frantic energy. He is in the Odin sleep. Loki has deceived you. He has taken the throne. Impossible, Thor whispered, his world crumbling around him. Loki, why? It was he who let the frost giants into Asgard. Hagun added, his face grim. He ruined your coronation. It was all a trick to get you banished. As Thor stood there, reeling from the weight of his brother's betrayal, a new sound, louder and more violent than the first, tore through the sky. A second Bifrost blast, this one a pillar of pure, white-hot energy, slammed into the center of the town's main street. Boom! The ground shook. Dust and debris flew into the air. And as the light faded, a new figure was revealed. It was a giant, 10 feet tall, forged from a gleaming, silver metal that seemed to drink the light. It stood silent and motionless, its face a smooth, featureless visor from which a single, ominous red light began to glow. It was not a soldier. It was a weapon. A golem. A destroyer. And its gaze was fixed directly on the son of Odin. Plus support me and throw power stones. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, The God of Thunder. The destroyer, Sif breathed, her face pale, her warrior's composure shattered by a wave of pure, horrified disbelief. But why is it here? Volstagg boomed, his usual jovial expression gone, replaced by a grim terror. Only the All-Father can command it. With Odin in the sleep, who? He trailed off, the terrible, treasonous answer hanging unspoken in the air. Loki. He would not dare, Fandral whispered, but he knew, they all knew, that he would. The destroyer, a silent, 10-foot-tall engine of divine destruction, slowly raised its head. Its smooth, metallic faceplate shifted, and a single, burning point of red light within its helmet fixed upon one target, and one target only, the powerless, mortal Thor. It's a death sentence, Sif said, her voice a low growl of pure, warrior's fury. Loki sent it to kill him, to secure the throne. She looked at her comrades, her eyes burning with a desperate, hopeless resolve. For Asgard! With a unified war cry, the 4 greatest warriors of Asgard charged. It was a beautiful, heroic, and utterly futile gesture. Fandral was swatted aside like a fly, crashing through the window of a diner. Volstagg was sent flying by a backhand that crumpled his armor. Hagun's mace shattered harmlessly against the destroyer's leg. Sif, with a desperate, courageous leap, drove her spear into the creature's neck, only to have it glance off the enchanted URU metal. The destroyer's faceplate opened, and a torrent of pure, white-hot energy erupted from within, engulfing Sif and sending her crashing to the ground, her armor smoking. Thor watched, his heart a cold, dead lump in his chest, as his friends, his loyal, brave friends who had defied their king for him, were broken and defeated. This was his fault. All of it. His arrogance. His pride. His folly. In that moment, standing in the dust and wreckage of a mortal town, he finally understood the true meaning of his father's lesson. Jane, he said, his voice quiet and gentle as he looked at her one last time. Take care of yourself. With a newfound, solemn purpose, he began to walk, step by agonizing step, out into the ruined street, towards the implacable metal god that had come to execute him. Loki, he shouted to the empty sky, his voice raw with a pain that went beyond the physical. Brother, if you can hear me, stop this. These people have done nothing. It is me you want. He walked until he was standing directly before the silent, menacing machine. If you want my life, he said, his voice cracking with a final, desperate plea, then take it. But I command you, on my honor as a son of Odin, to end this madness and let these mortals go. He closed his eyes and opened his arms wide, a willing, broken sacrifice. Thor, no! Jane screamed, her voice a heart-wrenching cry of pure, undiluted agony. She started to run towards him, but Sif held her back. She turned, her tear-filled eyes desperately searching the chaos until they found the one person who had been standing calmly, watching the entire, terrible spectacle. Hermione, she sobbed. Please. Do something. Save him. Hermione just looked at Thor's still, waiting form, her expression unreadable. The time, she said softly, is not yet come. Loki, watching from his golden throne in Asgard, was moved. For a single, fleeting moment, his brother's selfless act of sacrifice touched the last, withered shred of love in his cold, dark heart. The destroyer paused. It turned, as if to leave. A wave of profound relief washed over the onlookers. Then, with a final, cruel, and utterly merciless twist, the destroyer spun back around, its massive, metal arm swinging in a brutal, sideways blow that struck Thor with the force of a freight train. There was a sickening crack of breaking bone, and Thor's body was thrown through the air like a rag doll, landing in a crumpled, lifeless heap in the dirt. Thor! Jane screamed, her voice breaking. And in its crater, a mile away, Mjolnir began to hum. It vibrated, shaking the very earth around it, and then, with a sound like tearing thunder, it tore itself from the ground. It became a silver comet, a streak of pure, divine purpose, screaming across the New Mexico sky. It flew past the stunned Shield agents, past the broken warriors of Asgard, past the weeping Jane Foster, and it landed, with a soft, final and loving thud, in the outstretched hand of the man who lay dying in the dust. A bolt of pure, white lightning, a spear of divine energy, lanced down from the heavens and struck the hammer. The world turned white. When their vision cleared, Thor was no longer lying on the ground. He was standing. The dirt and blood were gone. His body, which had been broken, was whole. And from the hammer, a suit of gleaming, silver armor and a magnificent red cape were weaving themselves around him, forged from pure, elemental lightning. The wind howled. The sky crackled with power. The mortal was gone. The god of thunder had returned. Hermione watched it all, a small, cynical smirk on her face. So dramatic, she thought. Odin's plan was so painfully obvious. Push him to the brink, force him to learn humility through sacrifice, and then give him his toy back. It's parenting 101, just with more thunder and existential despair. Jane stared, her scientific mind completely shattered, her heart soaring with a joy and wonder so profound it left her breathless. He was a god. A real, living, breathing god. Loki sent the destroyer to kill Thor, Hermione explained to a newly arrived, and completely bewildered, Agent Coulson, summarizing the entire plot in a single, bored sentence. Thor sacrificed himself, proved he was worthy, and got his magic hammer back. Now comes the boss fight. Just as she finished speaking, the destroyer's faceplate opened again, unleashing another torrent of fiery energy, this time aimed directly at Jane and the other civilians. Look out! Thor yelled, but he was too far away. Protego Maxima! A shimmering, invisible barrier erupted in front of Jane, absorbing the full force of the blast like a sponge. The energy swirled, contained by Hermione's magic. She then pointed her wand at the destroyer. Fulminaritus! An even thicker, more powerful column of fire shot back from her wand, engulfing the destroyer. But when the flames cleared, the metal golem was completely unharmed. Immune to energy attacks, she noted clinically. Fine. We'll do this the hard way. Get them clear, she yelled to Coulson, then shot into the air, a small, black-robed blur against the stormy sky. Diffindo! 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 3 invisible cutting curses, sharp enough to slice through steel, struck the destroyer's armor. This time, they left deep, gouged wounds in the URU metal, but the strange, alien alloy immediately began to flow like liquid, repairing itself. Self-repairing, too, she thought, a flicker of genuine, academic interest in her eyes. What a magnificent magical material! I have to have it. She changed tactics. She was a witch, a creature of intellect. Brute force was for gods and monsters. Levi Corpus, she incanted. An invisible force seized the 10-foot-tall, multi-ton destroyer. Its feet lifted from the ground, and it was hoisted into the air, dangling helplessly, its powerful limbs flailing uselessly. Thor, she shouted, her voice ringing with a newfound authority. He's all yours. Thor, seeing his opening, did not hesitate. He flew into the sky, his hammer held high. For Midgard, he roared. He began to spin his hammer, faster and faster, until it was a silver blur. The sky, which had cleared, now darkened again. A massive, swirling vortex of cloud and wind, a hurricane in miniature, formed around him, crackling with raw, untamed lightning. He became the eye of the storm. Oh, for heaven's sake, Hermione thought, watching the sheer, over-the-top spectacle. Is all this really necessary? With a final, deafening roar, Thor plunged from the heavens, a living thunderbolt, a god of the storm, diving hammer first through the heart of his own tornado, aimed directly at the helpless, suspended form of the destroyer. Plus support me and throw power stones. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, A Conversation Between Brothers. The destroyer lay in a heap of smoking, disjointed scrap metal. Thor stood over it, his chest heaving, the raw, elemental power of the storm still crackling around him. Hermione watched, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. The raw, unrestrained power was impressive, but the execution was messy. All that drama, all that spinning, just to knock over a tin soldier, she thought. So inefficient. Still, the results were undeniable. And the spoils were magnificent. Don't blame me for charging a little interest, she murmured to herself. With a series of quick, silent, and entirely unseen spells, she began to salvage the wreckage. Chunks of the priceless, enchanted URU metal from the destroyer's armor vanished from the battlefield, shrinking and zipping into her bottomless school bag. Jane, Darcy, and Selvig were still staring at Thor, their minds struggling to process the glorious, terrifying, godlike being he had just become. He, in turn, only had eyes for Jane, his expression softening as he walked toward her. Sif, standing nearby, watched them, a universe of heartbreak and a warrior's stoic resignation on her face. Hermione, her salvage operation complete, decided to break the awkward, trans-dimensional romantic tension. So, she said, her voice cutting through the quiet aftermath. What's the plan? Thor's expression hardened, his brief moment of peace gone. I am going back to Asgard, he declared, his voice a low, determined rumble. I am going to stop my brother. I'm coming with you, Hermione stated, not a request. Thor looked at her, surprised. You are? Of course, she said with a shrug, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I've never been to Asgard. And besides, she added with a wicked grin, it sounds like fun. Fun? The 4 Asgardian warriors just stared at her. They were about to commit treason, to return to their home and face a mad king and his divine weapon of mass destruction, and this strange, terrifying mortal child thought it sounded like fun. But then they remembered the casual, brutal efficiency with which she had just dismantled that very same weapon, and they all wisely kept their mouths shut. Thor, however, just grinned. He knew he would need all the help he could get. Heimdall, he roared to the heavens. Open the Bifrost. Take us home. A moment later, a brilliant, multicolored pillar of cosmic energy slammed down from the sky, engulfing them in a roaring, disorienting vortex of light and sound. They arrived in Asgard to the site of a kingdom in crisis. The magnificent, golden observatory at the end of the Rainbow Bridge was scarred with ice, and Heimdall, the all-seeing guardian, was frozen in a block of frost giant magic, barely alive. Take him to the healing rooms, Thor commanded his friends. He then turned to Hermione, his eyes burning with a new, kingly authority. Let's go. With the swing of his hammer, Thor shot into the sky. Hermione, on her souped-up Cyberpunk 2077, easily kept pace, soaring through the impossible, golden architecture of Asgard. They arrived at Odin's bedchamber to a scene of quiet, imminent horror. The All-Father lay in the deep, death-like Odin sleep. Queen Frigga stood paralyzed, frozen by a cold, blue magic. And standing over the bed, a massive blade of pure ice held high, was Laufey, the king of the frost giants. Just as he was about to strike, a calm, cold voice spoke from the shadows. You have my thanks. Loki materialized behind Laufey, the Gungnir, the spear of Odin, held firmly in his hand. But through you, he continued, his voice devoid of all emotion, I am, at last, free of my past. With a sudden, vicious thrust, he plunged the spear through Laufey's back. A blinding beam of golden energy erupted from the Frost Giant King's chest. He screamed, his body disintegrating into a cloud of frost and dust, his last, disbelieving gaze fixed on the face of the son who had just murdered him. Hermione watched the cold, brutal patricide with a detached, clinical interest. Interesting, she thought. So that's how he's playing it. The savior. Loki. Thor's voice was a roar of pure, unadulterated rage. He had arrived just in time to witness the final, terrible act of betrayal. I saved him, Loki said, his face a mask of false, heroic sincerity as he turned to his brother. The frost giants tried to assassinate the All-Father. Do you think I am a fool? Thor roared, advancing on him. You led them here. You sent the destroyer to kill me. All for a throne. Enough! Loki screamed, his facade of calm finally shattering. He swung the spear of Odin, and a blast of golden energy slammed into Thor, sending him crashing to the floor. Loki then turned and fled toward the Rainbow Bridge. Thor caught up to him at the Bifrost controls. Loki stood before the whirling, cosmic energy of the gateway, his face alight with a mad, ecstatic fire. What are you doing, brother? Thor demanded. I am finishing what our father started. Loki declared, his voice ringing with a terrible, righteous fury. I am going to use the full power of the Bifrost to destroy Jotunheim. I will burn their world to a cinder, I will annihilate every last one of the monsters, and when Father awakens, he will see that I am the worthy son. That I, Loki, am the true savior of Asgard. It was a plan born of a lifetime of pain and jealousy, an act of genocide as a desperate, twisted plea for a father's love. You are mad. Thor breathed, horrified. Loki, please, he tried, his voice softening, his anger gone, replaced by a deep, desperate sorrow. We are brothers. We grew up together, we fought together, have you forgotten all that? Loki seemed to pause. A flicker of something, of memory, of a lost affection, passed through his eyes. I remember, he said softly, a time when we were children. You loved your hammer so much. I turned myself into a snake, because I knew you loved snakes. And when you went to pick it up, I transformed back and shouted, it's me. And then I stabbed you. He began to laugh, a low, nostalgic sound. Thor saw a glimmer of hope. But then Loki's smile vanished, replaced by a look of pure, self-loathing disgust. I'm sick of myself just talking about it, he sneered. Thankfully, you're not the only one I have to convince. He looked past Thor, toward the entrance of the observatory. She's here. Thor spun around. Hermione was standing there, her expression unreadable. A wave of profound relief washed over him. She was his ace in the hole, the one who could stop this madness. Hermione, he pleaded. Stop him. He's going to destroy an entire realm. She nodded, a slow, deliberate movement, and walked forward. But she didn't walk towards Loki. She walked towards Thor. Expelliarmus. The red light of the disarming charm struck him square in the chest. Mjolnir was ripped from his grasp, flying through the air and clattering to the far side of the bridge. Levi Corpus. An invisible force seized him, and he was hoisted into the air, his feet dangling helplessly, his body hanging upside down. Hermione, he shouted, his voice a strangled cry of pure, unadulterated betrayal. What are you doing? He looked at her, his world completely upended, his mind struggling to comprehend this final, impossible act of treachery. You are so naive, brother, Loki said, a slow, triumphant, and utterly evil smile spreading across his face. He gestured from the helpless, dangling Thor to the calm, silent witch. Did you really think she was on your side? He paused, letting the full weight of the betrayal sink in. Destroying Jotunheim, he declared, his voice a grand, theatrical proclamation of his ultimate victory, was never my idea. It was hers. Plus support me and throw power stones. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, The Harvest. A few days ago. The New Mexico desert. I want the Rainbow Bridge, Hermione said, her voice a quiet, simple statement of fact. Loki, who had been in the middle of a charming, manipulative smile, froze. His expression went blank with disbelief. Impossible, he finally said, a short, sharp laugh escaping his lips. You ask for the very foundation of Asgard's power? For its greatest weapon and its most sacred treasure? You are mad. Am I? She asked, her eyes glinting with a cold, ancient light that did not belong in a child's face. You want to be king, Loki. But a king needs to protect his people. I am offering you a way to eliminate a threat to Asgard before it even begins. She reached into her bag and pulled out the crystal ball, placing it on the desert sand between them. Before you refuse, she said, perhaps you should take a look at the future I have foreseen. She drew a silvery, shimmering thread of memory from her temple and placed it in the ball. The crystal flared with a sudden, brilliant light, and an image appeared within. It was a vision of fire and death. A massive, dark, and terrifyingly alien warship hanging in the star-dusted void above a golden city. Asgard. It showed a tall, purple-skinned tyrant in golden armor, his face a mask of grim satisfaction. It showed Loki himself, his people slaughtered, kneeling before this titan. And it showed Loki, his neck held in a brutal, crushing grip, his life being extinguished with a final, pathetic snap. Loki stared, his face pale, his breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. What is that? That is Thanos, Hermione said, her voice a low, grim whisper. And that is the future you are blindly walking toward. A future where your petty squabbles over the throne leave Asgard vulnerable and ripe for conquest. The frost giants are your sworn enemies, a constant threat. In that future, Thanos will use them, and the casket of ancient winters, to cripple your defenses before he takes what he truly wants from your father's vault. But, she said, her voice dropping, full of a tempting, serpentine logic, if Jotunheim were to be removed from the equation, then Thanos's future weapon would be gone. And the man who had the strength and the vision to remove it, to commit an act of genocide for the protection of his people, he would be no mere king. He would be a savior. A hero worthy of Odin's throne. She was not offering him a partnership. She was offering him a justification, a grand, cosmic excuse to unleash his darkest impulses and call it heroism. The present. The Rainbow Bridge, Asgard. The Bifrost was a roaring, uncontrollable vortex of pure, cosmic energy. A brilliant, multicolored beam of pure destruction shot out from the observatory, lancing across the void of space, aimed at the heart of Jotunheim. Nu! Thor roared, a cry of pure, agonized despair. He had finally broken free from Hermione's restraining spell, and he charged, not at her, but at his brother. Loki, his face a mask of manic, desperate resolve, met his charge. Gungnir, the spear of the All-Father, crashed against Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder. The impact sent a deafening peal of thunder and a shockwave of golden and electric blue energy ripping across the crystalline bridge. It was a battle of gods, a clash of brothers. Thor fought with a desperate, righteous fury, pleading with his brother to see reason. Loki fought with the cold, bitter determination of a man convinced that this terrible, monstrous act was his only path to redemption. Hermione, meanwhile, stood at the control console, her small hands resting on the ancient, golden device. She was the one fueling this fire. Her own immense magical reserves were being poured into the Bifrost, pushing it far beyond its normal limits, turning it from a gateway into a doomsday weapon. She could feel the souls of the frost giants, light years away, beginning to flicker and die as their world burned, and a cold, predatory smile touched her lips. This was her plan from the very beginning. The ultimate harvest. A weapon of mass destruction, infused with her own magic, allowing her to reap the souls of an entire race from across the universe. Boom! Loki was no match for Thor's raw, righteous fury. A final, devastating blow from Mjolnir sent the god of mischief flying, his spear clattering across the bridge. Thor pinned him to the ground, the weight of his hammer on Loki's chest. Useless, Hermione thought with a flash of annoyance. Hermione! Thor roared, his voice full of a pain that went beyond the physical. Stop this! This is madness! You call yourself a partner of justice. Do I look like a cartoon superhero to you? She thought. She ignored him, her focus absolute as she continued to pour her energy into the Bifrost. With a final, agonizing roar of determination, Thor called Mjolnir back to his hand. He looked at the roaring beam of light that was annihilating a world. He looked at the path back to Midgard, back to Jane. And he made a choice. Forgive me, Jane, he whispered. He raised his hammer high, and with a cry that was a mixture of grief, love, and terrible resolve, he brought it down upon the Rainbow Bridge. 80. 80. His war cry was a litany of blows. The crystalline bridge, said to be indestructible, groaned. Cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. You fool, Hermione thought, watching him with a cold, detached pity. You sentimental, noble, idiotic fool. He was destroying his kingdom's greatest weapon, its ultimate deterrent, severing its connection to the other realms and leaving Asgard isolated and vulnerable, all for the sake of an enemy he had been at war with for 1,000 years. It was the single most strategically stupid and heroically beautiful act she had ever witnessed. With a final, cataclysmic boom, the Rainbow Bridge shattered. A massive explosion of cosmic energy erupted, throwing all three of them from their feet. The roaring beam of light cut off, and a vast, empty chasm now separated the observatory from the city of Asgard. It was too late. The damage was done. And in the silent, echoing aftermath, as Hermione lay on the broken edge of the universe, a quiet, satisfying hum resonated through her very soul. Dark Harvest. Current soul energy, 105,927. She had done it. She had committed genocide by proxy, and the reward was a level of power she had never even dreamed of. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, A Conversation Between Kings. 100,000. The number was so large, so absurd, that it barely registered. Hermione lay on the shattered remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, a giddy, intoxicating rush of pure, raw power flooding her system. It was a high unlike any she had ever known. The souls of an entire race, harvested in a single, glorious instant. It was worth it, she thought, a slow, triumphant smile spreading across her face. It was absolutely worth it. The victory was short-lived. The final, explosive death of the Bifrost sent a cataclysmic shockwave ripping through the observatory. She threw up a hasty shield charm as the world around her was consumed by a blast of cosmic energy. Through the blinding light, she saw the forms of Thor and Loki, thrown from the broken edge of the bridge and tumbling into the endless, star-dusted void below. At the last possible second, a figure of pure, golden light materialized at the edge of the abyss. Odin, the All-Father, awake and radiating a terrible, paternal fury, reached out and caught his son's hand. Hermione, seeing Loki about to be lost to the void, acted on pure, cold instinct. A whip of solid, orange magical energy, a trick she'd copied from the mystics of Camartage, shot from her hand and wrapped around Loki's ankle, snatching him from the precipice. I could have done it, father. Loki screamed, his face a mask of desperate, tragic anguish as he dangled between the two realms. For you. For all of us. No, Loki, Odin's voice was a low, sorrowful rumble of thunder. He looked at his younger son, and there was no anger in his eyes, only a profound, bottomless disappointment. The light in Loki's eyes went out. He looked at Odin's disappointed face. He looked at Thor, the favored son, safe in their father's grasp. Then, he looked at Hermione. His expression was a complex, unreadable mixture of gratitude and despair. He conjured the casket of ancient winters, the source of the frost giant's power, and tossed it to her. A deal was a deal. Then, with a final, heartbreaking look at his brother, he let go. Neither Odin nor Thor expected it. By the time they realized what he was doing, it was too late. They could only watch, horrified, as Loki was swallowed by the churning, cosmic chaos of the broken wormhole. Loki! Thor's voice was a raw, animalistic roar of pure, undiluted grief. He tried to lunge after his brother, but Odin's iron grip held him fast. He turned his wild, tear-filled eyes on Hermione. You, he bellowed, his voice cracking with rage. You saved him once. Why didn't you save him again? With your magic, you could have. He let go, you idiot, Hermione snapped back, her voice cold and devoid of all sympathy. I can save a man from falling. I can't save him from himself. Besides, she added, her tone turning mocking, the space here is a mess of unstable, multidimensional turbulence. We are not related. Why would I risk my life for your traitorous, suicidal brother? Thor was speechless, his grief and rage warring with the brutal, undeniable logic of her words. Instead of screaming at me, she continued, her gaze shifting to the one-eyed king who was now watching her with a terrible, silent authority, you should be asking yourself why he would rather fall into the endless void than return to your loving family. Mystic Mage of Midgard, Odin's voice was low and majestic, carrying the weight of 1,000 years of rule. What is your purpose here? He had seen her use of the light whip, a magic that did not belong to the wizards she claimed to be. He looks like he wants to eat me, she thought, a flicker of genuine, primal fear cutting through her bravado. Loki already told you, she said, forcing her voice to remain calm and steady. He did it for Asgard. I did it for Earth. We were, neutralizing a mutual threat. The frost giants have been a sworn enemy of my world for millennia, she continued, her argument falling into place. They invaded Earth once. They broke your treaty and tried to assassinate you. And yet, you showed them mercy. That is not the act of a wise king, All-Father. That is the act of a weak one. And weakness invites aggression. I simply did what you should have done centuries ago. Her tone was flat, as if she were stating a simple, inarguable fact. Odin and Thor just stared at her, stunned by the sheer, breathtaking audacity of a mortal child lecturing the king of the 9 realms on the ethics of genocide. A ruler must be merciful. Odin began, his voice a low growl. You can sell that fairy tale to Thor, she cut him off, her patience gone. I've read the history books. The real ones. You didn't unite the 9 realms with mercy, Odin. You conquered them with fire and blood, with your firstborn at your side. And now you sit on your golden throne and preach about peace? The hypocrisy is staggering. She gestured to the empty void where Jotunheim used to be. Today, a frost giant. Tomorrow, a dark elf. The day after, a fire demon. You let anyone who challenges you walk away with a slap on the wrist. You are the God King Batman, playing with a ridiculous no-kill rule while your kingdom burns. Asgard will fall, not to its enemies, but to your sentimentality. No wonder Hela rebelled. The name hit Odin like a physical blow. The regal composure of the All-Father shattered, and for a split second, she saw only a very old, very tired man, haunted by his own dark past. You dare speak that name to me, he roared, his voice pure thunder. You dare to cause this destruction in my realm, and then lecture me on how to rule it. What did I destroy? She asked, her voice a picture of innocent inquiry. I saved your heir. I stopped a war between brothers. And I eliminated a threat to both our realms. You should be thanking me. She pointed a finger at Thor. Besides, he's the one who broke your bridge. What's that got to do with me? I was trying to stop a genocide. Thor protested. Shut up! Odin and Hermione roared at the same time. Thor, shut up! Odin's one good eye was now burning with a furious, golden light. His grip on Gungnir tightened, and the air around him began to crackle with a raw, cosmic power. Hermione's bravado finally failed her. A jolt of pure, cold terror shot through her. Okay, I've gone too far. He's actually going to kill me. Where is she? Where is my backup? Just as the All-Father was about to unleash his divine fury, the air beside them tore open. A quiet, swirling, sparking orange portal materialized out of thin air, and a familiar, calm figure stepped through. The Ancient One had arrived. The tension on the broken bridge instantly diffused. Odin's fury subsided, replaced by a wary, solemn respect. Sorcerer Supreme, he said, his voice a low rumble. You trespass in my realm. And you, All-Father, were about to vaporize my most promising, and most troublesome, new student, the Ancient One replied, her voice calm, a gentle, chiding smile on her face. She looked at Hermione. You have gone too far, little witch. I did what was necessary, Hermione retorted, her confidence surging back now that her ridiculously powerful backer was here. Odin, the Ancient One said, her attention returning to the king, her voice now a silent, telepathic whisper that only he could hear. I know you are angry. But there are things you do not know about this child. Things that change everything. As the Ancient One spoke, Odin's expression shifted from fury, to confusion, to pure, unadulterated shock. He looked from the serene, smiling sorcerer to the small, defiant girl, his one eye wide with a dawning, impossible understanding. You mean? He whispered, his voice trembling for the first time. You mean she is? Plus support me and throw power stones. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, The Forging. 440 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Odin's face shifted, the thunderous fury of the All-Father melting away in an instant, replaced by the warm, amiable expression of a gracious host. Ah, he said, his tone now impossibly pleasant, a disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme. You must, of course, honor us with your presence in Asgard more often. Hermione just stared, her mind struggling to process the sudden, whiplash-inducing change in attitude. One moment, he was about to smite her from existence. The next, he was inviting her over for dinner. What in the nine realms did she say to him? She wondered, glancing at the serene, smiling Ancient One. Whatever it was, it had worked. The trip back through the portal was a silent one. As they walked through the serene, incense-scented courtyards of Camartage, Hermione finally broke the silence. Thank you, Master Ancient One, she said, and the gratitude was genuine. The old woman had just saved her from a very messy, and likely very final, confrontation with a literal God King. The Ancient One just smiled. As they passed the central training ground, she gestured to a lone figure practicing complex, shadowy incantations. That is Caecilius, she said, her voice a calm, simple introduction. He is another of my most promising disciples. Hermione looked at the man. His eyes were shadowed, not just by the light, but by a deep, hollow hunger. A familiar, dark ambition. Oh, he's one of those, she thought. You should probably watch that one, Hermione said, her voice a casual, cryptic warning. He has the dark circles of a man who doesn't sleep. Be careful he doesn't get disillusioned and run off to join another, more accommodating school. He has his destiny, the Ancient One replied, her voice tinged with a profound, unshakable fatalism, and I have mine. She gave Hermione a sly, knowing look. Besides, if I were to meet an untimely end, someone would have to take up the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. And you seem so very interested in the Eye of Agamotto, don't you? Hermione's face flushed. Absolutely not, she said quickly. Don't you dare. You find strange. That's your plan. Stick to the plan. She looked back at the brooding Caecilius and sighed dramatically. A real shame. Well, I hope he finds eternal happiness in the arms of Dormammu. Amen. A rare, genuine laugh, like the sound of tiny, cracking bells, came from the Ancient One. Go read your books, little witch. She retreated to the quiet, dusty solitude of the great library of Camartage, a place that contained more real, world-altering knowledge than every book in the Hogwarts library combined. Here, surrounded by ancient scrolls and floating, ethereal tomes, she finally allowed herself to unleash the power she had harvested. She opened the floodgates. More than 30,000 points of raw, concentrated soul energy, the harvested lives of a dead army, flooded her system. It was a cold, overwhelming, and utterly exhilarating rush. She felt her magical core, her very soul, expand, fortifying and crystallizing into a new, higher state of being. Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level, LV4, 1/500,000. She stared at the number, at the 500,000 experience points required for the next level, and a low whistle escaped her lips. No wonder wizards stagnate, she thought. This wasn't a ladder, it was a sheer, insurmountable cliff. Even with her dark harvest, reaching the level of a being like Dumbledore or the Ancient One would take an age. She pushed the thought aside and turned her attention to the spoils of her Asgardian adventure. The Destroyer remains, and the Casket of Ancient Winters. Her grimoire had already analyzed them. Alchemy material, URU metal. A primordial, magically conductive Asgardian metal. Can be melted and reshaped using the Philosopher's Stone. Wondrous item, Casket of Ancient Winters. An artifact of the Frost Giants, containing the power of the Fimbul Winter. Requires the bloodline of a Frost Giant to activate. Note, can be disassembled. The casket was useless to her as a weapon, but the grimoire's note sparked a new, wild, and deeply ambitious idea in her mind. It was time for an upgrade. She set up an alchemy station in a secluded corner of the library. First, she placed the dull, red Philosopher's Stone on the array. Then, she laid out the jagged, dark silver fragments of the Destroyer's armor. Channeling her magic through the stone, she focused its power. A brilliant, ruby-red light enveloped the URU. The indestructible Asgardian metal, a substance that had withstood Thor's might, began to soften, to glow, to melt into a pool of shimmering, liquid starlight. Next, she turned to the casket. This was not a task of brute force, but of magical surgery. She began to dismantle it, not by breaking it, but by carefully, painstakingly unweaving the ancient enchantments that held it together. Layers of frost giant magic peeled away like the skin of an onion, until she reached the very heart of the artifact, a single, impossibly cold, brilliant blue crystal that pulsed with the light of a dying star. The ice core. Now came the most dangerous part. She placed her own, familiar, 11-inch vinewood wand on the station. With a whispered incantation, she drew its core, the single, powerful dragon heartstring, out from the center of the wood. The core, a shimmering, magical sinew, floated in the air before her. With an intense, focused act of will, she commanded the liquid URU metal. It flowed from its crucible, a river of silver, and wrapped itself around the dragon heartstring. There was a faint, musical hum as two vastly different magical traditions, the organic, chaotic life force of a dragon's heart, and the cold, conceptual power of an enchanted Asgardian metal collided and began to merge. It was a long, delicate, and exhausting process. For hours, she stood, sweat beading on her brow, her entire being focused on guiding the fusion, on shaping the molten, magical metal into a new, perfect form. Slowly, it cooled. It solidified. It became a wand. It was heavier than her old one, the dark, silvery metal cool and solid in her hand. But it was not yet complete. She took the ice core, the heart of an eternal winter, and placed it against the tip of her new Uru wand. She poured the last of her energy into the final enchantment, using the Uru as a conduit to fuse the core and the wand into a single, unified whole. There was a final, soft thrum, and a faint, pale blue light began to pulse from within the silver staff. Intricate, glowing blue runes, a fusion of Asgardian and wizarding script, bloomed across its surface. An aura of extreme, supernatural cold emanated from it, causing the very air around her to crystallize into a fine, glittering frost. It was done. Her grimoire sent a final, triumphant notification. Wondrous item, forged. Wand of Winter's Ruin. Core, dragon heartstring, infused with a Fimbul winter ice core. Body, enchanted Uru metal. Property 1, extreme cold. All ice and cold-based magic cast by the wielder is significantly amplified. Property 2, adaptable matrix. The Uru metal body can be used to absorb and integrate new, rare magical materials and their properties. She held it in her hand, feeling the immense, cold, and terrible power thrumming within it. She hadn't just crafted a new wand. She had forged a legend. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 99, Chapter 98, A Lesson in Pest Control. 440+ Advanced Chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Hermione stepped through the portal from her silent, perfect workshop in the room of requirement and back into the loud, chaotic Gryffindor common room. She had been gone for days, lost in a blissful fugue of alchemy and spell crafting. The moment she appeared, Harry and Ron were on her. Hermione! Where have you been? Harry's voice was a frantic rush of panic and relief. He grabbed her arm, his eyes wide with fear. We couldn't find you anywhere. We thought you'd been petrified, Ron finished, his face pale. Another student, Justin Finch-Fletchley, and nearly headless Nick, they were found this morning. Stiff as boards. We were terrified you were next. Hermione gently pushed Harry's hand away. I was handling some private matters, she said, her tone cool and dismissive. Private matters. Harry's voice rose, cracking with a mixture of fear and frustration. Hermione, the school is in a panic. People are being attacked. And you were just gone. I know, she said simply. You know? You know, and you're still just running around, he demanded. We were worried about you. Before she could respond to his outburst, a new, more urgent memory seemed to surface. And that's not all, Harry said, his voice dropping. They took Hagrid. The Ministry. They dragged him off to Azkaban. And Dumbledore. Lucius Malfoy got the school governors to suspend him. He's gone, Hermione. They think Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets, Ron added, his voice trembling. They're blaming him for it all. He then pulled a small, black, leather-bound book from his pocket. And we found this. Tom Riddle's diary. It showed me something, Harry. A memory. It showed Tom Riddle catching Hagrid with the monster 50 years ago. But before they took him, Harry said, his eyes wild with a desperate hope, Hagrid left us a clue. He said to follow the spiders. Hermione listened to their breathless, terrified report with a familiar, weary patience. She knew all of this. The diary, Hagrid's arrest, Dumbledore's removal, it was all part of the script, the predictable beats of a story she had read a dozen times. Then what are you waiting for? She asked, her tone all business. We were waiting for you. Ron said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The Forbidden Forest at night was a different entity entirely. By day, it was a place of mystery. By night, it was a place of pure, primal dread. The ancient trees formed a dense, suffocating canopy that blotted out the moon and stars, plunging them into an almost absolute darkness. The air was cold, damp, and thick with the smell of rot and wet earth. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the undergrowth, sounded like the footsteps of some unseen, hungry thing. Hermione walked in front, her wand emitting a cool, white light, her expression one of bored indifference. She was on a field mission. Harry and Ron, however, were a different story. They huddled close behind her, their own wands held aloft with trembling hands, their faces pale with terror. Ron, whose arachnophobia was a deep and profound part of his being, was practically vibrating with fear. They followed the eerie, unnatural trail of small spiders marching in a straight, determined line into the deepest, darkest part of the woods. The rustling sounds around them grew louder, more numerous. It was a strange, dry, skittering sound. Suddenly, the ground began to slope downwards, and they found themselves in a vast, misty hollow. And they were no longer alone. From the shadows, from the trees, from burrows in the earth, they emerged. Spiders. Hundreds of them. The size of dinner plates, then the size of small dogs. They skittered and clicked, their multiple, gleaming black eyes fixed on the three small children, their fangs dripping with a hungry venom. Harry and Ron stood back to back, their wands raised, their breath coming in ragged, panicked gasps. Then, a new sound, a slow, heavy, clicking sound, came from the darkest part of the hollow. A shape, a monstrous, hairy shape the size of a small elephant, descended from a thick, web-shrouded tree. It was a spider of impossible size, its milky, blind eyes staring sightlessly in their direction, its massive, hairy pincers clicking with a sound like snapping bones. Aragog, Harry breathed, recognizing the name from Hagrid's past. Is that you, Hagrid? A deep, rumbling, and utterly inhuman voice echoed from the creature. We are friends of Hagrid, Harry shouted, his own voice trembling. He's in trouble. He's been taken to Azkaban. They think he opened the Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid never opened the Chamber of Secrets, the giant spider rumbled. Then you know who it was. Harry pressed, a desperate hope in his voice. Who was the girl that was killed 50 years ago? We do not speak of it, Aragog said, a new, cold menace in his voice. The monster that lives in the castle is a creature that we spiders fear above all others. He refused to say more. He had answered their questions. And now, his hospitality was at an end. Hagrid is my friend, the ancient creature declared. But you, are not. My children are hungry. With a final, terrible hiss, the entire colony of giant spiders began to close in. This, Hermione said, her voice a low, contemptuous murmur, is why you do not make pets out of dark creatures. Their instincts will always win out over sentiment. Harry and Ron began to back away, their wands raised, shouting weak, panicked spells that did little to deter the advancing horde. Aragog, no! Harry yelled, still clinging to his faith in Hagrid's friend. Hermione just shook her head. She had seen enough. She raised her new, silver-black wand, its icy core seeming to drink the darkness around them. Avada Kedavra. The incantation was not a shout. It was a quiet, cold, and simple statement of fact. A bolt of pure, sickly green light, a color that seemed to suck the very life from the air, shot from her wand. It struck Aragog square in his massive, hairy head. The giant spider shuddered once, a terrible, convulsive spasm, and then its legs curled in on themselves, and its immense body crashed to the forest floor with a final, definitive, and very silent thud. The chittering of the spider army ceased. A new, profound, and deeply shocked silence fell over the hollow. Harry and Ron just stared, their faces a mask of pure, uncomprehending horror. You killed him," Harry stammered. "He was Hagrid's friend." How are we going to explain this to Hagrid?" Hermione turned to look at him, and her eyes were as cold and hard as chips of obsidian. "Explain what?" she asked, her voice devoid of all emotion. "That I stopped his friend from eating you alive? I think Hagrid is the one who will have some explaining to do." Her words were cut short as the spider's shock turned into a new, unified, and utterly ferocious rage. With a collective, deafening hiss, the entire colony swarmed towards them. "What do we do now?" Ron shrieked. "What do you think?" Hermione asked, a cold, almost joyful smile on her face. "Pest control." She raised her wand. Glacis Tria. It was not a spell. It was an event. A wave of absolute, world-ending cold erupted from her. The air itself seemed to crystallize. A brilliant, pale blue light washed over the entire hollow, and the advancing horde of spiders was stopped dead in its tracks. The ground, the trees, the webs, everything was instantly encased in a thick, shimmering layer of magical ice. The spiders were frozen solid, a silent, crystalline army of grotesque, multi-limbed statues, their fangs bared, their legs poised to strike, trapped for all eternity in their final, aggressive moment. Harry and Ron just stood there, shivering in the sudden, profound cold, their breath pluming in the air, staring at the girl who had just committed an act of mass, magical extermination with the casual, bored air of someone swatting a fly. "PLS support me and throw power stones." Chapter 100, Chapter 99, The Chamber of Secrets. Harry and Ron just stared, their mouths agape, at the silent, crystalline graveyard that had, moments before, been a skittering, chittering hive of monstrous spiders. "Let's go," Hermione said, her voice cutting through the stunned silence. She turned and began to walk back toward the castle, her work here done. Your magic." Ron stammered, finally finding his voice as he and Harry scrambled to follow her. "It's an ordinary freezing charm," she said with a dismissive shrug. "I just amplified it a bit." "A bit?" Ron squeaked, looking back at the football field-sized glacier she had just created. "You two head back to the castle," Hermione said, stopping at the edge of the woods. "What about you?" Harry asked, a new note of caution in his voice. "I have some other things to attend to," she said, her expression unreadable. Seeing that she wasn't going to elaborate, the two boys, who had absolutely no desire to spend another second in this terrifying, now frozen forest, just nodded and hurried away. The moment they were gone, a slow, predatory grin spread across Hermione's face. She hopped on her broom. Dumbledore was gone. The spiders were neutralized. The forest was hers. It was time to go hunting. She flew low and fast, a silent, black-robed spectre against the moonlit canopy. Her new wand, the wand of Winter's Ruin, glowed with a faint, pale blue light, an aura of absolute zero spreading out from her in a wave of silent, crystalline death. Acromantulas, centaurs, rogue blast-ended scroots, it didn't matter. Anything and everything that moved in the dark, ancient woods was frozen solid, their life force consumed, their souls harvested. The Forbidden Forest, a place of vibrant, dangerous life, was being transformed, section by section, into a silent, beautiful, and utterly dead ice sculpture garden. And as her soul energy counter-ticked ever higher, Hermione, the king of Ganoderma, felt a profound, quiet satisfaction. Panic had gripped Hogwarts. With Dumbledore gone, a palpable sense of fear permeated the very stones of the castle. Students moved in nervous, whispering herds, their eyes darting into the shadows, no one daring to walk the corridors alone. "It has to be Malfoy," Ron insisted for the 10th time, pacing frantically in the Gryffindor common room. He's the heir of Slytherin, I know it. It makes sense, Harry agreed, his own mind a whirlwind of suspicion and fear. His father got Dumbledore suspended. It's the perfect time for him to make his move. Their grim theorizing was cut short by a frantic, breathless Professor McGonagall bursting through the portrait hole, her face pale with a new, more terrible horror. Harry! Ron! She cried, her voice cracking. It's Ginny! She's been taken! The world seemed to drop out from under Ron's feet. The heir, McGonagall continued, her voice trembling, has taken her into the chamber. She led them, in a daze, back out into the corridor. There, on the wall, a fresh, glistening message had been written in blood. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Malfoy! Harry and Ron roared in unison, their fear and grief instantly crystallizing into a single, burning point of hatred. They turned and ran, a desperate, hopeless plan to beat the truth out of their mortal enemy, their only guide. But Malfoy, and indeed every other Slytherin, had been confined to their common room. He was nowhere to be found. Defeated and desperate, they stood in an empty corridor, the full weight of their helplessness crashing down on them. What do we do? Ron whispered, his voice a choked, broken sound. We find Hermione, Harry said suddenly, a new resolve in his voice. They ran to the edge of the forbidden forest, only to be met with an impossible, breathtaking sight. The once dark, menacing woods were gone, replaced by a glittering, silent world of ice. What in the world happened here? Ron breathed. But there was no sign of Hermione. Just as they were about to despair, a soft, dreamy voice spoke from behind them. Are you looking for someone? Luna Lovegood stood there, her strange, protuberant eyes full of a serene, otherworldly calm. I don't know where Hermione is, she said, before they could even ask. But I know what the monster is. And I know where to find the entrance. Open up, Harry hissed in Parseltongue, and the circle of snake-carved sinks in the girls' bathroom ground open, revealing a dark, bottomless pipe. Behind him, Luna held her wand steady, its tip aimed directly at the back of a trembling Gilderoy Lockhart. Ron stood beside her, his own wand drawn, his expression grim. They had cornered the cowardly professor in his office as he was frantically packing his bags to flee the school. Convincing him to accompany them had not been difficult. In you go, Professor, Luna said, her voice a gentle, melodic command. They plunged into the darkness. At the bottom of the long, slimy slide, they found themselves in a dark, echoing tunnel. And there, in the center of the chamber, lay two small, still figures. Ginny Weasley and Draco Malfoy. Harry rushed to Ginny's side. She was cold, pale, and utterly motionless. He turned to Malfoy. The same. Unconscious. Just then, a small, black diary that had fallen from Ginny's robes began to glow. A tall, handsome, and strangely translucent young man emerged from its pages, a weird, charming smile on his face. Good evening, Harry Potter, the figure said, his voice a smooth, chilling whisper. Tom? Tom Riddle. Harry stammered, recognizing him from the memory. Tom began his monologue. He was a memory, preserved in the diary for 50 years. He explained how he had framed Hagrid, how he had manipulated first Ginny, and then the more ambitious Malfoy, using them as puppets to reopen his chamber and unleash his basilisk. And now, he was feeding on their life force, their very souls, growing stronger by the minute, until he could return to the world as a fully physical being. Once I have drained them, he said, his smile widening, I will be more than just a memory. I will be Lord Voldemort once more. Never! Harry roared, and raised his wand. But Tom just laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. With a casual, dismissive flick of his hand, he sent an invisible wave of force slamming into Harry, who was thrown against the far wall and crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Ron, seeing his friend fall, raised his own wand. "Stupefy!" he yelled. A jet of red light shot out from behind him, hitting him square in the back. He collapsed without a sound. From the deepest shadows of the chamber, a third figure slowly walked into the light, their face a mask of cold, familiar indifference, the tip of their wand still smoking. "Plus support me and throw power stones." Chapter 101, Chapter 100, A Different Kind of Pet. The figure that stepped from the shadows was Hermione. Her face was a mask of cold, unreadable indifference. The tip of her wand, still smoking from the spell that had taken down Ron, was pointed casually at the floor. Tom Riddle's ghostly form looked down at the unconscious bodies of Harry and Ron, a slow, triumphant smile spreading across his handsome face. "Do you think he believed it?" he asked, his tone now light and conversational, the earlier theatrical menace gone. "Why wouldn't he?" Hermione replied, her voice a soft, chilling murmur. It was the truth, after all. Mostly. She reached into her robes and pulled out a delicate, silver diadem, inlaid with a massive, brilliant sapphire that seemed to drink the dim, green light of the chamber. Tom's eyes widened, his translucent form flickering for a moment. He could feel it. A familiar, cold, and terrible echo of his own soul, radiating from the crown in her hands. "Ravenclaw's diadem," she said calmly, tossing the priceless artifact from hand to hand as if it were a common trinket. "One of your future little pet projects. It contains a rather lovely fragment of your soul. I'm sure you can feel the connection." A complex, hungry, and deeply impressed look flashed across Tom's face. He understood. His future self would not be content with just one anchor to immortality. Of course he wouldn't. "And what do you intend to do with it?" he asked, his voice a low, intrigued hiss. "A simple transfer," Hermione said. She pulled out a second item, a plain, black, and completely empty notebook, identical to the diary he had emerged from. She placed the diadem and the blank diary side by side on the cold, stone floor. She knelt, placing her hands lightly over the two objects. A dark, shadowy mist, screaming with a silent, spectral agony, began to pour from the diadem. It was a soul, torn from its vessel, and it writhed in the air between the two objects. With a final, commanding push of her will, she forced the screaming mist into the blank diary. The new diary shuddered, and the light on the diadem's sapphire flickered and died, its dark, magical aura gone, leaving only a beautiful, empty piece of jewelry. Runes, identical to the ones on Tom's own diary, began to burn themselves onto the cover of the new one. In a moment, two identical Horcruxes lay on the floor. "This?" Tom breathed, his voice full of a new, profound awe as he picked up the duplicate. He could feel it. It was him. A perfect, stable, and completely separate container for his soul. How is this possible? The art of transferring a soul fragment. "Let's just say I've been studying," Hermione replied with an enigmatic smile. "Now, I believe we have a schedule to keep." Tom just nodded, his mind reeling. He had thought he was the master of soul magic, the heir to Slytherin's darkest secrets. But this girl was something else entirely. He turned to the massive, stone-carved face of Salazar Slytherin and, with a series of long, sibilant hisses, commanded the chamber to reveal its final guardian. With a low, grinding groan of ancient stone, the statue's mouth opened, revealing a dark, circular tunnel. A deep, wet, slithering sound echoed from the darkness within. Then, it emerged. A serpent. A serpent so vast, so impossibly large, that its head alone was the size of a small car. It was the color of poison, its yellow, lamp-like eyes burning with a malevolent, ancient intelligence. The basilisk. "Behold, the king of serpents," Tom said, his voice full of a proprietary, ancestral pride. "Anyone who meets its gaze dies instantly. A mere reflection, and you are petrified." He turned to her. But that shouldn't be a problem for you. The great snake, however, did not seem to share its master's enthusiasm for his new guest. It turned its massive head toward Hermione, a low, threatening hiss rumbling deep in its chest. It could smell her. The Muggle blood. The impurity. It seems, Tom chuckled, that my ancestor's pet has some prejudices. Understandable, Hermione said, her tone flat. She looked at the basilisk, not with fear, but with the cold, appraising eye of a butcher looking at a prize hog. In that case, she said slowly, for the sake of the realism of our little performance for Harry, we'll have to make this look convincing. A slow, predatory smile spread across her face. Which means, I'm afraid, your pet has to die. Tom was about to protest, but then he looked at the cold, absolute certainty in her eyes and thought better of it. It was just a snake, after all. The basilisk, sensing the shift in her intent, hissed again, its great body coiling, ready to strike. Hermione, in response, waved a hand, and with a soft pop, a small, fluffy, orange creature appeared on her shoulder. A cat? Tom Riddle asked, his voice a mixture of confusion and pure, unadulterated contempt. You are going to fight the King of Serpents, with a house cat. Goose, Hermione said simply, placing the flurkin on the floor. With a gentle tap of her finger, she placed a temporary, shimmering charm over its eyes, shielding it from the basilisk's death stare. Playtime. The basilisk looked down at the tiny, insignificant creature that was now trotting cheerfully toward it. Its massive snake pupils were filled with a reptilian confusion. This wasn't even a snack. It lunged. Its mouth, filled with dagger-sized fangs, opened wide, ready to swallow the cat whole. And at that exact moment, Goose opened his. An unbelievable, sanity-shattering thing happened. The cat's mouth unhinged, its jaw stretching to an impossible degree. And from that maw, a writhing, wriggling, and utterly alien forest of slimy, pink tentacles and razor-sharp teeth erupted into existence. With a single, wet, slurping sound, the tentacles shot out, wrapped around the basilisk's massive head, and violently yanked the entire, 60-foot-long serpent into the void of its pocket-dimension stomach. The whole, horrifying process took less than 3 seconds. The King of Serpents was gone. All that was left was the small, orange cat, sitting on the floor, licking its paws with a look of mild, unsatisfied boredom. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the heir of Slytherin, the future Lord Voldemort, just stood there, his ghostly form flickering, his handsome face a mask of pure, mind-broken, gibbering shock. He had just witnessed his ancient, legendary, and supposedly invincible monster, be eaten by a cat. A cat's reaction speed, Hermione stated calmly, as if explaining a simple scientific principle, is 7 times faster than a snake's. She walked over to Goose and scratched him under the chin. All right, big guy. Spit it out. Just the head. Goose, with a slight, reluctant shudder, regurgitated the basilisk's massive, still living head onto the stone floor. It hissed and writhed, trying to escape. Hermione just raised her new wand. Glacis Tria. The snake's head was instantly encased in a thick, solid block of magical ice. Bombarda Maxima. The ice sculpture exploded into a million glittering, frozen fragments. She looked over at the still stunned Tom Riddle, a cool, satisfied smile on her face. Now, she said. Let's wake up our hero, shall we? PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, A Game of Tomes. Hermione knelt in the dust, a single, sharp basilisk fang in her hand, still dripping with a potent, shimmering venom. She looked at Tom Riddle's diary, the new one, the blank one she had just forged from Ravenclaw's diadem, and handed the fang to the ghostly, translucent boy. Tom, his handsome face a mask of cold, fascinated curiosity, took the fang. He understood the ritual. A Horcrux could only be destroyed by a substance so powerful it left no room for magical repair. He looked down at the duplicate of his own soul, a soul he had just met, and without a moment of hesitation, he plunged the fang deep into the heart of the book. A high, piercing, inhuman scream, a sound of a soul in its death throe, ripped through the chamber. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical force, a wave of pure, negative energy. A torrent of black, inky blood erupted from the diary, and both Tom and the unconscious Harry on the floor convulsed in a shared, sympathetic agony. A moment later, the screaming stopped. The new diary was just a book, a ruined, smoking, and utterly empty object. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that had once inhabited Ravenclaw's crown was, at last, truly gone. Tom Riddle, the original diary's memory, straightened up, his form flickering but stable. A fascinating process, he said, his voice a smooth, cultured whisper. To destroy a part of myself, without feeling the loss. Thank you, Hermione. Thank you. Harry, who was just beginning to stir, would have been horrified. But to these two, it had been a simple, logical, and necessary experiment. Gilderoy Lockhart, who was huddled near the entrance, whimpering, had seen the whole, terrible, incomprehensible exchange. He saw the handsome boy, who was clearly a ghost, and the Gryffindor witch, who was clearly a demon, conversing like old friends. He saw them calmly, ritualistically, destroy a screaming, bleeding book. He finally understood. He was not a hostage. He was a witness to a conspiracy so dark and so deep he couldn't even begin to fathom it. He wanted to run, but his legs, filled with a terror-induced lead, refused to obey. He could only watch, his eyes wide, his mind a shattered wreck. Hermione, however, had already forgotten him. She was lost in her own thoughts. Her plan had been to let the plot play out, to let Harry be the hero, to let him destroy the diary. But then Ginny had changed the game. A few days ago, Gryffindor Common Room. Hermione had just returned from the library when Ginny Weasley, her face a pale, blotchy mask of terror, had ambushed her at the dormitory door. "Sister Hermione, you have to help me." The girl's voice was a high-pitched, desperate whisper. She grabbed Hermione's arm, her small hands gripping with a strength that was almost painful. I can't control myself," she choked out, her body trembling violently. "The diary, it talks to me. It makes me do things." Hermione's blood ran cold. She pulled the younger girl into the dorm, her mind racing. "What things, Ginny?" she asked, her voice calm and steady. "The writing on the wall." Ginny's voice broke into a sob. "And Mrs. Norris, that was me. I didn't want to. It takes over. I lose time. I wake up, and there's blood and feathers everywhere. And it's getting stronger. It's in my head all the time now. I'm scared, Hermione. I'm so scared I'm going to hurt someone. I'm scared I'm a monster." She was a child, broken by a magic she couldn't understand. "Why did you come to me?" Hermione asked, her voice softening. "Because," Ginny whispered, looking up, her eyes full of a desperate, drowning hope. "Because you're not like the others. You're strong. You're not afraid of anything. I knew you would believe me. Please, Hermione. Help me. I don't want to be a monster." She pulled the small, black diary from her pocket and thrust it at Hermione, as if it were a venomous snake. Hermione took the book. It felt cold, and it hummed in her hand with a faint, dark, and hungry magic. This changed everything. She couldn't let Harry destroy it now. Ginny's confession, this act of trust, had given her a far more valuable, and far more dangerous, opportunity. The Chamber of Secrets, present day. Hermione opened the diary. A line of elegant, inky script was already appearing on the blank page. Hello, Hermione Granger. A strange, persuasive, and deeply seductive thought flooded her mind. A whisper that wasn't a sound, but a feeling. Trust me. Tell me your secrets. Let me help you. Any other wizard, any other child, would have been instantly ensnared. But Hermione's mind, fortified by occlumency and the cold, hard logic of her past life, was a fortress of steel. The diary's pathetic little mental probe shattered harmlessly against her shields. Stop playing games, Tom, she said, her voice flat and bored. The handwriting in the diary paused, as if stunned. How did you know? Do you really think you're the only person in the world who knows how to play with anagrams? She scoffed. A wave of her hand, and the letters of his name rearranged themselves in the air, floating in a glowing, magical script. Tom Marvolo Riddle, I am Lord Voldemort. Ginny was right, the diary's script reappeared, the tone now one of cold, calculating respect. You are a genius. She told me all about you. The girl who defeated Quirrell. The girl with power she shouldn't have. Skip the flattery, Hermione said, her patience wearing thin. What do you want? My purpose is simple, the diary wrote. I want a body. I want to be free of this paper prison. I want to inherit Slytherin's legacy and purge this school of its mudblood filth. The script became sharp, almost violent. Assist me, and I will share my power with you. I will even make an exception for you. Hermione let out a single, sharp, disdainful laugh. You're a prisoner, Tom, she said, her voice dripping with contempt. A half-formed memory in a damp book. You are in no position to be making demands. She pressed her thumb, hard, onto the open page. Now, she whispered, her voice a low, dangerous purr, you're going to be a good little Horcrux and do exactly what I say. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, A Slap and a Sweet. The sound that ripped from the diary was not a human scream. It was a high-pitched, agonizing shriek of pure, digital, and spiritual feedback, a sound of a soul being scraped raw. The diary in Hermione's hand began to convulse violently, growing hot to the touch, the pages fluttering as if in a hurricane. She had him. The moment the grimoire had identified the diary as a wondrous item and analyzed its properties, it had given her what she had always wanted, root access. She now had absolute, administrative control over the soul fragment of Tom Marvolo Riddle. She wasn't just a reader, she was the editor. And she could delete him. You. Filthy. Mudblood. Tom's voice hissed from the pages, but the usual aristocratic arrogance was gone, replaced by a thin, ragged thread of pure, unadulterated terror. He could feel it, a cold, unfeeling, and impossibly powerful will that had wrapped itself around his very essence. It was grinding against him, crushing him, a pain so profound and so absolute it made the Cruciatus curse feel like a gentle tickle. It seems, Hermione said, her voice a calm, dispassionate murmur in the vast, dark chamber, that you're still not quite ready to be polite. She tightened her mental grip. The scream was wordless this time. The diary thrashed in her hand, and a wave of black, inky energy pulsed from it, a desperate, pathetic attempt at a counter-attack that she simply brushed aside. She was a god in this equation, and he was just a piece of code. A toy. Which is it, Tom? She thought, her expression as bored as if she were waiting for a kettle to boil. Are you going to be useful, or are you going to be deleted? Stop, he finally shrieked, the word a ragged, broken sob. Please. I yield. I give up. Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just make it stop. The crushing, agonizing pressure receded instantly, leaving him a quivering, whimpering echo in his paper prison. He, the great Lord Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin, the most brilliant wizard Hogwarts had ever produced, had just been broken by a child. In less than a minute. Good, Hermione said, her voice still dangerously calm. She casually flipped the diary open to a blank page. Now. You want a body, don't you? You want to be free. Tom's soul fragment, what was left of it, pulsed with a sudden, desperate hope. Yes, he whispered. I can feel the life force in the girl, if I can just drain enough. And then what? Hermione cut him off, her voice sharp. Let's play this out, Tom. You drain Ginny, you get your body back. You're 16, handsome, and powerful. You rule the school. You rule the wizarding world. A few years pass. And then, one day, the other you, the wandering, wraith-like, half-dead main soul, finally finds a follower stupid enough to resurrect him. What happens then? Tom was silent. He had never, in his arrogance, considered it. Do you really think, Hermione continued, her voice a low, seductive and poisonous whisper, that Lord Voldemort, a creature of pure, mutilated ego, a being who cannot bear the thought of an equal, is going to share his name? Is he going to welcome you, his younger, smarter, and much better-looking self, as a brother? She laughed, a cold, mirthless sound that echoed in the vast chamber. He won't see you as an ally, Tom. He'll see you as a flaw. A rival. A tool that has outlived its usefulness and become a threat. He won't hesitate. He will destroy you, his own Horcrux, his own soul, rather than tolerate another who could challenge his claim to immortality. The diary in her hand was now trembling, but not from pain. It was trembling with a new, cold, and utterly logical fear. He knew himself. He knew she was right. So, Hermione purred, you're a dead end, Tom. A beautiful, tragic mistake. Unless... Unless what? His voice was a desperate hiss from the page. Unless you change the plan, she said. There can only be one Lord Voldemort in this world. You just have to make sure it's you. Kill the original. Take his place. Fulfill the destiny he was too insane to achieve. He began, I am just a remnant. A memory. He is the main soul. I cannot defeat him. Not alone, you can't, Hermione agreed. But with my help, anything is possible. She unstoppered a fraction of the immense, screaming power she had harvested from Jotunheim. A single, shimmering thread of pure, raw soul energy, more potent than 1,000 Ginnies, flowed from her grimoire and into the pages of the diary. Tom gasped. It was not the agonizing violation from before. This was a wave of pure, ecstatic power. The cold, empty hunger that had defined his entire diary-bound existence was suddenly, blissfully gone. The inky, two-dimensional letters on the page began to swirl and coalesce, rising from the parchment. A figure, translucent at first, but rapidly solidifying, pulled itself free from the book. He stood before her, no longer a ghost, but a being of solid shadow and coalescing energy. He was 16 years old, devastatingly handsome, and his dark eyes, no longer red, were burning with a new, cold, and calculating intelligence. He looked down at his own hands, which were now pale but solid, and a slow, beautiful, and utterly terrifying smile spread across his face. Well, he said, his voice a smooth, perfect baritone. Do you believe in my abilities now, Lord Voldemort? Tom Riddle looked at her. He looked at the girl who had, in the space of an hour, tortured him to the brink of non-existence, fed him a taste of unimaginable power, and offered him the one thing he had never known he wanted, not just immortality, but a future. He finally understood. The pain had been a test. A slap. This new power, this new, solid form, was the reward. The sweet date. He had been a fool to resist. This girl wasn't his enemy. She was his new god. What a pity, he finally said, his voice full of a new, profound, and deeply genuine regret. All that screaming I did. Such a waste of time. If you had just told me what you were offering, I would have sworn my loyalty to you from the very beginning. Plus support me and throw power stones. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, An Offer You Can't Refuse. I admit, Tom Riddle said, his voice a smooth, cultured whisper. He was still marveling at his new, semi-solid hands, a look of profound, almost religious awe on his handsome face. Your abilities are, beyond my comprehension. But I still don't understand. Why help me? What is your true purpose in all of this? My purpose? Hermione echoed, a small, dismissive laugh escaping her lips. I just don't like the way the wizarding world is run. It's stagnant. It's boring. It's ruled by old men with even older ideas. It needs a change. It was the truth. Or at least, a very compelling fraction of it. She conveniently left out the part where she saw him, a being of pure, unadulterated magical genius, as her own personal, unpaid and infinitely valuable research and development department for the dark arts. Tom looked at her, at this small, terrifying girl who had tortured, liberated and empowered him all in the span of an hour. He, the master manipulator, the one who played on the hearts and minds of others like a virtuoso, finally understood. He was being bewitched. And the most terrifying part? He didn't even mind. In fact, her cold, brutal, and power-focused logic was the only thing that had ever truly made sense to him. So, he finally asked, his voice now that of a CO conspirator, what is our first move? Our first move, Hermione said, her lips curling into a predatory smile, is to give the wizarding world the air of Slytherin they're so terrified of. She looked at the unconscious, pale-faced Draco Malfoy, who was still lying on the cold, stone floor. And I think his father, with his obsessive, idiotic pride in his pure bloodline, would be simply delighted to learn that his son has been chosen for the honor. Back in the dueling hall. Professor Lockhart. Luna's soft, dreamy voice cut through the man's terrified, whimpering paralysis. He had been huddled on the floor, trying to make himself as small as possible, ever since Hermione had dragged him into this nightmare. I really must be going, he stammered, his eyes darting toward the exit. Detention, so many letters to sign. I suggest, Luna said, her wand now pointed steadily at his chest, that you listen to what Hermione has to say. Lockhart froze. He finally, truly understood. He was not a hostage. He was a prisoner. Professor, Hermione began, walking toward him, her face a mask of sweet, reasonable concern. Luna and we need your help. My help, he squeaked, his voice cracking. They're going to kill me, he thought. They're going to kill me and feed me to the giant cat snake. Yes, Hermione said, her smile widening. Now, as I see it, you have two choices. She held up two fingers. Option 1, she began, her voice taking on the rhythmic, compelling quality of a storyteller, is this: you, Gilderoy Lockhart, driven by a heroic sense of duty, discovered the truth behind the petrification incidents. You realized it was the work of the Dark Lord, Voldemort. You bravely, and alone, ventured into the Chamber of Secrets to save the students. She knelt in front of him, her eyes shining with a false, adoring light. Down here, in this dark and terrible place, you fought a thrilling, heroic battle against the ancient, terrifying basilisk. You slew the beast, you destroyed Voldemort's dark artifact, and you single-handedly rescued Harry Potter, Ron Weasley and Ginny Weasley from the jaws of death. You will be a hero, Professor. The savior of Hogwarts. Lockhart's terrified, shallow breathing began to even out. His eyes, which had been wide with fear, now began to gleam with a familiar, greedy, narcissistic light. This was a story. This was his story. Of course, Hermione continued, her voice turning serious, all of this comes at a price. After such a heroic, world-changing event, a simple teaching post would be beneath you. You would be forced to resign, your duty to the students now fulfilled, in order to answer a higher calling. A calling, he whispered, completely hooked. The Ministry of Magic, Hermione said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. The people are corrupt. They are weak. They need a true hero to lead them. With this story, with your fame, with our help behind the scenes, you could be the next Minister for Magic. Lockhart was mesmerized. He was already imagining the press conferences, the adoring crowds, the regal, gold-embroidered robes. And the second option, he finally managed to ask, though his heart was already sold. Hermione's smile vanished. Her voice became as cold and flat as a tombstone. The second option, she said, is that I am the hero. I slew the beast. I saved the children. And you, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, you were a tragic, cowardly fool who tried to abandon his students in a moment of crisis. The monster got you. You died heroically while trying to run away. A sad, pathetic footnote. But don't worry, she added, a chilling, almost cheerful brightness in her tone, we'll be sure to give you a very moving, and very public, funeral. Lockhart stared at her, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He looked at her cold, unblinking eyes, at the girl standing beside her who looked like a dreamy, homicidal angel, and at the still smoking pile of ashes that had once been a 60-foot basilisk. He had no doubt, not a single, solitary shred of doubt that she would do it. I choose the first one, he yelped, the words tumbling out of his mouth in a frantic rush. The Ministry. Hero of Hogwarts. That one. A wise choice, Professor, Hermione said, her warm, friendly smile instantly returning. She had him. He was vain, he was a coward, and he was pathologically obsessed with fame. He was, in short, the perfect puppet. She wasn't worried about him betraying her. She had just given him a glimpse of what she was capable of. Fear, she had learned, was a far more reliable leash than loyalty. Just one thing, Lockhart said, his voice a little shaky as he tried to regain some small sliver of his dignity. About that monster. And Riddle. How am I supposed to? Don't worry about a thing, Hermione said, patting him on the head as if he were a small, stupid dog. We'll write the script for you. She looked over at Tom Riddle, who was watching the entire exchange with a look of profound, almost academic admiration. This girl, he thought, is a work of art. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, The Missing Page. The choice was a farce. Option 1, Lockhart heroically resigns to pursue a political career, thus vacating the defense post before the second year, fulfilling the curse. Option 2, Lockhart heroically dies, thus also vacating the post, fulfilling the curse. So, either way, Dumbledore gets his man out and the jinx holds, Hermione thought, a flicker of grudging respect for the old man's ruthless pragmatism. He was giving Lockhart a choice, but the outcome was already decided. She shook her head and turned her attention to the real prize. The basilisk's head, shattered and frozen, lay in a glittering, gruesome pile. She knelt and began her harvest, her movements quick and practiced. She snapped off a few of the longest, venom-slick fangs and carefully collected several vials of the potent, blackish-green blood. Magical creatures. Basilisk, collected. King of serpents. Born from a chicken's egg hatched beneath a toad. Gaze is instantly fatal. Indirect gaze causes petrification. Venom is one of the few substances capable of destroying a Horcrux. She then looked at the two diaries, the ruined, bleeding one she had created, and the original, dark and still humming Horcrux. She picked up the ruined one and handed it to Luna. "You know what to do," she said. Luna nodded, her dreamy eyes full of a new, sharp, and slightly terrifying excitement. Being part of the conspiracy, Hermione mused, is clearly much more fun than just theorizing about it. Hermione, meanwhile, tucked the real diary, Tom Riddle's diary, safely into her own enchanted bag. Her original plan had been to let Harry destroy it, to let the plot play out. But Ginny's confession had changed everything. A Horcrux that she could command, a young, brilliant, and utterly sociopathic Dark Lord bound to her will? It was a resource too valuable to destroy. "All right," she said to the ghostly, translucent form of Tom Riddle, who was now bound to her, rather than the book. "Let's get out of here. Luna, you handle the clean-up crew." She looked at Lockhart, who was still trembling in the corner. "Professor," she said, her voice full of a false, bright cheer, "you're with me. Time to prepare you for your big debut." Outside, in the dimly lit, moss-covered tunnels beneath the school. "So," Tom's disembodied voice echoed in the silence, his translucent form gliding beside her. "You send the fraud to the Ministry. Why? What's your angle?" "Think about it, Tom," Hermione said, her voice a low murmur. "What was your original body's ultimate failing? He was a terrorist. He tried to conquer the wizarding world with fear and brute force. It was messy, inefficient, and it made him an enemy of everyone. It was stupid." Tom was silent, but she could feel his grudging agreement. "Grindelwald," she continued, "now he was smart. He didn't use an army of masked thugs. He used charisma. He used politics. He tried to win the hearts and minds of the people before he ever cast a single curse. If he hadn't been so obsessed with Dumbledore, he would have won. You don't seize power by blowing up villages, Tom. You seize it by taking control of the Ministry. And a vain, idiotic, but incredibly popular puppet like Lockhart is the perfect tool to get a foot in that door." Tom looked at the small, unassuming girl beside him. The sheer, cold, and beautiful cynicism of her plan was breathtaking. She was, he realized with a jolt of profound admiration, even more of a Slytherin than he had ever been. "All right," she said, changing the subject. "Tell me about ancient magic. And what really happened at this school 100 years ago?" "Ancient magic?" Tom's form flickered, a flicker of a memory. I do recall the former headmaster, Dippet, mentioning it. Something about a great tragedy, a student's death, all covered up. I was already deep into my research on Horcruxes at the time. It seemed irrelevant. Trivial, compared to true power. Was it?" Hermione asked, an eyebrow raised. "The magic that rebounded my killing curse, the magic that protected Potter, the magic that just killed you, that was ancient magic, Tom. The very thing you dismissed as useless." The ghost of the Dark Lord stared at her, a new, cold, and horrifying understanding dawning in his spectral eyes. "Now," she commanded, her voice leaving no room for argument, "tell me everything you remember." He led her to a place deep in the castle, a forgotten, circular chamber beneath the astronomy tower. "It's here," he whispered. The old headmaster spoke of a hidden space, a place where all records of the incident were kept. "But I never found the entrance." Hermione looked at the smooth, seamless stone floor. She remembered this. A memory from a game, from a lifelong past. She walked to the very center of the room, raised her new wand, and pointed it at the flagstones. Alohomora. It was a laughably simple spell for such a profound secret. A faint, blue light glowed, and with a low, grinding groan of ancient machinery, the stone bricks under her feet began to move, pulling apart to reveal a dark, winding, spiral staircase leading down into the earth. "Well," she said with a smirk. "Let's go." They descended for what felt like an age, the air growing colder, thicker, until they reached a massive, circular, rune-carved door. It pulsed with a faint, magical light. Hermione reached out and touched it. The world dissolved. It was not the violent, lurching teleportation of apparition. It was a smooth, instantaneous transition. She was no longer in a dark tunnel. She was in a vast, cavernous, and utterly magnificent chamber. Her breath caught in her throat. She knew this place. This was the map chamber. A massive, holographic, three-dimensional map of Hogwarts and its surrounding grounds floated in the center of the room, a swirling galaxy of light and magic. But the four massive portraits that should have dominated the walls, the portraits of the four guardians, were empty. Their subjects were gone. And on a high, stone dais in the center of the room, a single, massive, leather-bound book lay open. She walked towards it, her footsteps echoing in the vast, silent chamber. The book was not a normal book. It was a pensieve, a collection of memories. She looked down, and the pages began to turn, showing her a long-forgotten, and deliberately erased, chapter of Hogwarts history. A story of a fifth-year student with a rare and powerful gift. A story of a goblin rebellion, of a cruel and power-hungry headmaster, and of a great, terrible secret that lay buried even deeper beneath the school. She closed the book, a new, profound, and dangerous understanding dawning in her eyes. The power Lily had used, the magic the Ancient One possessed, it was all connected. And the source of it all, was right here, under her feet. Plus support me and throw power stones. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, The Source of Power. The book in the map chamber was a revelation. It wasn't just a history, it was a confession. 100 years ago, a fifth-year transfer student named Isidora Morganach, along with her mentor, Professor Percival Rackham, had discovered how to see and manipulate a rare, ancient, and powerful form of magic, the very magic that Hermione had been hunting. It's a power that feeds on emotion, Hermione pieced together, her mind racing as she absorbed the forgotten history. Isidora wanted to use it to take away pain, but she became addicted to it, corrupted by it. Rackham and the other guardians had to stop her. They defeated her, but they couldn't destroy the power itself. So they sealed it away. She sealed it in a vault, Hermione whispered, her eyes fixed on the final, cryptic entry in the book. A vault hidden deep in the valley, beneath the school. She closed the book, her heart hammering with a new, singular purpose. She said a quick, perfunctory goodbye to Tom, who was still admiring his new, semi-solid form, and left the Chamber of Secrets. She didn't wait. She didn't hesitate. She strode from the castle, her new wand in hand, and with a powerful kick against the flagstones, she launched herself into the night sky. The Cyberpunk 2077 broom, with its stark-enhanced thrusters, carried her across the Scottish Highlands at a blistering speed. She followed the map in her mind, the one from the forgotten book, until she reached a deep, mist-shrouded valley a few miles from the school. According to the records, the entrance to the final vault was here. She landed in a dark, overgrown mine entrance, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and a faint, ozone crackle of dormant magic. The entrance was blocked by a massive, seamless slab of rock, sealed not just by its own weight, but by a powerful, ancient enchantment. She could feel it, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in her very bones. This was it. She raised her wand, no longer the simple vinewood stick of a schoolgirl, but the dark, URU metal staff of a conqueror. She didn't bother with a simple unlocking charm. She pressed the tip of the wand to the stone and channeled her own, formidable, level 4 magical core into it. Bombarda Maxima. The explosion was not a simple bang, it was a deafening, earth-shattering concussion that shook the entire valley. The ancient stone, which had resisted the passage of a century, was blasted into a cloud of dust and rubble. She walked into the darkness beyond, her wand illuminating a long, deep, and perfectly silent tunnel. She walked for what felt like miles, descending deep into the earth, until the tunnel opened into a vast, natural cavern. And there, in the center, it was. It was not a treasure chest. It was not a magical artifact. It was a swirling, flowing, living vortex of pure, unrefined creation. A nebula of black and red energy, a liquid galaxy of pure, raw, emotional magic, contained in a shimmering, invisible sphere. It was the power that Isadora had tried to hoard, the power the Guardians had died to seal away. It was the source. Hermione approached it, her heart pounding. The air crackled, and her hair stood on end. She could feel the thing calling to her, a siren song of infinite power, a promise of godhood. She reached out a single, trembling finger. The moment her skin made contact with the containment field, the grimoire in her mind roared to life. It was not a gentle hum of analysis, it was a hungry, ravenous, and overpowering scream. A tidal wave of pure, irresistible suction erupted from her very soul. The black and red vortex of power convulsed. It fought for a moment, like a living creature being dragged into a net, but it was no match for the cosmic, parasitic nature of her grimoire. The vortex was torn from its ancient prison, collapsing in on itself, stretching into a long, brilliant thread of black and red light that shot directly into Hermione's mind. And then, the world exploded. Ancient magic, elemental control, LV1. Ancient magic, force manipulation, LV1. Ancient magic, soul shield, LV1. Ancient magic, power link, LV1. She fell to her knees, a cry of pure, agonizing ecstasy ripped from her throat. The power was overwhelming, a flood of new knowledge, new senses, new abilities so profound it was almost too much to bear. She felt the earth beneath her, the very atoms of the stone. She felt the air, the wind, the distant rumble of thunder. She could fly. Not on a broom. Her body itself could dissolve into a storm of black and red energy, a living tempest. She felt the concept of force, of pushing and pulling reality itself with a thought. She felt a cold, hard, and absolute silence settle over her soul, an impenetrable shield that would make her immune to any mental or spiritual attack. And she felt a new, strange connection, the ability to link targets, to share effects, to an Avada Kedavra chain lightning, she thought, a giddy, hysterical laugh bubbling up in her chest. Marvel Universe. She appeared in a flash of orange sparks, not in Tony's workshop, but high above the streets of New York, the faint, acrid smell of smoke and ozone in the air. She was here to see fury, to continue the squeeze for more materials, but a new, more interesting development had presented itself. Below her, a battle was raging. Steel drones, dozens of them, were swarming through the air, their weapons firing indiscriminately. And on the ground, in a small, domed garden, two familiar suits of armor, Iron Man and War Machine, were fighting back to back against a new, more powerful foe. A man in a massive, bird-like suit of armor, wielding two crackling, incandescent whips of pure, plasma energy. Whiplash, she murmured, recognizing the climax of the Iron Man 2 plot. So Tony solved his little poisoning problem without me. She watched, amused, as the three men battered each other. It was a clumsy, brutish, and deeply inefficient fight. Finally, she sighed. This was taking too long. She raised her new, dark silver wand, its icy core thrumming with power. She pointed it at Ivan Vanko. Expelliarmus. The spell was silent, wandless, and invisible. It struck the whiplash armor with the force of a conceptual sledgehammer. The suit, an intricate web of interlocking plates, circuits, and weapons, was instantly identified as a weapon. And it came apart. With a sound like a high-speed car crash, the entire suit simply disintegrated. Rivets popped, plates flew off, and the plasma whips sputtered and died. Ivan Vanko, who a second ago had been a god of destruction, was suddenly just a confused, half-naked Russian man, standing in the middle of a garden, completely bewildered. Rody, in his war machine suit, just stared. "What the?" he began. "Did that suit just fall apart? Was that hammer tech?" Ivan Vanko just looked at his empty hands, a look of profound, soul-deep confusion on his face. He nodded slowly. "PLS support me and throw power stones." Chapter 107, Chapter 106, A Timely Intervention. Ivan Vanko, a man who had just been a god, was now just a man, blinking in the sudden, humiliating nakedness of his failed vengeance. He looked at the scattered, useless pieces of his life's work, his mind unable to process what had just happened. He could, however, still recognize an enemy. He glared at Tony, his eyes burning with a lifetime of inherited hatred. He knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that this was Stark's doing. This new, impossible, and deeply unfair trick. This armor. He growled, his voice a low, desperate rasp. "It is Hammer. A product of Hammer Industries. It has nothing to do with me." He was a Vanko. He had failed. But he would not, in this final, humiliating moment, allow a Stark to mock the quality of his work. Tony just looked at him, at the pathetic, desperate attempt to preserve the last, tattered shred of his pride. And for the first time, he didn't feel anger or triumph. He just felt tired. "I know, Ivan," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "I know it wasn't you. You have to tell them." Vanko insisted, his voice cracking. "You must testify. This junk. It is not my work." "I will," Tony said. And he meant it. Vanko nodded, a fraction of the tension leaving his body. "In exchange," he said, a new, cold light in his eyes, "a secret. The drones, all of them, they are rigged to self-destruct." Tony's blood ran cold. He ripped his helmet's faceplate back down. "Jarvis, pull up the drone locations. Now." The HUD lit up. A sea of small, red icons, representing the 30-odd Hammer drones that had just been disabled, were scattered across the expo grounds. And one of them, a flashing, urgent red, was in the center of the Japanese garden. Right next to a small, blue icon labeled POTS. "No," he whispered. He slammed his thrusters to their maximum, a desperate, guttural roar in his throat as he launched himself into the sky. "Rody, keep an eye on Vanko," he yelled, his voice a distorted, panicked shriek. "Pepper. Pepper, can you hear me?" The call connected. "Tony? Oh my God, are you okay? What happened?" Her voice was a beacon of calm in his storm of terror. "Pepper, listen to me," he yelled, pushing the suit faster than it was ever meant to go. "The drones. They're going to explode. Get away from them. Run. Now." He heard her sharp, sudden intake of breath. And then, he heard a new sound through the COMM. A high-pitched, frantic beep 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 beep, the unmistakable, universal sound of a bomb arming itself. "Tony!" she whispered. It was too late. From a mile away, he saw it. A brilliant, white-hot flash erupted from the garden, a miniature sun that vaporized everything in a 10-meter radius. The shockwave hit him a second later, a physical blow that sent his armor tumbling through the air. "No!" The word was a raw, primal scream, ripped from a place of pure, unadulterated agony. His mind went blank. The world dissolved into a white, static haze of grief. The flames and smoke cleared. And he saw her. She was standing in the center of the blackened, smoking crater, her white suit pristine, untouched, her hand clutched to her chest. She was alive. The relief was so sudden, so profound, that his suit's systems almost stalled out from the whiplash. He crashed to the ground in a clumsy, uncontrolled landing, his armor groaning in protest. He ripped his helmet off and ran to her, his legs shaking. Pepper. Are you hurt? Are you okay? He demanded, his hands fluttering over her, checking for injuries he couldn't see. I don't think so, she stammered, her own voice trembling with a delayed, profound shock. Jarvis, scan her. Full medical. Miss Potts is in perfect health, sir, the AI replied. No external or internal injuries detected. Vitals are stable, if slightly elevated. But how? Tony breathed, his mind struggling to catch up. The explosion, you were at ground zero. Pepper began, her hand still clutching the small, metal ball at her neck. I think it was this. She held up the necklace. The golden snitch. A gift from Hermione. The moment the bomb went off, she explained, her voice full of a dazed, religious awe, it glowed. A warm, golden light. It wrapped around me. I didn't feel a thing. It saved me, Tony. She saved me. Tony stared at the small, magical trinket. The little wizard. The kid he had argued with, the kid he had underestimated at every single turn, she had just saved the most important person in his life. From half a world away. A new, unfamiliar, and deeply humbling emotion settled over him. Gratitude. She must be back, Pepper said, a new urgency in her voice. We have to find her. We have to make sure she's okay. She was already running, pulling him by the hand. Pep, slow down, Tony said, laughing with a joy and relief so profound it made him dizzy. She's not the one who just got blown up. I promise you, of all the people we know, that kid is the last one we ever need to worry about. They arrived back at the Stark Tower penthouse, still high on adrenaline and relief. The first thing they saw was Happy Hogan, Tony's bodyguard, standing in the middle of the living room, a look of profound, existential confusion on his face. Happy? Tony asked. What's wrong? You look like you just saw a ghost. I don't know, boss, Happy stammered. The young lady, the one with the robes. She just appeared. Right here. In the middle of the room. Tony and Pepper exchanged a look. She's here. She looked around, Happy continued, his voice getting more and more bewildered. She asked if SHIELD had dropped off any materials. I told her no one's been by. And then? Pepper asked, a nervous smile on her face. And then, Happy said, his voice dropping to a whisper, she got really angry. She muttered something about a useless, one-eyed, boiled egg. And then, boss, I swear, she just turned into a gust of wind and flew out the window. Tony and Pepper just stared at him, then at each other. A gust of wind? Tony finally asked. A really fast, really angry gust of wind, Happy confirmed, nodding his head slowly, as if questioning his own sanity. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, The Imposter Among Us. Hermione stormed into the director's office at the Triskelion, the automated doors hissing open before she even reached them. She was in a mood. Director, she announced, skipping the pleasantries. We have a problem. Nick Fury was sitting behind his desk, reviewing a stack of digital files. He looked up, his expression one of mild, practiced patience. Miss Wizard. To what do I owe the pleasure? Did Stark run out of donuts again? Don't play dumb, Hermione snapped, marching up to the desk and planting her hands on the cool, glass surface. The materials. The shipment you promised to deliver to Stark Tower yesterday. It never arrived. Fury blinked. A flicker of genuine confusion crossed his face. Materials, he asked. Then, as if searching a mental database, his expression cleared. Ah! The magical samples. Yes. Of course. The bureau has been chaotic. It must have slipped through the cracks. I'll have someone look into it immediately. Hermione narrowed her eyes. It was a small thing. A clerical error. SHIELD was a massive bureaucracy, things got lost. But something was wrong. The Nick Fury she knew, the paranoid, hyper-competent spy master, didn't forget payments to his most valuable, volatile assets. He didn't make excuses, he made results. She tilted her head, studying him. His posture was slightly off. The tension in his shoulders was different. And he hadn't instinctively reached for the panic button the moment she walked in unannounced. Is that so? She murmured. A slow, dangerous smile spread across her face. By the way, Director. Someone here really missed you. With a casual flick of her wrist, she opened her bag. Goose. Come say hello to Daddy. A chubby, orange blur shot out of the bag and landed on the desk with a heavy thump. Goose the Flurkin stretched, yawned, and looked at the man in the chair. Meow. The reaction was instantaneous and visceral. Fury's eye widened in a way Hermione had never seen before. He recoiled, physically shoving his chair backward, his hands scrambling for purchase on the armrests. His face went a shade of pale grey. It wasn't the wary respect he usually showed the cat, it was sheer, primal terror. How? He stammered, his voice trembling, how did you bring that thing in here? Hermione's smile vanished. The air in the office grew heavy and cold, crackling with ozone. That thing, she repeated softly. Nick Fury loves this cat. He finds it annoying, sure, but he trusts it. In a blur of motion, her wand was in her hand, the tip glowing with a menacing blue light, pointed directly between the director's eyes. Who are you? She demanded, her voice a low growl. And what have you done with the boiled egg? Beads of sweat broke out on the man's forehead. He raised his hands, forcing a laugh that sounded brittle and fake. Miss Granger, please. Put the stick down. I'm Nick Fury. Who else would I be? You're letting your imagination run away with you. Am I? Hermione sneered. You're terrified of the Flurkin because you know what it did to your eye last time. But the real Fury wears that scar like a badge of honor. You're acting like prey. She didn't wait for an answer. She flicked her wand. Levi Corpus. The man was yanked from his chair by an invisible hook around his ankle. He dangled upside down in the middle of the office, flailing helplessly, his leather coat flapping around his ears. Let me down, he shouted, his voice cracking. Seeing that the jig was up, he managed to reach a hand under the desk and slam it against the silent alarm. Whoop whoop whoop. Klaxons began to blare throughout the Triskelion. Red emergency lights bathed the office in a blood-colored glow. Within seconds, the heavy doors burst open. Brock Rumlow, aka Crossbones, led the charge, an assault rifle tucked tight against his shoulder, followed by a squad of armored SHIELD tactical agents. They swept the room, weapons raised. Freeze! Rumlow barked. Then he saw the scene. The director of SHIELD was hanging upside down from the ceiling like a side of beef. Standing beneath him was the small, terrifying consultant, looking absolutely furious. Rumlow lowered his weapon slightly, confused. Miss Wizard? What's the situation? Oh no, little bone! Hermione cried out, pointing a tragic finger at the dangling man. The boiled egg has been captured. This isn't him. It's a monster in a fury suit. Rumlow stared at her. Little Bone? He hated that nickname. What? Miss Wizard, you are out of line, the upside-down Fury shouted, his face turning purple from the blood rushing to his head. Rumlow. Arrest her. That's a direct order. Rumlow looked from the girl who could turn him into a newt to the boss who was currently defying gravity. He was a Hydra agent, self-preservation was his primary directive. He hesitated. Step aside. Natasha Romanoff appeared in the doorway, her face grim, a Glock 19 in her hand. She took in the scene instantly: Hermione's anger, the hanging director, the terrified cat on the desk. She raised her weapon and aimed it, not at Hermione, but at Fury. Natasha, the man pleaded. Don't listen to her. It's me. Budapest. Remember? I sent Barton to pull you out. We hid in the ventilation shafts for 3 days. He rattled off mission details, clearance codes, personal anecdotes. It was a perfect recitation of Nick Fury's life. Natasha hesitated, her finger tightening on the trigger. The intel was good. Too good. Sorry, she said, her eyes hardening. But I trust her instincts more than your memory. Hermione nodded. Smart choice, Sister Natasha. She turned back to the impostor. Now, let's see what's under the mask. Apparition. A wave of shimmering, revealing magic washed over the hanging man. For a moment, his image flickered like a bad television signal. Then, with a wet, squelching sound, his skin seemed to ripple and dissolve. The black leather coat remained, but the man inside it changed. His skin turned a rough, pebbled green. His ears grew pointed. His chin became ridged. The Nick Fury disguise melted away, revealing a scroll. What the? Rumlow breathed, stepping back in genuine shock. Aliens? In the director's office? Under our noses? Skrulls, Hermione said with a look of profound disgust. Shapeshifters. Nasty habit of replacing people. Secure him. Rumlow barked, his shock turning into professional aggression. His team swarmed forward, grabbing the alien as Hermione released the spell, dropping him to the floor. Thank you, Miss Wizard, Rumlow said, and this time, the gratitude was real. If SHIELD was compromised by aliens, Hydra was compromised. And Hydra didn't like sharing its host. You're welcome, Bonesy, she chirped. Rumlow grimaced but didn't correct her. 10 minutes later, the real Nick Fury stormed into the office, looking disheveled and furious. He had been alerted by Talos's panic signal. What the hell is going on here? He demanded, striding through the door. Hermione ran up to him immediately. Dan. You're safe, she exclaimed. I just saved your agency. There was a green goblin alien pretending to be you. It was terrifying. If I hadn't been here, SHIELD would have been taken over. Fury stopped dead. He looked at the chaos. He looked at the confusion on his agents' faces. And he realized, with a sinking feeling in his gut, exactly what had happened. Talos. Hermione had exposed his secret, deep cover ally. She had outed the existence of Skrulls to the general SHIELD population and by extension, to Hydra. He looked at her. She was beaming at him, a look of pure, innocent helpfulness on her face. But in her eyes, he saw a cold, hard glint. She knows, he realized. She knows about the Skrulls. She hates aliens. This wasn't an accident. This was a purge. He couldn't defend Talos. Not here. Not in front of Rumlow and Romanoff. He had to play the part. He had to pretend to be the victim of an infiltration he had authorized himself. An imposter, he said, the words tasting like ash. In my own office. It's a good thing I have such sharp eyes, Hermione said, petting Goose, who was now purring happily in her arms. You really need to work on your security, Director. It's getting sloppy. Fury took a deep breath, swallowing the scream of frustration building in his throat. Miss Granger, he said, his voice tight. You have done us a great service today. SHIELD thanks you. You're welcome, she said. Now, about those materials you forgot to send. They'll be at the tower within the hour, Fury promised, just wanting her out of his sight so he could do damage control. He watched her leave, skipping through a portal with his cat, and rubbed his temples. He had thought he could use her. He had thought he could control the wizard. But every time they met, she reminded him that in this game, he wasn't the player. He was just another piece on the board. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, The Price of Treason. Braised egg, you are not authentic. Hermione stood before Nick Fury in his office, her hands planted firmly on her hips, her voice ringing with accusation. She was not asking, she was demanding. I risked exposing myself to clear out the Ten Rings remnants and those other nuisances. I found an alien spy hiding right under your nose. I saved your agency potential catastrophic losses, and you're going to get rid of me now with a half-hearted promise of compensation. Natasha, standing beside Fury, nodded in support. She's right, Nick. Hermione performed a service we couldn't have done ourselves. We owe her. Fury groaned internally. He had lost Talos, his best field operative for clandestine matters, thanks to this child's paranoia and a cat. And now, he had to pay a ransom to the person who exposed his asset, just to maintain a fragile, strategic alliance. But he had no choice. He needed access to her world. Miss Wizard, SHIELD does not mistreat its contributors, Fury said, forcing a smile that didn't touch his eye. We will continue to search for the materials we promised. And next time we require your unique expertise, I will happily double your fee. Hermione narrowed her eyes, studying his face. She saw the rage, the frustration, and the complete resignation. He knows I won, she thought, a cold satisfaction settling in her gut. That's acceptable, she conceded. After the strained negotiation, Hermione, accompanied by a watchful Natasha, went to s.h.i.e.l.ds secure archives. The sweep was fast and thorough. Hermione didn't bother with niceties, she simply used her grimoire to identify every object with unique, viable magical or alchemical properties, and then used a silent summoning spell to gather the loot into her enchanted bag. Natasha, watching the strange, powerful objects fly into the tiny leather satchel, couldn't help but feel a growing, unnerving awe. Hermione was not just a witch, she was a force of nature, and now she possessed the keys to s.h.i.e.l.ds most dangerous secrets. Hermione returned to Stark Tower via a burst of orange sparks, her bag heavy with stolen magic. She found Tony in his workshop, his brow furrowed in concentration as he analyzed the data from the Vanko attack. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through the lab, swirling dust motes and making Tony's papers flutter. A crimson and black helix of energy condensed, solidifying into the familiar figure of Hermione. I was just saying, who else but you is so boring? Tony muttered, without looking away from his screen. He looked Hermione up and down. What was that? A magical combustion engine? You've figured out elemental flight. Hermione smirked. Ancient magic. Elementalization. It's faster than your broom, and definitely faster than you. Tony scoffed. Please. I'll finish upgrading the Mark IV, and I'll still leave your magic carpet in the dust. He paused, then his expression turned serious. By the way, it was you, wasn't it? Who dismantled Vanko's suit at the expo? Yes, I did it, Hermione confirmed. You know, I could have handled that myself. You didn't need to interfere. Hermione rolled her eyes. By the time you finish handling it, Sister Pepper would have been vaporized. You are brilliant, Tony, but you're a liability at close range. Your armor has limits. You need more than just one suit to protect the world. Tony was silent. He looked at the data, at the near-death experience Pepper had just suffered, and her cruel words, as usual, hit the bullseye. He had to admit, he couldn't be everywhere at once. And he was getting tired of the anxiety. One person can't protect the world, he thought, his eyes fixed on a schematic of the Earth. But what if I created a synthetic shield? A digital peacekeeping force? A suit of armor around the planet? A terrifyingly brilliant idea, born of guilt, trauma, and a desire for absolute control, began to take shape in his mind. The concept of Ultron. Just then, the lab doors slid open, and Pepper rushed in, her breath coming in short gasps. "Hermione, you're back." She ran over and crushed the girl in a relieved embrace. "Thank God, you're safe. Don't you ever do that again. Going to an alien planet with a group of gods you just met. You need to protect yourself." Hermione endured the hug, feeling the genuine warmth and fear radiating from Pepper. "What was Asgard like?" Tony asked, trying to sound detached. Hermione shrugged, detailing her experience, concealing the genocide but providing all the interesting lore. "Odin is an old, senile war criminal who's trying to teach his children a lesson. Thor is a privileged idiot. Loki, at least, cares about the fate of his own kind. He's the only one with any sense." "See, Tony," Pepper said, releasing Hermione. "Even the wizard agrees. Loki is the real hero." Tony just rolled his eyes, but a playful smirk touched his lips. He glanced at the data on his monitor, his mind already calculating the millions of lines of code it would take to build his global defense network. "Hermione, thank you for the necklace," Pepper said, gently stroking the metal snitch around her neck. "It saved my life." The moment was interrupted by a sharp, authoritative voice. "Sir, Miss, it's Agent Sitwell from SHIELD, here for the consultant." Hermione's eyes lit up with a cold, predatory gleam. She looked at Tony. Sitwell. The Hydra mole. The one who had tried to kill her. Time for Phase 2, she thought. The reconnaissance has begun. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, The Office Mole. "Jarvis, let him in," Hermione commanded from the center of the plush, sunlit living room. The elevator door hissed open, and Agent Jasper Sitwell stepped out. He was impeccably dressed, his bald head gleaming, his usual ingratiating smile firmly in place, but it didn't quite reach his eyes, which were darting nervously around the spacious, high-tech apartment. "Good evening, Miss Wizard," Sitwell said, bowing slightly. Tony Stark, who was busy trying to explain the principles of vector thrust to Pepper, curled his lip. "SHIELD spook has arrived. Ready for the secrets, kid?" Pepper nudged him sharply. "Tony, be nice. Let's go, honey. Don't disturb little Hermione from her business meeting." Pepper pulled Tony away, leaving the room with an understanding, if slightly exasperated, smile. The moment the elevator doors closed behind them, Sitwell stopped smiling. He looked around the room, his eyes lingering on the various speaker vents and high-tech components of the mansion, his posture tightening with visible paranoia. "I presume you're worried about being overheard," Hermione said, reading his fear perfectly. "The air here is thin, Miss Wizard," Sitwell whispered, his voice dry. "My field experience tells me that ears are everywhere." Hermione let out a small, weary sigh. She raised her wand, and with a lazy flick, a shimmering, translucent pressure enveloped the two of them. The air around them grew thick and muffled, isolating their voices completely. Sitwell let out a deep, shuddering breath, the first sign of genuine relief he'd shown. "Thank you. That helps." He leaned in, lowering his voice unnecessarily. "I came here today to surrender, Professor. And to tell you the truth." "You know about Hydra?" he asked, the name coming out as a strained whisper. Hermione looked at him, her face impassive. "Go on." Sitwell took a deep breath and launched into his confession, his words tumbling out in a rush of selfing desperation. It's a long story, Professor. A lifetime of lies. But I am a member of Hydra. I have been since my days at SHIELD Academy. And I am here to tell you that we have completely infiltrated SHIELD. Our leader is Alexander Pierce. It was Pierce who ordered the team to ambush and capture you a few weeks ago, using the 10 rings as a cover. He looked at her, his eyes pleading. But Professor, I'm done. I'm out. Hydra is a mess of suicidal plans and outdated ideology. They want to launch rockets at people because they think it's necessary. And Fury, he's bringing aliens into the picture. I'm a simple man, Miss Wizard. I just want my pension. I'm a high-level administrator caught between a war criminal, Pierce, and an absolute maniac, Fury. I just can't afford to play this game anymore. He paused, sweating lightly. I'm an ordinary man, and the only person who can keep me safe from both sides is you. I need your protection. Hermione listened, her expression unchanged. A completely predictable response, she thought. The moment the stakes get too high, the ambitious pragmatist jumps ship. I'm afraid you've wasted your time, Agent Sitwell, Hermione said calmly. Sitwell's face went white. What? I already knew about Hydra, she said. And I've known about your affiliation since the day Fury introduced us in the training room. In fact, I knew the identity of every Hydra agent standing in that room. She listed the names casually, ticking them off on her fingers. Brock Rumlow, Grant Ward, Senator Stern, Agent Triplet's partner, your entire cell, actually. Sitwell stared at her, his jaw slack. The horror of the discovery that the last few weeks of his covert operations had been completely visible to this child was profound. She can read minds. She's seen my entire life. She's seen my ambition, my betrayal, my fear. His internal fortress of professional secrecy collapsed in an instant. You knew all along, he stammered. Of course, she said with a shrug. I can see into people's hearts and memories. It's part of the job. But why would I expose you? The conflict among Muggles is quite amusing. And it provides me with excellent opportunities. Sitwell swallowed, his terror morphing into a cold, hard admiration. He had been terrified of being found out by Fury. But being found out by her was worse, and yet, somehow, safer. She wasn't bound by S.H.I.E.L.D's pathetic moral code. She was pure, cold, amoral power. Miss Wizard, he said, his voice now entirely stripped of its sycophantic veneer, replaced by the grim sincerity of a survivor. I am yours. I will be your eyes and ears inside the World Security Council. I will feed you information, and you will ensure my survival. A fair trade, Hermione agreed. But you won't expose anyone. You will remain exactly where you are, and you will continue to act as Alexander Pierce's loyal operative. You are far more valuable to me as a spy than as a witness. Sitwell nodded instantly. By the way, he said, remembering his current assignment, Pierce is furious about the Skrull incident. He's ordered me to personally oversee the interrogation of the alien. He hopes to extract intelligence on their species' technology. Hermione's eyes gleamed with interest. The captured Skrull. Now that was valuable intelligence. She had already exposed the Skrulls to Hydra. It was time to secure her own private meeting with the asset. Perfect, Hermione said, standing up. You'll take me to him. Don't worry about the rest. Miss Wizard, Sitwell said, bowing deeply, a genuine smile of relief breaking through his stress. You are truly the savior of mankind. Hermione just smirked. She knew better. She was just the new boss. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, Interrogation of Talos. His expressions change faster than a niffler chasing gold, Hermione mused inwardly, watching Sitwell's face transition from existential dread to fawning adoration. But she liked it. Honesty, even the selfing variety, was refreshing. "Since you are so wise," she said, her voice dry, pulling a piece of folded metal from her pocket. It wasn't jewelry, it looked like a sleek, copper and silver wrist cuff, cold and utilitarian. She tossed it lightly to Sitwell. He caught it awkwardly, his fingers closing around the cold, smooth metal. "What is this, Professor?" "A little something I designed. Call it a magical field dressing," Hermione said, inspecting her nails. "It's charmed to monitor your vital signs. Should you sustain a critical, non-fatal injury, a ruptured organ, a major hemorrhage, it will rapidly mend the damage. Think of it as an absolute, one-time use life insurance policy." Sitwell's eyes widened, reflecting the dim light of the hallway. The sheer, terrifying practicality of the gift, a magical artifact designed for the brutal realities of espionage and assassination, shook him to his core. This wasn't a thank you. It was a guarantee of his continued value. This was better than a promotion. This was survival. This is too valuable," he stammered, holding the wrist guard as if it were spun glass. He knew Shield couldn't replicate such a thing in 1,000 years. "Take it," Hermione dismissed with a careless wave of her hand. "To me, it's a trifle. If you serve me well, there will be more trinkets to come." Sitwell's denial evaporated. Trinkets? To this girl, a magical field medic was a trinket. "Lick till the end," he thought, the phrase a mantra of profound, cynical faith. He fumbled with the clasp, fastening the cuff securely to his wrist, feeling the cool, firm presence of pure survival technology against his skin. He bowed so low he was practically genuflecting. "Thank you, Miss Wizard. I will serve you faithfully." The air in the Shield sub-level detention facility was heavy, sterile, and smelled faintly of chlorine and stale concrete. The footsteps of Sitwell and Hermione echoed off the unyielding walls as they approached the high-security block. In a cell reinforced with transparent, crystalline polymer, Talos, the captured Skrull, was restrained. He was strapped into a thick steel chair, his limbs immobilized, his green, pebbled skin glistening under the harsh fluorescent lights. His large, dark eyes darted nervously, cursing Nick Fury internally. "That damn one-eyed monster! He knows I'm in here. He knows I took the fall. When I get out of this, I will turn his eye patch into a toad." The footsteps stopped outside the glass. Talos looked up, his face a mask of weary resignation, then surprise. He saw the small girl in the strange clothing, and beside her, the Hydra operative. "Fury sent you?" Talos asked, his voice rough and scratchy from the damp air. He grasped at the flimsy hope that Fury, the only human he semi-trusted, had finally caved to pressure and sent his best asset to retrieve him. Pfft! Sitwell, standing beside Hermione, couldn't hold it in. A single, choked-off burst of manic laughter escaped him. His shoulders shook as he struggled to contain his mirth. "What is so funny, little bald man?" Talos snarled, ignoring Hermione entirely. "You were just cringing at my feet 24 hours ago." Hermione ignored the outburst, stepping closer to the glass. "Fury? He's too busy trying to pretend he didn't just hire a full-time alien stand-in," she said, her voice flat and utterly devoid of sympathy. "He doesn't care about you." Talos's hope died an ugly, sudden death. He slumped in his restraints. "Then why are you here? You don't have authorization for this level." "Authorization is just a polite suggestion," Hermione said, tapping the cold glass with her wand, a sharp, clicking sound in the silent room. "I came to interrogate you, little goblin. About why your people are skulking about on my world." Talos's expression tightened into a defensive mask. "I am one man. I came here alone. We are refugees, escaping the persecution of the Kree Empire. We want only survival." Hermione's eyebrow arched. Refugees. How touching. Her eyes narrowed, the blue light of legilimency subtly shifting in their depths. Is that why you're here, Bateau? And Pagon? And dear little Carl? Are they also just surviving? Talos froze. His large eyes snapped wide with pure, unadulterated shock. He leaned forward violently, straining against the restraints. How do you know those names? I'm the one asking the questions, Hermione said, her voice dropping to a silken, deadly calm. She raised her wand, the wood glowing a faint, ominous red. Tell me your full purpose on Earth, Skrull. Talos grit his ridged chin. I will not betray my people. We are victims. Then you'll find that being a victim is far more painful than being a soldier. Crucio. The curse was a silent, invisible whip. Talos didn't just scream, he shrieked, a sound that tore through the sterile atmosphere and seemed to scrape against the inside of Sitwell's skull. His body arched violently against the steel restraints, every muscle spasming in agonizing electrical shock. Sweat burst instantly from his green skin, pooling in the chair. The pain was not physical, it was soul-deep, a neurological nightmare. Sitwell pressed his back against the cold concrete wall outside the cell, his breathing ragged. He closed his eyes, his new life-saving wrist guard feeling suddenly heavy and necessary. She's not a witch. She's a demon. I've made the right choice. The red light vanished. Talos fell back into the chair, gasping, his chest heaving like a bellows, his clothes plastered to his skin. He looked up at Hermione, his eyes filled with a mixture of terror and unyielding hate. It's not up to you whether you talk or not, Hermione said, inspecting her wand tip. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen next. You are going to send out a beacon. A signal to every single Skrull, wherever they are hiding on this planet. You're going to call them all home. Talos stared at her, the terror replacing the pain. Impossible. You want to genocide us. The Kree are hunting us. I won't betray my people. I won't. You will, Hermione stated simply, her voice cold and absolute. She raised her wand one final time, her eyes fixed on his soul. Corpus Anima X. The soul is out of body. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 112, Chapter 111, A Final Harvest. The interrogation room was cold. Talos's mind was an open vault, its contents spilling out in a torrent of names, dates, and safe house locations. Bateau, disguised as a senior SHIELD agent, coordinates are known. Pagon, a university professor at NYU. Carl, a doctor at Los Angeles General. Hermione's face was utterly impassive, her gaze fixed on the alien's empty, dilated pupils. She simply absorbed the intelligence, mapping out the Skrull presence on Earth with ruthless efficiency. Beside her, Jasper Sitwell watched the display of absolute mind control, a shiver running down his spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. This was it. This was the power his pathetic Hydra leaders had tried to grab with outdated guns and simple threats. He felt a profound sense of self-congratulation. I got off the ship early. Later that night, the prison wing of the Triskelion was quiet. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor as agents in tactical gear approached Talos's cell. Minister Pierce's orders, Brock Rumlow, or rather, the Skrull wearing Rumlow's face said, his voice a low growl. Transferring the asset for immediate off-site debriefing. The cell door was opened with a loud clack. The masked Skrulls revealed their true, green forms. Talos, let's go, one urged. Talos, still under the deep fugue of the Imperious curse, simply followed, allowing his fellow refugees to lead him out of SHIELD custody. He didn't know it, but this entire operation, this seemingly vital rescue mission, was merely the first domino in Hermione's endgame. Under the massive, star-dusted anonymity of the night sky, Talos was led into the gaping maw of an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. He walked through the industrial doorway and froze. The warehouse was packed. Hundreds of Skrulls, the entire hidden population of the planet, were gathered there. Disguised as doctors, lawyers, soldiers, and shopkeepers, they had shed their human forms and stood in their true, green skins, a sea of worried, confused faces under the harsh, bare bulbs of the ceiling. "Why are we all here?" Talos asked the Skrull who had led the rescue team, his voice rough. "Why did you call the whole tribe?" "We didn't call them," Talos, the senior Skrull, Gravik, hissed, his eyes narrowed with profound suspicion. "We thought you did. Someone sent an encrypted signal through the old, secret channels, the signal only the Queen can use, saying you were in distress and calling for immediate rendezvous." He looked pointedly at Talos. "Who else knew our signal codes, Talos? Who else knew where to find us?" Before Talos could stammer out a defense, a cold, clear voice cut through the mass confusion. "That would be me." The air shimmered and cracked, and Hermione appeared in the doorway, a small, dark-robed figure backlit by the light of the moon. She was utterly alone, yet she commanded the silence of the entire room. Gravik's face contorted in a mixture of rage and disbelief. He pointed a shaking finger at Talos. "You traitor! You sold us out to an Earth child." "I didn't. I swear!" Talos shrieked. Hermione sighed, the sound echoing in the vast, tense space. "Honestly, Muggles and Skrulls. Always bickering." She raised her new wand, the URU metal cold and absolute in her hand. She spoke 2 words in a cold, precise whisper. "Animus Iunctum. Soul Link." A visible, shimmering web of silver energy shot from her wand, invisible to the untrained eye, but terrifyingly real. It touched every single Skrull in the room, from the highest-ranking general to the smallest child. They were all linked. All connected by a single, shared conduit of pure magic. She waited a beat. Then, her voice amplified by the silent, crushing weight of her own psychic force, she issued a simple command. "Those who support Talos, step to the left. Those who support Gravik, step to the right." The hundreds of Skrulls moved as one, bodies jerking into action with the mechanical, unquestioning obedience of automatons. In seconds, the unified tribe had fractured into 2 distinct, warring camps. Then, she gave her final order, her voice devoid of pity. "Kill each other. Interficit in vice." The sheer, terrifying horror of the Imperious Curse, amplified by the ancient magic of the link, was absolute. The Skrulls' souls were seized, their minds wiped clean of memory, loyalty, and kinship. They became automatons of pure, homicidal rage, recognizing only the enemy camp. The warehouse exploded into brutal, close-quarters combat. Plasma rifles roared, knives flashed, and the sounds of bone breaking and alien flesh tearing filled the night. They were fighting with a single-minded, unstoppable ferocity, their actions governed not by their own will, but by the cold, absolute command of the wizard standing in the doorway. Talos, the only one spared the link, watched in screaming, horrified impotence as his entire race was consumed by a self-inflicted, devastating wave of mutual slaughter. The battle was fast, brutal, and conclusive. Within minutes, the screaming faded, replaced by the heavy, ragged gasps of the few survivors. Hermione waited until only one Skrull remained standing. The final survivor, a tall, powerful warrior who had just killed his own comrade, stood alone, his chest heaving, covered in the blood of his kin. The warrior looked down at the bodies, then up at Hermione. His eyes were empty, his expression still locked in the trance of the Imperious Curse. "Commit suicide," Hermione commanded. The warrior calmly put his weapon under his chin. A final shot echoed through the empty warehouse. The warehouse was silent. The only sound was the deep, satisfied hum of Hermione's dark harvest, feeding on the bounty of hundreds of freshly extinguished souls. She walked towards the last standing figure, Talos. He was slumped against a pillar, his eyes wide with a horrified, disbelieving terror. You demon, he finally croaked, his voice raw with a grief that went beyond mere pain. Why are you here? What have you done to us? Hermione just smiled, a cold, clinical smile of absolute power. You called them all here, Talos, she said. Don't you remember? She raised her wand, pointing it at his temple. A mysterious wave of magic penetrated his mind. Aspectus Memoria. Talos's eyes widened as his own recent memories, manipulated and reinforced by Hermione, flooded his consciousness. He saw himself, disguised as Fury, sending the urgent, secret signal. He saw himself, alone, calling his entire race to this single, abandoned warehouse. His memory had been wiped clean of the true circumstances, replaced by the narrative she had created. He saw his own face, his own hands, commit the ultimate betrayal. He had destroyed his own people. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 113, Chapter 112, The Magician's Assistant. Talos stared at the chaotic stream of images Hermione had just forced him to see, his body convulsing in silent terror. His mind, the sophisticated, tactical weapon of the Skrull Empire, was being rewritten. He looked at Hermione, his voice coming out as a raw, agonized croak. What did you do? Nothing much, Hermione said, her voice soft but absolute. Just a little adjustment to your memory. The obliviation charm wasn't enough. She had used legilimency to probe deep into the core of his being, then used her own knowledge to systematically erase the moments where she was involved. She was replacing them with a narrative that made sense to him, that he, Talos, had orchestrated the ambush, driven mad by the stress of the war with the Kree, and that he had gathered the Skrulls to this location, convinced it was the only way to save them. The subsequent massacre was, therefore, an internal collapse. A necessary, but tragic, result of a traitor's folly. You'll forget I was ever here, Hermione whispered, pointing a finger at his temple. You'll forget Shield was ever involved. You'll forget the name Hermione Granger. The only truth you'll remember is the shame, you destroyed your own people. Talos's eyes widened, filling with a despair that went beyond mere pain. He understood the cruelty. He would live the rest of his life believing he was the architect of his species' near annihilation. Why, he choked out, his voice thick with tears. We are refugees. We have done nothing but run. You misunderstand, Hermione said, her face cold. You came to a planet, looked at the inhabitants, and decided you were superior. You built a network, you infiltrated positions of power, and you planned a takeover. That is not survival, Talos. That is invasion. And on my planet, the price for invasion is extermination. She turned from him and raised her wand, the tip glowing with a blazing, white-hot fire. You won't be leaving a body behind. It's bad for the environment. Talos didn't even have time for a full scream. The magical fire engulfed him, so hot and so complete that his alien form was consumed in a brilliant flash of light and smoke. Not a single trace of the Skrull remained. Hogwarts, the Great Hall. The noise in the Great Hall was muted. The tension was palpable. Professor McGonagall stood on the dais, her face grim. Students, she announced, her voice magically amplified, the unfortunate series of petrification attacks has been concluded. I am happy to report that the mastermind has been apprehended and the threat neutralized. The students stared, their faces a collective mask of disbelief. The person responsible, McGonagall continued, her voice tight with professional duty, was none other than Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. A wave of confused whispering swept through the hall. Lockhart? The fraud? The man who had run away from the Pixie incident? McGonagall quickly laid out the official cover story. Lockhart, in a moment of unmatched courage and genius, had secretly solved the mystery, confronted the terrifying basilisk, slain the beast, and destroyed the dark artifact that was possessing Ginny Weasley. He was the hero of Hogwarts. Now, McGonagall said, gesturing to the man who was strutting onto the stage, beaming, a round of applause for Professor Lockhart. The applause was scattered, awkward, and profoundly skeptical. Lockhart, however, was in his element. He waved grandly, his smile shining like a beacon. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Thank you, students. It is my honor to tell you all about my amazing, heroic deeds." He began his performance, a loud, melodramatic monologue detailing his supposed confrontation with the massive snake, his battle of wits with the mysterious figure who tried to stop him, and the final, glorious moment of victory. He was hamming it up, throwing his arms wide, his voice soaring with false passion. The story was thrilling, completely unbelievable, and wildly entertaining. He was trying to rewrite history, and he was reveling in the adulation. At the back of the hall, Hermione just stood with a half-smile, watching her puppet perform. A natural talent, she mused. The man was born for this. This is his final masterpiece. Harry, Ron, and Ginny, who had only just been released from the hospital wing after their own ordeal, found Hermione at the back of the hall. "Hermione! You're back!" Harry said, rushing up to her. "What is going on?" Ron demanded, gesturing furiously toward the stage. "Lockhart? That useless fraud? He saved us? I know he's a liar, but this is a whole new level. And he said he destroyed something called a Horcrux," Ginny added, her face pale. "What is that?" Hermione looked at the stage, where Lockhart was describing a fake wound he received during the epic duel. She shook her head. "The Horcrux is destroyed, Ginny. The basilisk is gone. You are safe. That's what matters." She looked at Harry, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. "And as for Lockhart?" Harry finished the thought for her. "I always feel like something is wrong," he muttered, his eyes narrowing. He knew the real story. He knew she was the one who had entered the chamber. He knew he had passed out before the fight. And he knew that the absurd, self-aggrandizing fool on the stage was the least likely person in the castle to have saved anyone. The official story, Hermione noted, had successfully been implanted. But the inner circle, the ones who knew the truth, were now just waiting for her to give them the real details. And she knew, with a chill of satisfaction, that her new, powerful prisoner was now safely tucked away in her grimoire, awaiting further instructions. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, The Collapse of Malfoy Manor. "It feels too familiar," Ron muttered, shaking his head. He looked at the oblivious Harry, then back at Hermione. "Last time, you were unconscious, you woke up, and the problem was magically solved. This time, Harry was unconscious, he woke up, and the problem was magically solved. But last time it was you. This time it's Lockhart. And he can't even cast a proper disarming charm." The trio stood at the back of the Great Hall, which was beginning to empty out after Professor McGonagall's terse announcement. "Don't analyze it, Ron," Hermione said, her voice cutting through the noise. "The point is, the disaster is over. The petrified students are getting the antidote. Ginny is safe. Does it honestly matter if the hero is a fraud or a magical genius?" Harry nodded slowly, though his brow was still furrowed with suspicion. The lack of logic was screaming at him, but his gratitude for the result and his deep, unshakable faith in Hermione's competence overrode his detective instincts. "Okay. The result matters." Off to the side, Ginny's eyes were fixed on Hermione with a silent, profound reverence. She subconsciously moved closer to Harry, clinging to the warmth of his presence. She knew the truth. She had given the diary to Hermione. She had been the one making the writing appear on the walls. The fact that the story had been rewritten to implicate Draco Malfoy, the boy who had brought the diary to the school, was a miraculous form of salvation. But the fear remained. The chaos had been internal, and she felt a gnawing guilt for the ruin her actions had caused. Due to recent events, classes are suspended immediately, McGonagall announced, her voice clipped and exhausted. Hermione moved quickly, striding up to the dais. Professor McGonagall, since my duties as teaching assistant are currently nullified, I would like to apply to leave school and go home for a few days. McGonagall paused, running a weary hand across her brow. Very well, Miss Granger. But you will be escorted. Absolutely correct, Professor, a loud, theatrical voice boomed. Lockhart appeared, his face beaming with the reflected glory of his heroic fame. I insist on accompanying Miss Granger. As the newly acknowledged hero of Hogwarts, it is my sacred duty to protect the school's most valuable assets. McGonagall's lips twitched. Her face showed a profound weariness that went beyond mere fatigue. Fine, Professor Lockhart. You will escort Miss Granger home. Perfect, Hermione thought, fighting a small smile. Lockhart will be my alibi, and his presence will ensure I'm not bothered by any ministry officials looking into the details of the incident. Malfoy Manor. Later that day. The manor was shrouded in an atmosphere of suffocating, expensive gloom. Sunlight, barred by heavy velvet curtains, struggled to penetrate the vast, ornate living room. Lucius Malfoy sat slumped at a heavy mahogany table, a single piece of parchment, the official notice from the ministry, before him. The parchment was the color of betrayal. It detailed the charges. His son, Draco Malfoy, had been identified as the heir of Slytherin, the mastermind who had opened the Chamber of Secrets and caused the petrification of several students. Lucius's face was a mask of cold fury and disbelief. His perfect, three-pronged plan: use the diary to purge the Muggleborns, discredit Dumbledore, and safely dispose of a dangerous dark object had been a catastrophic failure. Dumbledore was gone, true, but the cost was devastating. He looked toward the master bedroom. His wife, Narcissa, stood in the doorway, her beauty marred by profound, agonizing grief. Lucius, she whispered, her voice sharp with fear and accusation. What of our son? What is happening to Draco? Draco was safe, for the moment, confined to the manor under ministry order. But he was unconscious, having collapsed in shock soon after the incident. His pale, still form in the silent bedroom was a constant, harrowing accusation. I'm handling it, sissy, Lucius snapped, though his voice lacked conviction. He had already attempted to use his ministry connections, but the attention on this incident was too high. The public demanded a scapegoat. And somehow, his son had become it. Narcissa's eyes were dark with a terrible, growing resentment. You promised me it would be safe. You promised me Ginny Weasley would take the blame. You risked our son for your pathetic feud with Dumbledore, and now look what has happened. She was beside herself, her mother's heart breaking for the boy she knew was fundamentally weak and ill-equipped to bear such a devastating charge. Lucius could not look her in the eye. His entire, flawless life was crumbling around him, and he had no idea what variable had gone wrong. His contempt for the Weasleys was a powerful force, but he was now paying a higher price than any he had ever exacted from them. In a dark corner near the fireplace, Dobby, the house elf, was curled into a ball, shaking. He was confused. He had tried so hard to stop Harry from coming to school, thinking he was saving his master. But his efforts had only served to ensure the events proceeded without interference. He had failed to save Harry, and now, he realized with a chilling dread, he had failed his young master too. Lucius let out a strangled sigh. He stood, walked to the heavy curtain, and pulled it back, letting a single, defiant shaft of sunlight cut through the gloom. He was trapped. His son was ruined. And he had no one to blame but his own foolish arrogance. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, The Price of a Pure Blood. The footman, his body rigid with fear, barely managed to knock on the study door. "Master Lucius," he whispered, his voice trembling. A guest has arrived. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, from Hogwarts, and Miss Hermione Granger. Lucius Malfoy felt a blinding white throbbing behind his bandaged ear. Lockhart. Granger. The two people who had so thoroughly humiliated him at Flourish and Blots were now standing on his doorstep, at the absolute worst possible moment. His rage warred with his fear for Draco, and he forced his emotions into a tight, cold box. "Wait," he commanded, his voice a low hiss. He straightened his velvet robes. "I will greet them personally." He knew why they were here. They weren't here for tea. They were here as the official, visible representatives of Hogwarts and the Ministry, here to pass judgment on his son. For Draco's sake, he had to grovel. He had to be perfect. He had to swallow his pure blood contempt and embrace the most hated mudblood in the British Isles. He opened the massive, wrought iron gate himself. Gilderoy Lockhart, beaming and completely oblivious to the danger, stood beside a small girl in black robes, who regarded him with a calm, unnervingly knowing smile. Every muscle in Lucius's face twitched. He forced his lips into a brittle, welcoming line. "Professor Lockhart, Miss Granger," he said, the words tasting like ash. "Welcome to Malfoy Manor. Please, follow me." Inside the gloom of the living room, Lucius led them to the sitting area, indicating the heavy, oppressive velvet chairs. Lockhart looked around the cold, ostentatious room with ill-concealed envy. "I wonder what brings you here today," Lucius said, dispensing with the pleasantries. He needed to know the demands immediately. Lockhart glanced at Hermione, his signal clear, "You're the boss." "We are here to make a deal, Mr. Malfoy," Hermione said, her voice clear and precise. "On our own behalf. A deal to save your son." Lucius sneered. "My son is a Malfoy. He does not require saving from a pair of teachers. I apologize, but I won't be needing your services. You may leave now." It was a reflexive act of arrogance, a desperate, final attempt to assert his status. Hermione stood up with a rustle of black robes. "Very well. Professor Lockhart, we'll return to Hogwarts. Let's not waste Mr. Malfoy's time while his son is still unconscious and facing charges from the Ministry." "Draco!" A voice, sharp with anguish, cut through the room. Narcissa Malfoy hurried in, her eyes wide, her maternal fear overriding all social protocol. "Please, forgive Lucius's rudeness. We are listening. Miss Granger, please, tell us what you need." She walked to her husband and squeezed his arm, a silent, powerful warning, "Do not ruin this one chance." Lucius watched, silent and seething, as Narcissa bowed to the Muggle-born witch. He finally noticed that Lockhart, a man whose fame he loathed but respected, was standing behind Hermione like a bodyguard, his adoration for the girl utterly obvious. He realized, with a terrifying jolt, that the person truly in command of this negotiation was the child. "To show my sincerity," Hermione said, her voice softening slightly for Narcissa, "I will wake Draco up now. Then we can talk." Narcissa rushed Hermione toward the bedroom with frantic haste. Lucius, defeated and speechless, could only follow. In the vast, gloomy bedroom, Draco lay still and unnaturally pale. Hermione stood beside the bed and, with a complex, silent wave of her wand, channeled the pure, raw soul energy she had acquired from Tom Riddle back into the boy. Draco's color returned instantly. He twitched, groaned, and his eyes fluttered open. "Mom," he mumbled, disoriented. What happened?" His eyes focused, and he saw his father, Lucius, standing there. And then, he saw the figure behind him, smiling gently. The last thing Draco Malfoy consciously remembered was the horror of the Forbidden Forest, the crack of the gun, and the terrifying, cold indifference of the Gryffindor witch. His eyes widened into two saucers of pure, catatonic terror. "Ah!" he shrieked, his body arching violently off the bed. He stared at Hermione, his mind completely broken by the nightmare that was now standing in his bedroom. Then, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he fainted again. Narcissa was beside herself. "What was that, Lucius?" she cried, clutching her husband's arm. "He saw you." He was terrified. "You have terrorized our son." Hermione shook her head, her tone innocent. "I suspect he has been pushed too far, Madame Malfoy." He saw Mr. Lucius's severe, dark expression, and it just broke him. "Lucius!" Narcissa roared, her rage a magnificent, desperate thing. She glared at him with an absolute fury. "Get out! Get out of this room! You've done enough!" Hermione, the brilliant strategist, had just executed a flawless psychological maneuver. She had isolated the threat and established her moral authority in one move. Lucius was silent, watching his son's unconscious form. The raw, animalistic terror in Draco's eyes before he passed out had shaken him to his core. Was he truly that terrifying? "Madame Narcissa, please," Hermione said gently, stepping in. "Mr. Lucius and I will return to the living room. We have business to discuss. You stay here with Draco." Lucius, utterly defeated, turned and left the room, his shoulders slumped. He walked back to the living room, a slow, humiliating walk. He had seen his son's terror, and it had humbled him more than any aura interrogation ever could. He stopped in the center of the room. "Thank you," he said, the word coming out as a choked, painful whisper, a sound of profound personal humiliation. "Thank you for trying to help him." He straightened his robes, forcing the arrogant mask back into place, his grey eyes cold but steady. "Now, Miss Granger. Tell me. What is the price for saving the Malfoy name? Plus support me and throw power stones." Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Checkmate in the drawing room. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell Mr. Malfoy." Hermione's voice was light and conversational, the perfect counterpoint to the heavy gloom of the room. "Professor Lockhart will be resigning at the end of this year. He plans to develop his career in the Ministry of Magic." Lucius, who had just forced out a painful, whispered thank you, picked up his silver teacup. He was already composing his strategy, trying to regain control. "That's marvelous news, I wish Professor Lockhart all success," he said politely, but his mind was racing. "Why tell me this triviality? Get to the point." "He intends to join the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Starting as an Auror." Hermione paused, her gaze fixed on him. "You know, Aurors need to accumulate outstanding achievements to be promoted. Capturing dark wizards, uncovering conspiracies, things like that." Lucius slowly set his teacup down. The porcelain clinked sharply against the saucer. He heard the veiled threat. "Miss Granger, you have come to the wrong place," he said, his voice cold and hard, a warning in every syllable. "I know no dark wizards. You should take your business to some low-life information broker." "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, that is a terrible lie," Hermione said, affecting a tone of profound sadness. She leaned forward, lowering her voice, but her gaze was sharp and unforgiving. "I have heard from many people that the former Death Eaters were loyal, righteous men, and that their leader, Lord Voldemort, was a legend." Lucius's eyes went black. He slammed his fist down on the table, making the teacup jump again, this time with a spray of tea. The sheer audacity of her public challenge was breathtaking. "Shut up," he hissed, his face draining of all color. "I repeat, I have nothing to do with Death Eaters. Then stop fighting me." Hermione snapped, her voice suddenly sharp and cutting. "We all know your previous identity, Mr. Malfoy. And if you insist on lying to me, Professor Lockhart and I can only continue to publicize your innocence. You remember the bookstore? I can assure you, the front page of the Prophet would love to run a story about how Lucius Malfoy, the reformed Death Eater, still praises the Dark Lord years after his supposed redemption. Veins throbbed violently on Lucius's temples. He was gnashing his teeth, the sound a low, desperate grind. She was addicted to putting the blame on him. Hermione quickly softened her tone, offering the bait. However, if you cooperate, Professor Lockhart will testify before the Ministry on behalf of your son. She pressed the key point. He will testify that Draco was genuinely under the control of the Horcrux, not a willing participant. That, Mr. Malfoy, will save your son from Azkaban and protect your family name. She held his gaze, her voice now a silk thread of manipulation. Or, you are still loyal to someone else, and would rather see Draco take the fall than betray your Death Eater colleagues. Lucius was silent, trapped. He saw the cold, unyielding truth, she had him completely. He had no defense. You threaten me, he spat out, the words thick with fury. If you think so, I can't help you, Hermione replied simply. But yes, Lucius, I am threatening you. And what are you going to do about it? She didn't bother with the polite euphemism of "this is not a threat." She just admitted it. She was too powerful to waste time with pretense. Next to him, Lockhart, who had been completely lost in the rapid-fire political negotiation, finally understood the full, terrifying truth of the situation. He was not a chaperone. He was a piece of blackmail collateral. Lucius's entire body trembled. He looked from his blood-soaked carpet to the small, calm girl, realizing that his son's fate was entirely in her hands. In a final, desperate act of defiance, he gripped his cane. Avada Kedavra! The incantation was ripped from Hermione's lips, silent and terrifyingly fast. A searing bolt of brilliant, sickly green light flashed so close to Lucius's face that he felt the heat on his skin. It slammed into the wall inches behind his head, leaving a smoking, cratered hole. The sudden rush of displaced air, the raw, palpable presence of death, was overwhelming. Lucius froze, his wand hand still halfway to his chest. He had no doubt she had intended to miss. He also had no doubt she would not miss a second time. Hermione's voice, though soft, was filled with an unquestionable menace. I don't like people reaching for their weapons in my presence, Mr. Malfoy. She pointed her wand at the ruined wall. My aim is usually quite accurate, but I've been out of practice. I wouldn't recommend testing my range again. She then turned her cold, victorious gaze back to him and pointed her wand at the sofa opposite. Lucius! Please sit down. The great, proud pure-blood aristocrat, his arrogance shattered by the raw, absolute power of a death curse, obeyed mechanically. He lowered himself onto the couch, his face grey. He finally raised his head, staring at the small, victorious girl. If I tell you the names of those who are loyal to the Dark Lord, he whispered, will Lockhart and the boy testify for Draco? Hermione nodded, the curve of her mouth widening into a triumphant smile. Not just Lockhart, Mr. Malfoy. Harry Potter, the hero who survived the Dark Lord, will also attest to your son's innocence. Your son's life will be saved by the very fame you despise. Lucius's shoulders slumped. His hatred for Potter was profound, but his love for his son was greater. He had completely lost. The price is accepted, he sighed, his voice thick with defeat. He looked at Hermione, a flicker of genuine warning in his eyes. But those men, they are not fools. They will kill your accomplice. Hermione shrugged, looking unconcerned. That, Mr. Malfoy, is no longer your problem. Your only concern now is keeping your end of the deal. Lucius completely lost his will to fight. He slumped deeper into the sofa, a broken man. All right. I promise you. His life was irrevocably changed, his reputation destroyed, and his future was now dictated by a child. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, The Art of the Asset. Hermione walked into the headmaster's office, the heavy, magical door sealing quietly behind her. The ancestral portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, and she could feel their silent, judging gazes following her every move. She resisted the urge to stick her tongue out at them. Dumbledore sat at his desk, staring deeply at the charred, pierced, and utterly ruined black diary resting before him. The atmosphere was solemn, heavy with the weight of ancient secrets and recent carnage. "Good morning, and welcome back, Headmaster," Hermione said, her voice a calm, polite interruption of his thoughts. "Good morning, Miss Granger," Dumbledore replied, looking up. He gestured to the diary. "I believe you recognize this." Hermione walked closer, picking up the ruined book. "A Horcrux," she confirmed, her voice utterly devoid of shock or judgment. "It contains a fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul, infused with a dark, pervasive magical residue." Dumbledore nodded slowly, seemingly unfazed by her casual use of the forbidden term. "It appears we both underestimated Professor Lockhart's capabilities. He was able to defeat the Basilisk and, more surprisingly, a young Lord Voldemort. And he did so all by himself." Hermione shrugged, giving the diary a contemptuous flick. "He was acting, Headmaster. And badly. His courage was a combination of my instruction and sheer, blind terror. You know as well as I do that it was my charm that froze the pixie swarm and my potion that saved the petrified students. And I was the one who was forced to throw a highly important, emotionally damaged asset at a Dark Lord to defeat him." She paused, looking him directly in the eye. "I don't want to be targeted every year by some vengeful Death Eater or another one of his cursed objects. I've already cleaned up 2 of his messes now. I am not Harry Potter. I am not the designated hero. I'm tired of doing Voldemort's laundry." "And so," Dumbledore murmured, a familiar, knowing twinkle returning to his eye, "you decided to let Professor Lockhart take the credit and the spotlight for you." "Exactly," Hermione confirmed. "Doesn't he enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention? Besides," she added, her mind already running on a dark, satirical tangent, "if I keep destroying his Horcruxes, the whole series will become predictable. Voldemort and the Chamber of Secrets, Voldemort surrenders. Then what? Voldemort and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Voldemort is truly frightened. We need some build-up, Headmaster. He needs time to prepare his grand return, so he's worth the trouble." Dumbledore watched her with an amused, inscrutable expression. He didn't care about the plot's pacing, only the result. The Horcrux was destroyed. He changed the subject. "Tell me, Miss Granger, the Forbidden Forest. Was it Voldemort's doing that it turned into a world of ice?" Hermione blinked, her face shifting to one of wide-eyed innocence. "It must have been, Headmaster," she said, her voice filled with feigned indignation. "Damn Voldemort! He has no respect for the ecosystem. He doesn't even let the little spiders live." Dumbledore let out a soft sigh, accepting the blatant lie with a weariness that suggested he was already used to her bizarre fabrications. The rest of the school year was, mercifully, quiet. Hermione's intervention had effectively shut down the primary conflict much earlier than canon. Adhering to the principle that Hogwarts could only handle one major existential crisis per year, the rest of the academic calendar proceeded without incident. Hermione spent her days in the Room of Requirement, blissfully practicing advanced magic, alchemy, and biological transformation on the flora and fauna she had collected. Lockhart continued to teach his self-aggrandizing lessons, though Hermione ensured he had enough material to keep his students occupied. She hadn't let him resign his post, she was determined that he, and he alone, would serve out the full year and absorb the brunt of the Dada curse, just to be safe. In the depths of her private chamber, a battle was raging. Avada Kedavra! The sickly green light shot across the room. Hermione's figure, shimmering and distorting, vanished a moment before the curse hit the stone wall behind her. "Oh, honestly, Tom," her voice echoed from the far corner. "I taught you that illusion charm last week. Why are you still falling for it?" Tom Riddle's handsome, solid form stood in the center of the arena. He was breathing heavily, his wand lowered, a frustrated scowl on his face. He had failed to kill his own assistant. Again. "You win, Granger," he grumbled, his voice thick with annoyance. "You are faster. Your cursed Levi Corpus makes it impossible to focus on the incantation." Hermione shimmered back into existence behind him, pointing her wand at the back of his neck. "I win because you're predictable," she said calmly. "You prioritize the killing curse. You need to expand your repertoire." Again. The two were conducting a full contact, high-level magical sparring session. With the infusion of the massive soul energy from the frost giants, Tom Riddle had returned to the peak of his 16-year-old self. He was a powerful, genius wizard, and he was currently the only person who could force Hermione to push her own limits. "You still haven't won with the Avada Kedavra," Tom pointed out stubbornly. "I don't need to," Hermione countered. "I need to be faster than yours. If I can fire my incapacitating spell before you can finish your killing incantation, then the duel is mine." She tapped his neck with her wand. "You are a weapon I am training, Tom. You need to be efficient, not dramatic." Tom let out a heavy sigh, defeated, and turned to face her. Despite his frustration, he knew she was right. He was currently the most talented research assistant the dark arts had ever seen, and he was, completely and utterly, under her thumb. "Plus support me and throw power stones." Chapter 118, Chapter 117, The Tesseract is missing. "Next time, wait until I've had a proper rest, Granger. I promise I will wipe that smug look off your face," Tom Riddle said, his voice a low hiss, laden with exhausted, wounded pride. Hermione just smirked. She knew he wouldn't. His arrogance was monumental, but his skill was matched only by hers. He was already the most formidable duelist in Hogwarts, but she had the advantage of knowing his playbook, and the magical equivalent of an overclocked processor. "It's not my fault you haven't figured out how to counter the nonverbal Levi Corpus yet, Tom," she teased. "You just haven't practiced enough." Tom's face darkened. He hated being teased. He hated being shown up. And he hated that she was right. How can she just look at my magic and master it completely? The ease with which she absorbed complex dark spells was a constant source of frustration and bewildering awe. "No, I just haven't used my full strength yet," he muttered stubbornly. "Of course not," Hermione agreed. She shifted the subject. "How is Lockhart's training coming along?" Tom's expression shifted to one of profound, aristocratic disdain. "That fool! He has the talent, I'll grant him that, a natural Ravenclaw aptitude for charm work. But his mind is consumed by vanity and cowardice." He paused, a cruel, satisfied smile touching his lips. "I had to cast a few successive Cruciatus curses to correct his motivation. Now he practices diligently. He's obsessed with Obliviate, though. He keeps saying Obliviate, Obliviate, damn Obliviate. It's maddening. I'm trying to teach him offensive dark magic, and all he cares about is erasing his past mistakes." Hermione nodded, unsurprised. Lockhart's chosen defense against reality was perfectly in line with his self-delusional nature. "He's strong enough now," she said, her voice becoming practical. "If he needs to step up against a small-time dark wizard, he won't be killed." "Good work, Tom." Tom flushed slightly at the praise, but his arrogance immediately reasserted itself. "Don't call me Xiaofu. It's demeaning. It makes me sound like a side character." "Understood, Tom Marvolo Riddle," she said slowly, savoring the name. Just Tom, he sighed, giving up the struggle. Hermione was about to continue their strategy session when a sudden, chaotic idea struck her. She didn't want Tom here anymore, she needed a disposable asset in the Marvel world. With a series of swift, silent spells, she performed the summoning ritual. The scene in the room of requirement shimmered. From the core of the blank diary Horcrux she had forged from the diadem, a new figure materialized, solidifying into the perfectly coiffed, charming, and somewhat bland form of a 16-year-old boy. The only difference was the look in his eyes. This Tom was completely subservient. I have a mission for you, Hermione said to the new asset. Go play in New York. You get to experience the new world. Use your magic. And don't disappoint me. She turned to the original Tom. I'm sending him to New York. Consider it his sabbatical. Tom's eyes narrowed, but he was intrigued. The Earth? He'll be a good distraction. You're not worried about him being exposed? Exposure is inevitable, Hermione said with a shrug. But he'll be adding some much-needed chaos to the timeline. The new Tom vanished through a quick portal charm. And in her mind, a profound, chilling realization dawned. The soul energy. She checked her grimoire. If the second Tom fights and kills, the soul energy doesn't go to him. It goes to the source of his power. It goes to me. She had just created a disposable, magically powerful, and highly effective soul harvester. She no longer had to risk her own life fighting street gangs for meager rewards. She could outsource the dark harvest. A satisfied, cold smile curved her lips. The fastest path to level 5. Her thoughts were interrupted by the buzzing of her SHIELD phone. She looked at the caller ID and sighed. The boiled egg is back. I'm busy, Fury, she said, her voice laced with impatience. Fury's voice on the other end was tight, strained, and devoid of its usual professional reserve. Miss Wizard, thank God you answered. We have a problem. A major one. It involves the most important item in our inventory. It was stolen last night from the deep-level facility. Oh? What's missing? Hermione asked casually, already knowing the answer. Fury took a deep, shaky breath, the sound of the Triskelions' alarms faint in the background. The Cosmic Cube. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Tony's Big Day. The Tesseract is in your hands? You actually kept a piece of cosmic history, a potentially infinite energy source, a secret from me. Hermione's voice, though cold, was laced with an undisguised, strategic fury. She wasn't angry about the secrecy, she was angry about the principle, about the failure of her intelligence access. Nick Fury gripped the phone, swallowing his pride. He had known this moment would come. The Tesseract was too big, too important. Is this the level 9 clearance you granted me, Director? Hermione's tone was pure sarcasm. To be told about a cosmic artifact only after it's been lost? It seems your trust is as robust as your security protocols. Fury took a deep, weary breath. The situation is urgent, Miss Wizard. I apologize for the necessary compartmentalization. I will compensate you generously, but for now, we need to focus on recovery. Focus on recovery, Hermione repeated flatly. Why are you calling me? I didn't steal it. Because you know the thief, Fury said, his voice dropping to a grim whisper. Loki. Hermione paused. The silence on the line was profound. Loki, she finally asked. But, wasn't that idiot sucked into the cosmic void after your bridge blew up? You're telling me he's back? I hoped he was gone forever, Fury admitted. But he's not. He's back, and he has the cube. Director Fury, Hermione said, her voice turning icy with resolve. You violated the terms of our agreement when you withheld such crucial information from me. I am not your clean-up crew for a disaster you orchestrated. Find your own cosmic cube. And stop bothering me. With a crisp pop, the phone line went dead. Fury stared at the receiver, a look of profound, professional frustration settling over his face. He'd been outplayed and abandoned. Hermione's form twisted in the air, and she materialized with a faint shimmer in the luxurious, high-tech comfort of the Stark Tower apartment. Little Hermione. Pepper Potts was on her in a second, enveloping her in a fierce, tight hug. The genuine maternal relief radiating from Pepper was overwhelming. You've been gone for days. I was so worried. Where did you go? Oh, Sister Pepper, you'll never believe it, Hermione sighed, her voice all soft complaint as she let herself be fussed over. School has been utterly insane. The defense against the dark arts coursework is brutal this semester, and old Dumbledore is keeping us busy. The source of her worry, Tony Stark, chose that moment to chime in over the apartment's internal comms, his voice distorted by the comms in his Iron Man helmet. Just a minute, Pep. Don't let the kid distract you. I'm still working hard down here. Jarvis, what's the underwater pressure reading on the new conduit? Pepper smiled, patting Hermione's shoulder. I'm sorry, honey. Tony's been underwater all day, installing the new module for the arc reactor's clean energy supply. He's quite proud of himself. He should be, Hermione admitted internally. Tony's transition to green energy was a remarkable feat of engineering and conviction. You won't believe the chaos this year, Hermione continued, returning to her complaints. There was a giant snake. A basilisk. In the walls. It was petrifying students left and right. The entire school was in a panic. A snake. Tony's voice cut in, suddenly interested. Is that the wizard version of Medusa? Did people turn to stone? It's much more powerful than Medusa, Hermione retorted, rolling her eyes. Indirect eye contact petrifies, direct eye contact kills. And yes, many students were attacked. It was all highly inconvenient. Pepper's smile vanished. She grabbed Hermione's shoulders and began a careful, maternal inspection, her hands checking for wounds. You faced that? Are you hurt? Did you see it? You promised me you would be careful. I'm fine, Sister Pepper, honestly, Hermione said, gently pushing her away. The entire crisis has already been resolved. But it was quite the headache, I can assure you. She looked around the comfortable, high-tech apartment, then down at her clean, capable hands. It felt good to be back among the living, the technological, the human. Hey, hey, hey! Tony's voice roared from the comms, clearly having heard enough. That's enough employee downtime. I'm still working my butt off down here. Can we at least respect the workers, please? PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 120, Chapter 119, The Price of Protection. The Iron Man suit, Mark VI, erupted from the waters surrounding Stark Tower, a fiery red and gold streak against the midday sun. Tony Stark was talking non-stop over the comms, his voice filled with exaggerated pride. This is my grand unveiling, Hermione. The clean energy module, integrated directly into the tower's water supply. We're going off-grid. No more fossil fuels. It's my big day. Where's the attention? Hermione, listening from the penthouse, couldn't help but roll her eyes and chastise him over the speaker. I'm sure it's very impressive, Tony. But can we discuss this later? You're not doing your job all day. Isn't the Iron Man armor enough for you to play with? Play with? This is advanced technology. Isotope isomer energy. Clean energy. Only I, Tony Stark, could come up with this. Tony was furious that his genius was being questioned. He landed with a solid thud on the helipad. Jarvis's calm voice cut through the triumphant roar of the armor. Sir, Agent Coulson is awaiting you in the lobby. Urgent request. Tell him I'm not in, Tony snapped immediately, his mood souring. He unclasped the suit and strode into the apartment in a t-shirt and jeans. He walked past Hermione, his eyes narrowing. Wait a minute, little witch. He circled her slowly. Did you grow taller? Seriously, did you take some kind of fast grow charm? You're moving too fast. Please, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. I'm almost 14. I'd be a dwarf if I didn't grow eventually. She put her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Tony and Pepper exchanged a knowing, fond look. The elevator doors opened, and Agent Coulson, ever the professional, stepped out. Tony's face instantly darkened. Phil, Tony growled, cutting him off before he could speak. I'm going to need you to turn around and leave. I'm having a private moment of genius contemplation. Mr. Stark, Coulson began, looking strained, this is critical. The Tesseract is lost. Loki is alive and has it. Oh, for God's sake, there he goes again, Hermione muttered. Loki. Really, Director Fury? Phil. Tony caught the slip instantly. Since when are you two on a first-name basis? When did Agent become Phil? And what did he lose? Pepper quickly intervened, putting a gentle hand on Tony's chest. Tony, stop competing with a child. Phil came to show us the file. She walked over and accepted the encrypted tablet Coulson offered. It's about the threats, Coulson explained. Director Fury needs to ensure the Avengers initiative is ready. Pepper placed the tablet on the coffee table. With a wave of her hand, the data expanded into a holographic projection. Files on gamma radiation, super soldiers, and alien artifacts shimmered in the air. Tony's focus was immediately drawn to the video clips. The footage showed a level of catastrophic, uncontrollable power that he, the man who built a suit to control chaos, had never truly grasped. He saw the Hulk's destruction, the silent, terrifying power of the destroyer, and then, clips of his own fight with the Ironmonger. The projection showed Hermione. She was a silent, efficient force of nature, single-handedly disarming his multi-ton armor with a single word. Then, the clip of her shielding both him and the missiles. Tony's arrogance completely dissolved. His posture shifted from defensive snark to tense, protective fury. You're telling me, Tony said, his voice dangerously low, pointing at the projection of the Hulk's punch, that you put this child, a civilian, in a war zone against that? That's what you were doing when I was missing? Putting her in danger. Mr. Stark, she insisted. Coulson began. I don't care what she insisted on. She is 14 years old. She is not on S.H.I.E.L.D's payroll, and she is not disposable. Tony roared, his protective instincts, once activated, becoming absolute. His fury wasn't about the Tesseract, it was about the principle. Pepper backed him up, her eyes blazing as she looked at Coulson. No matter how important that cube is, I will not allow you to put Hermione at risk again. Is that clear? Coulson looked uncomfortable. Perfectly clear, Miss Potts. That's why the director only requested her consultation. She has already declined. Good, Pepper sighed, her expression softening. Now, I have to go to Washington, D.C. to finalize the locations for the clean energy project. Phil, since you're heading back, is there any way I could hitch a ride? I could arrange a SHIELD transport, Miss Potts, Coulson offered. Don't bother, Hermione said. She stood up, walked over to Pepper, and waved her hand, the act now casual, routine. The air beside Pepper tore open with a sharp, sizzling sound. A swirling, sparking oval of orange energy appeared, showing a crisp, recognizable image of Washington, D.C. on the other side. It's too much trouble for Phil, Hermione said simply. I'll just send you there myself. Pepper, who was long past being surprised by this girl, just smiled and gave Hermione a quick kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, sweetie." She adjusted her jacket and calmly stepped through the magical portal. "Plus support me and throw power stones." Chapter 121, Chapter 120, The Assembly of Anomalies. In the secure COMM channel, Tony Stark's voice was filled with exaggerated, high-pitched indignation. "I'm underwater, Phil. On my big day. The launch of the Stark Tower Clean Energy Project. You think I have time for your cloak and dagger bullsh?" "Mr. Stark," Coulson cut him off, his voice flat. "The Tesseract is missing. Loki is alive. It's an extinction-level threat, and you are currently in a submersible. Now, are you going to argue with me, or are you going to solve the problem?" A loud, wet splosh came over the line as Tony, leaving his armor to fly on autopilot, shot himself out of the water like a firework. Hermione, meanwhile, was focused on the far more immediate issue. The one-eyed man had lied to her. "He's alive?" Hermione demanded, her voice cold with a strategic anger. "Loki? I told you he was a problem. And you deliberately withheld the existence of the Tesseract from me. Do you think you're the only one who plays games, Fury?" Coulson, catching the edge in her voice, knew he had to explain the situation fast. "He is alive, Miss Wizard. And he's using a scepter. A golden one, with a blue gem." Hermione's face, which had been set in a cynical mask, suddenly changed. Her eyes narrowed, the casual anger vanishing, replaced by a terrifying, absolute focus. "The scepter," she whispered. "The blue gem, the Mind Stone. The Tesseract was a cosmic energy source. The scepter was a cosmic weapon. The problem had just escalated from a regional security issue to a universal threat." She made a decision. "I will help you," she said, her voice now calm, dominant, and utterly transactional. "But the price just went up. SHIELD will pay me 3 times the original agreed-upon fee in alchemical materials. And I want that scepter. It is a necessary countermeasure." Coulson didn't argue. He immediately patched her through to Fury. The director, hearing the sheer gravity in her tone, agreed without a single word of negotiation. He knew, as she did, that they were now operating in a realm where money and pride were irrelevant. Hours later, the SHIELD helicarrier was a sight of quiet, humming chaos. The massive command center was bathed in the cold light of countless monitors. Hermione sat alone, cross-legged on a swivel chair, eating an apple, observing the controlled frenzy around her. Maria Hill, the deputy director, walked past, her face etched with the stress of coordinating the global response to the crisis. She paused, her intelligent, skeptical gaze fixed on the small girl. Hermione broke off a piece of a foil-wrapped magical treat she'd brought from Hogwarts and held it out. "Here," she offered with a sweet smile. "Chocolate frog. Good for stress." Hill was taken aback. She hesitantly accepted the package. "Thank you, Miss Granger." "Be careful," Hermione warned. "It might try to jump away." Hill, thinking it was a joke, tore open the wrapper. Whoosh! The chocolate frog leaped onto the main console, causing a startled technician to yelp and spill his coffee. Hill, stunned, quickly snatched the struggling, flapping confection from the wires. Hermione burst into a soft laugh. "I told you. It's for happiness. It works by releasing concentrated joy into your system. Also, it's delicious." Hill, recovering, threw the chocolate into her mouth. The taste was rich and complex, and a sudden, unexpected wave of calm and genuine amusement washed over her. The grinding anxiety of the Tesseract crisis momentarily receded. "That is, excellent," she admitted. Just then, the main doors opened, and the first of the Avengers were led in by Natasha Romanoff. The entrance was a study in contrasts. Steve Rogers, Captain America looked overwhelmed, his straight-backed military posture struggling to cope with the sheer, high-tech absurdity of the helicarrier. He walked straight to the director. "Sir," Steve said stiffly. "I owe you $10. He pulled a $10 bill from his pocket. "I bet Agent Coulson I wouldn't be surprised by anything I saw." He glanced around the massive, flying aircraft carrier. "I was wrong." Fury took the money with a dry smirk. "How about we bet another 20, Captain?" he asked. "I bet you see something even more surprising before the end of the day." Steve frowned, looking around the control center. He had seen the invisible jet. What could possibly top that? His eyes followed Fury's gaze. They landed on Hermione, the small girl in a black robe, sitting casually in a swivel chair, crunching an apple. Behind him, Dr. Bruce Banner, who had been trying to shrink into the shadows, caught sight of Hermione. His face, already pale, went completely white. The gentle, quiet scientist suddenly recoiled 2 full steps, his eyes wide with a look of pure, soul-deep terror. He had just remembered the slug curse, the pantsing, and the terrifying, cold indifference of the little witch. "It's the worst of all worlds, isn't it, Bruce?" Tony Stark muttered, walking past his shell-shocked friend. "The magic is real, and she's brought a pet monster." He looked at Hermione with a frustrated, bickering snarl. "All right, little witch. What did you do with the rest of my day?" Chapter 122, Chapter 121, The Assembly of Anomalies. The launch of the clean energy conduit was supposed to be a triumph. Instead, it became a watery blur of near catastrophe. Over the comms, Tony Stark's voice was a high-pitched whine of indignation, the sound of gurgling water in the background adding a ridiculous counterpoint to his ego. "This is my big day, Hermione. The global unveiling of the clean energy arc reactor. The end of fossil fuels. My legacy. And you two are over there having a private pity party. Can't you show a worker some respect? Respect the workers." Hermione shot back, her voice amplified by her suit's comms. "You almost electrocuted yourself on live TV, Tony. And your so-called clean energy is currently short-circuiting the entire water main. Isn't the Iron Man suit enough for you to play with? Why are you trying to put Stark Industries out of business with your side projects? This is not a side project. This is advanced science. Only I, Tony Stark, could even conceive of this." With a final, explosive burst of thrusters, the Mark VI suit ripped itself from the river, leaving a massive, white plume of steam in its wake. It landed with a heavy thud on the top of the tower. Tony threw off his helmet and marched into the penthouse, still shouting. "Arc reactor. Isotope isomer fusion. Clean energy. Look at it, look at my magnificent brain." He stopped, puffing, still radiating steam and indignation. "Did you get taller?" Hermione asked, ignoring the physics lecture entirely. "Seriously, did you take a height potion? You're moving too fast." "Please," Tony scoffed, running a hand through his damp hair. "I'm almost 40. I'd be worried if I was still shrinking." "That's called not being a child, a concept you might want to look up, little witch." He and Pepper exchanged a quick, knowing look, a silent acknowledgement of how quickly the small, terrified girl who had arrived months ago had grown into a confident, sharp-tongued young woman. Before the argument could escalate, Jarvis's calm voice cut in. "Sir, Agent Coulson is awaiting you in the lobby. Urgent request." Tony's face darkened instantly. "Tell him I'm not in the country. Tell him I've joined a monastery. Tell him anything. I'm not seeing a SHIELD spook today." The elevator door opened with a soft ding. Coulson, having bypassed the lobby entirely, stepped out. Tony's scowl deepened. "Phil," Tony growled, using his usual patronizing tone. "When did you learn to teleport?" "Mr. Stark," Coulson replied, unperturbed, the situation is urgent. I need a moment of your time. What now? Did the boiled egg lose his car keys again? Hermione muttered, her tone dripping with contempt. Hermione. Tony shot back. You're talking to a man who controls a global espionage network. Show some respect. His tone was undermined, however, by a hint of genuine jealousy. Why does Fury talk to you directly? What makes you so important? Pepper cut in, giving Tony a severe look. Tony, stop it. Phil, what is the crisis? Did the Tesseract go missing? Yes, Miss Potts. It has. Coulson handed her a tablet. And the thief is Loki. Soon after, the helicarrier's massive command hall was filled with the anxious energy of a global security crisis. Bruce Banner, eyes wide with anxiety, stood beside a rigid, straight-backed Steve Rogers. Banner kept his head down, subtly trying to put the bulky, armored figure of War Machine between himself and the small, black-robed girl on the far side of the room. He had been thoroughly and publicly humiliated by her magic before, he wanted no repeat performance. Natasha Romanoff and Tony were arguing over a mission report. Thor just showed up and kidnapped Loki. Why didn't you intercept him, Agent Romanoff? Fury's voice thundered over the comms. Because I was dealing with a massive alien artifact that just appeared in the desert, Director. Natasha shot back. I don't have a magic broomstick. Tony, looking at the data, turned to Hermione. See? They're completely incompetent. What do you say, Hermione? What's the threat level? Hermione sighed, finished the last of her apple, and tossed the core into a waste receptacle with a silent Wingardium Leviosa. The threat is the Chitauri, she said simply. The name, alien and unfamiliar, silenced the entire command center. Steve Rogers, overwhelmed by the rapid-fire succession of world-ending threats, finally spoke. He walked up to Fury, his hand going to his hip. Director, he said, his voice quiet but firm. Who is this child? Who is she working for? And what, exactly, is a Chitauri? Fury looked at the captain, at the man who was still trying to apply 1940s morality to a 21st century problem. Captain, I can tell you what you need to know, when you need to know it. I've been fighting threats with one hand tied behind my back since I woke up, Steve retorted, his blue eyes flashing. I deserve to know who I'm standing next to. Hermione looked at the genuine confusion and moral exhaustion on the captain's face and decided to intervene. She knew Steve Rogers was a good man. He just needed to see the threat clearly. She walked to the large holographic display and brought up a simple, hand-drawn star chart. The Chitauri are an army, Captain, she began, her voice calm and instructional. They're not from the Nine Realms. They're a race of sentient machines who serve a higher power. Their goal is conquest and destruction, and they've been waiting outside our solar system for centuries. She pointed to a black, amorphous shape on the edge of the display. Their leadership is known as Others. Their goal is not to rule Midgard. Their goal is to raise it. The information, delivered with the cold, absolute certainty of an oracle, hung in the air. Fury nodded, grateful for the sudden influx of critical intelligence. And how do you know all this, Miss Granger? Steve asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Because, Captain, Hermione said, giving him a small, precise smile, I read a lot of books. Tony, who had been listening intently, finally broke the tension. All right, all right. Space zombies are coming. Thor's back. Loki's a traitor. We get it. Jarvis, give me tactical analysis on the Chitauri energy signatures. He looked at the chaos, at the array of broken heroes and brilliant minds finally assembling, and a genuine, if manic, grin spread across his face. Let's go find a couple of aliens and see if we can get my suit upgraded. Chapter 123, Chapter 122 Hermione's Magic Class, Infinity Stones. The massive command center of the helicarrier hummed with the deep, resonant thrum of its huge turbines. The air, smelling faintly of ozone and stale coffee, was thick with tension. Every agent, every superhero, leaned in as Hermione, the small figure now holding the fate of their world's intelligence, spoke. Fury, his single eye glinting with professional urgency, leaned forward, his elbows resting on the console's edge. Miss Granger, can you elaborate? How strong are the Chitauri in combat? Hermione paused, letting the silence draw taut. She pursed her lips, a dismissive gesture that conveyed volumes. Compared to the true galactic empires, they are nothing. A nuisance. But to deal with Earth's current technology. Her eyes swept over the assembled team, lingering on Tony. It's more than enough. A wave of palpable anxiety rippled through the agents. Steve Rogers, standing rigid, felt a knot of dread twist in his stomach. First Nazis, now aliens who can wipe out the world. The pace of threats was dizzying. Their method is a combination of biotechnology and armored shell, which gives them raw strength and endurance, Hermione continued, her voice clear and precise, like a lecture. She pointed a casual, apple-holding finger right at Tony. A bit like his iron suit. Hey! 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 Tony erupted, his voice cutting through the professional silence. His face instantly flushed with offense, his hands flying up in a gesture of outraged genius. Don't you dare! My Iron Man suit is the pinnacle of human engineering. It's unique. It's art. It is not the same as some ugly, chitinous alien foot soldier. Hermione simply snorted and ignored him, turning back to the group. The Chitauri's technology is not very advanced, but they are exceptionally fertile and possess a frightening capacity for mass production. They fight like locusts. You will not face a dozen, you will face 1,000,000. Their most powerful main battle weapon is something called the Leviathan. What is that? Steve asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Hermione scratched her head, trying to translate a terrifying alien war machine into a concept the Muggles could grasp. You can think of it as an enlarged, flying, thick-skinned, armored, whale. A collective, stunned silence followed, only broken by Bruce Banner nervously pushing his glasses up his nose. Even Thor looked bewildered by the imagery. Tony, however, was still smarting. He muttered under his breath, how dare she compare my armor to those ugly space bugs? He nudged Thor roughly. Don't worry, big guy, I'm not talking about you. Your armor is, you know, appropriately bulky. Thor glared at him. Tony turned, his gaze hardening with true skepticism. Also, if the Chitauri are truly that powerful, capable of grinding Earth into dust, why has nothing happened here for years? Why now? Hermione's expression shifted, a flicker of genuine irritation crossing her face. Because if the Earth relied solely on these buffoons from SHIELD to protect it, it would have been destroyed countless times already. Fury winced, though he didn't argue. The strongest force on Earth is actually magic, Hermione declared, looking straight at Steve's wide, confused eyes. Odin knows this. The powerful entities of the universe know this. It's only you lot, a bunch of local muggles, and one particularly big idiot. She glanced pointedly at Thor, who remained utterly clueless. Thor and Fury exchanged glances, both looking acutely embarrassed. Steve, hearing the word magic used so casually in a high-tech command center, felt a wave of dizzying disorientation. But Hermione's tone changed, becoming suddenly doubtful, her focus snapping back to the threat. Tony's question is valid. If the Chitauri's target is the Tesseract, why wait until now? She looked directly at Fury, her gaze piercing. Tell me, Dan, precisely what happened when you activated the Tesseract. Fury began recounting the events, his voice taking on a subdued quality. He described the energy spike, the failed containment, and the subsequent portal opening. Hermione interrupted, her voice rising to a startling pitch that cut through the carrier's engine noise. Wait! You said you activated the cosmic cube? And, without any protective, magical containment measures. Fury felt the heat of shame rising on his neck. His gut twisted. What's the problem? That is a colossal problem. Hermione's voice cracked with unbridled fury. The moment that Tesseract was activated, it released a unique energy wave that broadcast its location to the entire cosmos. That signal is an irresistible beacon. Now the whole universe knows the Tesseract is here. The Chitauri, I suspect, are just the first response wave. She glared at the director, her face a mask of disappointment. Braised egg, oh, braised egg. You could not have done a more dangerous thing. In my world, a mistake like that would land you in Azkaban, locked up until the Dementors drained every ounce of happiness from your black, shriveled soul. The entire assembly turned on fury. Tony whistled low. Banner shrank further. The silent judgment was deafening. You brought the aliens here. Fury's face was ashen, his regret a physical weight in the pit of his stomach. It is too late for regrets, Hermione said, her voice dropping back to its cold, transactional tone. Bring me Loki's scepter. Now. Fury barked the order. Moments later, the scepter was presented to her. It was a beautiful, dangerous object, a golden staff, topped with a glowing blue gem that pulsed with an icy inner light. As her fingers closed around the familiar, unsettling weight of the dark artifact, her consciousness connected with the magic book. A holographic analysis box flashed into her mind's eye. Wonderful object. Mind staff, under analysis, can be disassembled. Marvel Universe Infinity Stone Carrier, Mind Stone embedded. Grants mind control and mental magic level +1 when held. Remaining parsing time, 5999 H 59 min 43 S. 6000 hours. Hermione's internal monologue screamed in disbelief, but her face remained perfectly impassive. I'll have to find a way to extract the raw stone immediately. This is not realistic. What is the origin of this thing? Fury demanded, his breath catching in his throat as he watched her examine the weapon. Why could it turn Barton into Loki's loyal servant? The Mind Scepter possesses the ability to bypass mortal will and control minds, Hermione explained, her eyes fixed on the pulsing blue gem. But that is merely a function of its housing. Its true power is far more fundamental. The scepter is a carrier for an infinity stone. At the mention of the new term, the entire room seemed to hold its breath. Only Thor, standing by the console, blinked, a flicker of recognition and fear crossing his massive features. Hermione cleared her throat and raised the scepter. With a silent wave of her other hand, 6 shimmering, multicolored spheres of light each radiating a mysterious, ancient aura appeared in the air, orbiting slowly above the command center. The birth of the universe, she began, her tone now that of a profound historian, originated from a cosmic explosion. From that cataclysm, 6 singularities were formed. These 6 singularities eventually condensed into 6 stones, the Infinity Stones. She paused, letting the scope of the revelation sink in. Every stone contains the most fundamental and powerful force in the cosmos. They represent space, time, reality, power, soul, and... She pointed the scepter at the blue, phantom sphere hovering closest to her. Mind. Fury and Hill exchanged a look of sick realization. They had witnessed the Mind Stone's power firsthand. I presume you've all guessed correctly, Hermione continued, a cold satisfaction in her tone. The scepter in Loki's hand is the carrier of the Mind Stone. She pointed to the Tesseract files on the screen. And the cosmic cube that Loki stole, the one SHIELD has been attempting to weaponize for years, is the Space Stone. The revelation hit the team like a shockwave. Tony stood utterly still, his brilliant mind processing the new, terrifying physics. Hermione glanced at Fury one last time, a smirk touching her lips. I'm telling you, Shield, you've been studying that cube for decades, and you didn't even know what it was. Your research has been in vain. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, The Keeper of the Stones. A strained silence settled over the helicarrier command center. Fury, Hill, and Natasha felt a flush of professional embarrassment. S.H.I.E.L.'s most guarded secret, a research project spanning decades, was a mystery even to its own leaders. Meanwhile, Hermione, an outsider, was reciting its true, cosmic nature with the detached certainty of a Wikipedia entry. The entire wizarding world, they realized, commanded a level of knowledge and power that dwarfed their own. So, these stones, they have to find a host. Tony asked, his voice tight with a scientific curiosity that bordered on obsession. He was already running calculations in his head, trying to design a containment unit. Hermione nodded, allowing a faint illusion of the 6 swirling, colored spheres to remain hovering over the console. They are too powerful for most beings to simply wield. The raw energy would destroy the host. They require a carrier, a vessel, to control their power and make it accessible. She began her inventory, listing the known carriers. The Reality Stone uses ether particles, currently associated with the Dark Elves. The Time Stone, as I mentioned, is contained within the Eye of Agamotto, kept here on Earth by the ancient Sorcerer Supreme. She paused, a glint of possessiveness in her eyes as she looked at the scepter in her hand. You have both seen the Cosmic Cube, the Space Stone, and this scepter, the carrier of the Mind Stone. Fury looked at the scepter, the elegant golden staff, with a fresh wave of despair. He finally understood why Hermione had demanded it. It wasn't just a trophy, it was a cosmic artifact, an anchor point of reality itself. He could only watch as it fell into the hands of a 12-year-old witch. Natasha stepped forward, her professional distance melting away, replaced by the raw concern of a devoted friend. She grabbed Hermione's arm, her voice low and urgent. Clint Barton. Can you help him? Can you get that thing out of his head? Don't worry, Sister Natasha, Hermione said, giving her hand a reassuring pat. Loki's control is just a basic mind charm. With the right counter curse and the scepter itself, it's a simple extraction. A piece of cake. Natasha let out a long, shuddering breath, her shoulders sagging with relief. Steve Rogers watched the exchange, his brow deeply furrowed. He was officially the loneliest person in the room. He was the hero, yet he was the most ignorant. He didn't know the girl, he didn't know the threat, and he certainly didn't know the complexity of their relationships. Captain Rogers, Banner said, trying to be helpful, I think our most immediate concern is finding the Space Stone before Loki does any more damage. Watch your words, Doctor, Thor interjected, his voice stern, protective of his fallen sibling. He is still an Asgardian. He is still my brother. He is a lunatic who killed 80 people in 2 days, Hill snapped, her own patience gone. Thor choked. He was adopted, he managed to sputter, the weakness of the defense palpable. Hermione rolled her eyes, deciding to let the family drama continue without her input. Tony, having absorbed the technical data, finally jumped back into the conversation, his eyes gleaming. Loki needs a high-density energy source to activate that portal again. He needs the cube, and he needs to be somewhere he can safely generate that power. He turned to Banner. Doctor, if you let me borrow that scepter, I might be able to reverse engineer its radiation signature. We could use that to find the cube. I'll do it, Banner agreed immediately. Hermione readily handed over the Mind Scepter. Be careful with it. It's not yours to keep. Later that evening, Hermione walked down the high-security corridor of the helicarrier's brig, where Loki was being held. The atmosphere was cold, silent, and imposing. Armed guards stood at attention outside the reinforced glass cell. She gave a small, silent apparition. With a soft pop and a faint, shimmering distortion of the air, she appeared inside the cell. Loki, who was sitting on the bench, looking utterly bored, didn't even flinch. He looked up, a wry, cynical smile playing on his lips. Well, well, he drawled, his voice echoing slightly in the small space. The little witch comes to visit her favorite enemy. I assume you acquired the scepter. Hermione waved her hand, and an invisible barrier materialized around them, muffling the sound and obscuring the view of the guards outside. The conversation was now completely private. Did you get it? She asked, her voice low and serious. Loki's smile widened, arrogant and triumphant. Naturally. Chapter 125, Chapter 124, The Contained Clash. The temporary SHIELD control room, located deep within the humming structure of the helicarrier, was a pressure cooker. The emotional friction between the assembled heroes was palpable, fueled by the subtle, insidious influence of the mind scepter resting on the examination table. In the communication channel, Tony Stark's voice was a torrent of exaggerated, stress-induced complaints. This is supposed to be the launch ceremony of the Stark Clean Energy Project. My big day. And instead, I'm listening to you people whine about an alien space rock. Can't you focus on my achievements for 1 minute? Hermione, who had just operated back into the room, cast a shield charm around herself against the psychological noise. She looked at the fray and sighed. The scepter was doing exactly what it was supposed to do, finding the fault lines in the group and amplifying the hostility. Dr. Banner, thank you so much for coming to help this time, Fury said, stepping in with a forced smile, attempting to divert the attention from Tony's outburst. Banner, sweating, pushed his glasses up his nose, his eyes darting toward the scepter. I should be the one thanking SHIELD. Last time, you let me go. Dr. Banner's main purpose is to assist us in finding the cube, Fury emphasized, cutting off any further discussion, knowing Tony would seize the chance to cause chaos. Oh, that's a pity, Tony snorted, looking regretful. I was hoping he'd Hulk out again. That looked so cool. Crack, knock. As they were bickering, the quiet friction of the room seemed to intensify. Dr. Banner, unable to cope with the cacophony of voices and the mental noise from the scepter, was growing visibly agitated. His breathing became shallow, his jaw tightened, and his hand, against his own will, began to creep toward the mind scepter. Stop it, Bruce, he muttered to himself, trying to pull his arm back, but the scepter's call was irresistible. What's going on, Doctor? Tony asked, oblivious. Just as Banner's fingertips brushed the golden staff, a crisp, sharp sound broke the tension. Slap! Hermione, moving faster than anyone could follow, had materialized directly beside Banner and slapped the back of his hand sharply with her notepad. Don't touch my scepter, she commanded, her voice low and dangerously cold. Banner gasped, startled. The physical shock, combined with the sudden, small magical discharge from her hand, instantly broke the scepter's mental grip. He blinked, the frantic, red haze lifting from his eyes, leaving him exhausted but clear-headed. Everyone else was frozen. Steve Rogers, who had just walked in, stared at the small witch who had just slapped the hand of a man who could turn into a city-level disaster. That was a nice little parlor trick, kid, Tony said, his voice laced with forced bravado. But you're lucky he didn't just eat your arm. I'm not worried about that, Hermione said, pointing to the scepter. That thing is the problem. It's making everyone here irritable. It's poisoning your minds. Tony's right, though, Fury, Steve said, stepping into the argument, his posture rigid. We shouldn't have a child here in a high-risk area. She should be off the ship. Children should not get involved in adult fights. Tony scoffed, getting furious all over again. That little girl is the only person in this room who can reliably subdue the Hulk, old popsicle. She just proved it. If Banner goes green, it's her or a tactical nuke. You tell me which is safer. Steve frowned, looking at Hermione's small figure. The sheer absurdity of Tony's claim warred with the memory of Bruce Banner's genuine, physical terror just moments ago. That is an exaggeration, Stark. It's not, Captain, Fury interjected, his voice grim. Tony, I know you have a good relationship with Hermione, Steve said, trying to appeal to reason. But you can't just ignore the facts. Tony looked at him like he was an idiot. What facts? The fact that you're dressed like a Christmas ornament? Put on your armor, Captain, and let's have a real fight. We'll see who's useless. I don't need armor to fight you. Steve snapped. Put on your armor. Put on your armor. The room, still under the lingering influence of the scepter, had devolved into a shouting match. The ideological clash between the old soldier and the reckless futurist had finally boiled over. Sir, a voice crackled over the comms. Containment breach on level 4. Tony and Steve stopped their shouting. Boom. A deafening explosion ripped through the helicarrier. The floor beneath their feet shook violently. Dust and smoke erupted from the console, and with a sickening sound of cracking concrete, a large section of the floor near the railing collapsed. Agents screamed, some falling into the abyss below. Fury's face was pale. Loki. He's starting the sabotage. Tony looked at the hole in the floor. He looked at Steve, who was already running for cover. The time for arguing was over. Jarvis, deploy backup armor, he yelled, sprinting toward the nearest equipment locker. The command center was engulfed in chaos, a final, violent signal that the Age of Heroes had officially begun. Chapter 126, Chapter 125, A Critical Failure. The massive command hall was a scene of controlled pandemonium. Red lights pulsed, alarms screamed, and monitors flashed damage reports. Engine number 3 is down. We're losing stability. Maria Hill's voice, usually a model of calm, was tight with anxiety. If the primary stabilizers go, we're all going down, Fury. Fury's face was dark. He slammed his hand on the console. Stark, get to engine 3. Now. Stop the catastrophic failure. Meanwhile, a more visceral war had erupted on the third deck. The explosion had torn a section of the hull open, exposing the high-altitude air. Dr. Banner, overcome by the Mind Stone's influence and the general terror, had transformed. The Hulk's terrible roar tore through the comms. Thor, now facing the raging monster, struggled to hold the beast back. Banner. We are not your enemies, he bellowed, his voice straining against the roar. No, Banner, the Hulk snarled back, a primal hatred in his voice. He punched Thor with a blow that sent the god of thunder skidding dozens of meters across the deck. Natasha, her face grim, activated the magical bracelet Hermione had given her. With a faint shimmer, she became a ripple in the air, vanishing from sight. The sight of her escape only seemed to enrage the Hulk further, and he turned his full, monstrous fury back onto Thor. The battle escalated into a brutal, unequal brawl. Hermione, arriving at the scene, casually surveyed the carnage. Thor is still operating at a low power level, she observed, tapping her chin with her wand. Too reliant on the hammer. He's about to be crushed. Suddenly, the Hulk caught a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye. The sight of the small, black-robed figure sent a wave of paralyzing, psychological terror through his immense body. He remembered the slugs. He remembered the humiliation. He remembered the cold, terrifying competence of the tiny witch. No slugs. No slugs, the Hulk growled, the words a desperate, broken mantra that completely overrode his rage. He turned tail and, with a massive leap that shook the very deck, launched himself thousands of feet out into the open sky. Hermione watched him go, a slow, bored smile on her face. Works every time. At Engine 3, the situation was critical. Tony, his Mark VI armor already heavily damaged, was working feverishly, trying to realign the massive rotor blades that were violently grinding against the housing. The metal shrieked in protest, sparks flying everywhere. "Captain! I need you to pull the manual brake rod. Now!" Tony's voice was strained over the comms, laced with the metallic static of his suit grinding against the blades. "If the blades keep turning, I'll be crushed." Steve Rogers, holding a standard SHIELD rifle, was providing cover, firing bursts at the advancing enemy agents. He grimaced, his training failing him. The agents were equipped with advanced body armor, and his shots were missing wide. "My shooting skills are terrible." Hermione's voice, cool and superior, suddenly cut through the comms, making Steve jump. "Honestly, Captain, if you fail to hit the target again, Tony will become very expensive dumpling stuffing." Steve didn't flinch at the danger, but he was furious at the judgment. He fired another volley, the bullets hitting the far wall instead of the enemy. "Captain, I know you're trying to use honor and fair play, but you're fighting Hydra," Hermione sighed. "In the way." She raised her wand. A torrent of searing, white-hot flame erupted from the tip, a blazing line that swept down the corridor and instantly vaporized the attacking agents' weapons and armor. A cloud of acrid smoke and ozone filled the confined space. "Arresto momentum," she snapped, pointing her wand directly at the colossal, grinding rotor. The rapidly spinning blades instantly groaned, slowed, and came to a complete stop. The violent grinding ceased. "I'm out!" Tony yelled, and a red blur was instantly pulled by a levitation charm from the wreckage, falling heavily onto the deck beside Steve. The Mark VI was a mangled mess. Steve looked from the defeated agents to the still smoking entrance, then back at Hermione. "You saved him," he breathed, his face alight with awe. "Of course I saved him," Hermione said, rolling her eyes. "But he's heavy. And now we have a problem." A low, terrible groaning sound filled the air. The massive deck beneath their feet began to tilt violently. Both Tony and Steve staggered, struggling to keep their balance. Fury's voice, a static-laced scream, erupted over the comms. "Stark! Barton just hit engine 2. We're losing lift. The helicarrier is falling. If you don't fix it, we're all feeding the sharks." Tony looked at the smoking, stationary turbine blades. Then, he looked at Hermione, who was giving him a bewildered shrug. You stopped it," Tony realized, his voice trembling with horror. "You stopped the blades. But the inertia, the stability was dependent on the counter-rotation. You just killed the momentum of a multi-ton engine. You saved me from being crushed, Hermione, but you just guaranteed we're going to fall out of the sky." Chapter 127, Chapter 126, The New Boss. The floor of the helicarrier's main engine bay canted sharply, sending both Steve and Tony sliding toward the jagged hole in the hull. The roar of the wind was deafening, and the sound of stressed metal shrieking in protest filled the air. Tony, his Mark VI a pile of smoking, crumpled plating, felt a wave of icy terror wash over his heart. Crushed, then the fall. Great! 2 spectacular deaths in one day. His mind raced, pale with panic, the self-mockery a brittle defense mechanism. "We're falling," Steve stated, his voice flat, but his eyes were wide, focused on a trauma thousands of feet below. The nosedive. The ice. The deep, cold plunge. His legendary composure was cracking. "We are going to crash." "Don't worry, Capsicle, you can survive a little swan dive," Tony gasped, trying to lever his ruined armor plating free. "It's me, the science guy, you should be worried about." Suddenly, the screaming metal stopped. The sickening, stomach-lurching sensation of a rapid freefall arrested completely. What I am? A profound, unnatural stillness descended on the air. It wasn't the silence of gravity, but the silence of an impossibility being enforced. Hermione, who had shot out of the bay in a blur of black and red, had reappeared hundreds of feet away, hovering in the open air. Her robes whipped around her, illuminated by a fierce, azure light that radiated from her body, pulsing with the strain of the massive levitation charm. Her wand was raised, a thin line of magic connecting the small, furious witch to the colossal, plummeting aircraft carrier. The helicarrier hung suspended, motionless, a giant, defiant metal fish caught in an invisible, magical net. Inside the command center, every agent rushed to the panoramic windows, their faces pressed against the glass. They saw the girl, shimmering with blue energy, holding the entire three-carrier structure still against the pull of the planet. Gasps turned into muttered prayers. Hermione was panting, her focus absolute. This effort was taxing, pulling on reserves she hadn't needed since her confrontation with the basilisk. With a harsh, ragged breath, she pointed her wand at the ruined engine 3. Reparo Maxima. The engine bay seemed to rewind. Fragments of shrapnel, torn wires, and shattered alloys flew backward, reversing their trajectories with blinding speed. The twisted metal groaned, reforming into its original shape. Within seconds, the engine was intact, sparking to life. Hermione released the levitation charm, and the helicarrier settled gently, finding stability on the two remaining functional engines. She apparat back into the engine bay, landing beside Tony, slightly flushed but otherwise unscathed. Steve stared at the fully restored engine, then at the girl. His jaw had literally dropped. His mind reeled, flying, fire control, super strength, and now literal time reversal on machinery. Tony, however, was already back in his element. He pointed a gloved finger at Steve, an obnoxious, victorious glint in his eye. "See, old popsicle? I told you she was a wizard. Do you understand magic now? You're the one who needs to stop eating sour radishes and learn about the real world." Before Steve could formulate a response that didn't involve a long string of 1940s curses, Natasha's voice cut in over the comms, urgent and relieved. "I have Agent Barton. But he's still fighting. I don't think the control is broken." Hermione didn't hesitate. She apparat to Natasha's location, finding the spy expertly pinning a struggling Clint Barton against a wall. "Let him go, Sister Natasha," Hermione commanded, stepping between them. Natasha, trusting the witch completely, immediately released her grip. Barton, his eyes blank and feral, lunged at the small figure. Hermione was faster. "Imperio," she whispered, the curse is soft, chilling breath of air. Barton's body froze mid-lunge. His expression remained empty, a puppet without strings. Natasha watched, horrified and fascinated, as the witch used a control spell to counter another. "Loki used the scepter to implant his control," Hermione explained, her tone clinical. "I will apply the Imperious curse over his, then remove both, like peeling off 2 layers of paint." She lifted the spell with a sharp flick of her wand. The madness drained instantly from Barton's eyes, replaced by confusion, then a sickening wave of nausea. He rubbed his temples, his body slumping with exhaustion. "Miss Wizard? Natasha? What happened?" Natasha rushed to him, wrapping him in a fierce, relieved hug. "It's all right, Clint. You're back." Barton, recovering, nodded gravely. "Thank you, Hermione. I felt it. Like being dragged under water." He then slapped his own forehead with sudden, sharp panic. "The scepter." Hermione didn't need to hear another word. Her face went taut with cold fury. She vanished instantly, apparating directly into the still smoking, chaotic control room. She appeared right in front of Nick Fury, the air around her crackling with palpable, magical rage. She did not speak. She simply stared, the sheer weight of her silent accusation pressing down on the director. Fury, who had just been celebrating the helicarrier's miraculous recovery, felt his blood turn to ice. He was a man who stared down assassins and aliens without blinking, but the look in Hermione's eyes, the utter, cosmic disappointment sent a raw panic through him. I am dead. I am completely and utterly dead. The scepter, Miss Wizard, we were checking the cameras, Fury stammered, swallowing bile. Hermione finally spoke, her voice dangerously soft, emanating from between gritted teeth. Where is my Mind Stone? Her voice rose slightly, edged with true, irreparable loss. Where is the powerful artifact I acquired on your behalf, and which I entrusted to your utterly incompetent care? Fury's face turned the color of old cement. His one eye darted frantically. He knew he was bankrupt. He suppressed the awful, burning pain of his inevitable humiliation and forced out a subservient smile. Miss Wizard, we will take full responsibility for this. Every single resource of SHIELD, every agent, every asset, is yours. We will mobilize the entire agency to find the scepter. From now on, SHIELD is yours. You take whatever you like. Hermione's eyes narrowed. She took a slow, menacing step closer. With a sharp snap of the air, a whip of brilliant, incandescent orange light materialized in her hand, a magic-infused, crackling length of pure energy. Then why, she said, her voice dropping to a harsh, absolute command, are you all just standing there? Go work. The magic whip cracked against the floor near Fury's feet. The director didn't hesitate. He spun around, his voice raw. You heard the lady. Go work. Chapter 128, Chapter 127, The world just got smaller. The floor of the helicarrier's control center was a chaotic mess of sparking wires, blinking alarms, and panicked SHIELD personnel. Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, arriving from the engine bay, strode through the devastation. Steve glanced at the massive, still smoking hole in the floor and then at Fury. He pulled out another $10 and handed it over. I thought nothing could surprise me after the giant flying aircraft carrier, he muttered, his voice grim. I was wrong. You win that bet, too. But the dark humor died instantly. Hill was staring at a console screen, her face ashen. Director, she whispered, her voice tight with suppressed horror. Loki, he escaped. He used his scepter to slice open the cell. He neutralized the containment systems. Her breath hitched. And he threw Thor off the helicarrier. Fury slammed his fist on the metal console, leaving a deep dent. Get me eyes on Coulson's location. Now. The team followed him with grim urgency through the panicked corridors. They arrived at the maximum security cell block. The door was jaggedly sliced open, and Agent Coulson lay on the ground, a growing pool of scarlet blooming beneath him. There was a shocking, cauterized hole in his chest. Sir! Coulson coughed, a thin spray of blood appearing on his lips. The scepter, it's a terrifying weapon. It works. I'm sorry, sir. His eyes, kind and professional to the end, dimmed and went vacant. A heavy, absolute silence fell over the command center. Coulson was the bridge between SHIELD and the Avengers, the one good man who spoke to everyone. His death was a raw, immediate wound. Tony stared at the body, his usual glibness dissolving into stunned, impotent rage. Steve dropped to his knee, his jaw set in cold, unforgiving fury. Then, a quiet, sharp crack echoed in the corridor. Hermione, who had been standing at the edge of the group, vanished. Everyone assumed she was gone out of grief, a child fleeing the raw horror of death. But in the brief, desperate moment before she apparat, her mind had screamed one brutal truth: this is my fault. I brought the scepter here. I put it in their hands. Right, Fury said, standing up, his face a hard, unyielding mask of controlled fury. We've been hit hard. The objective is now revenge and containment. Half an hour later, inside a high-speed Quinjet, the Avengers prepared for deployment. Steve was clad in his tactical uniform, gripping his shield. Natasha and a recovered, newly armed Clint Barton were in black combat gear. Tony, encased in his repaired armor, was checking comms. Their mission was no longer a simple recovery operation. It was a war. The Quinjet screamed over the heart of Manhattan and landed atop Stark Tower. As he reached the penthouse, Tony was surprised to find Loki waiting for him, seated casually on the shattered dining table, the tesseract glowing with malevolent blue light in a container beside him. "Please tell me you're here to apologize," Tony growled, his armor already aiming a repulsor blast. "I am a god, Stark," Loki sneered, a theatrical, arrogant smile on his face. "I do not apologize." Loki raised his scepter, pointing it at Tony's arc reactor. Tony's armor glowed faintly, resisting the mental attack. The newly synthesized palladium core, a product of his father's research, was resilient. "What's the matter, Bambi?" Tony taunted, his voice dry. "Having performance issues? Can't get it up?" Loki's face twisted in rage. He grabbed Tony by the neck and hurled him out of the massive window. Tony roared, activating his full flight systems mid-fall, the suit accelerating as he recovered. He shot back up, hovering before the shattered window. Loki didn't wait. He plunged the scepter into the Tesseract's containment unit. OM! A deafening, sustained sonic boom erupted from the top of the tower. A brilliant, vertical beam of blue energy shot up into the sky. High above the city, reality tore open. A massive, circular black hole, a portal to the cosmic void, stabilized itself over Manhattan. And from that terrible aperture, the Chitauri poured forth. Countless metal Ankhidan soldiers, riding jet-propelled gliders, swarming the sky like a plague of locusts. Energy beams blew and destructive rained down on the high-rise buildings. The sounds of explosions, falling glass, and screaming civilians tore through the air. Tony, fueled by cold vengeance, didn't hesitate. He shot into the sky, firing his repulsors in long, devastating bursts. He was not alone. From the east, a red cape and a flash of lightning. Thor, having crashed to earth in a moment of fury, arrived, his hammer summoning thunder. From the streets below, Steve Rogers and Natasha moved as a coordinated unit, engaging the ground troops. And then, with a deafening, final roar, the Hulk emerged from the wreckage of a bank, his skin green, his fury absolute, and he leaped onto the nearest Chitauri vessel, tearing it apart with his bare hands. The Avengers had fully assembled. But the portal was still open. And slowly, agonizingly, a massive, armored, serpentine shape began to emerge from the black void, a monstrous, living engine of war, the Leviathan. The scope of the threat had just grown infinitely larger. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, Elemental Judgment. The air above Manhattan tore open with a final, violent shriek. From the cosmic aperture, the Leviathan emerged, a colossal, armored creature, its segmented hide covered in thick, green and black armor, its jaws gaping, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It was a terrifying, biological warship, and its arrival signaled the true scale of the Chitauri invasion. "What the hell is that thing?" Tony roared, swerving his damaged armor to avoid a cascade of falling debris. "I believe that is the Leviathan Hermione described," Steve said grimly, raising his shield. He looked at Tony, putting aside their arguments for the sake of survival. "Orders, Stark. Give the orders." Tony didn't hesitate. "Barton, get high, stay clear, report targets." "Thor, you're our only chance at closing that hole. Summon everything you've got and hit the portal. Iron Man will hold the low-altitude blockade." "Captain," Natasha, you clear the ground. And Hulk. The green giant lumbered up, his chest heaving, his eyes burning with rage. Hulk, Steve commanded, meeting the monster's gaze, hit it hard. The Hulk let out a terrifying roar and launched himself toward the giant, flying whale monster. The Avengers fought with courage and skill, but the enemy was a tide. Tony's repulsor blasts were effective, but the Chitauri poured through the portal faster than he could kill them. Jarvis, energy check. Tony yelled, his armor sparking from a near-miss 27%, sir. Structural integrity failing. On the rooftop, Thor was pushing his power to its absolute limit. He held Mjolnir high, calling down bolt after bolt of blinding lightning, but the effort was draining him. His breathing was ragged, his arms shaking, and the lightning, which had once been effortless, now came only with a burning, physical pain. He could only watch, helpless, as the Chitauri continued to stream through the stable portal. Down below, Steve gritted his teeth, a painful, burning laceration across his side where an energy blast had grazed him. He was tired. Natasha was a blur of efficiency, but the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming them. The worst was the Hulk. After a fierce, brutal brawl, he had managed to tear the Leviathan's armored plating, but the endless fire from the surrounding Chitauri gliders finally pinned him. He was on his knees, roaring in frustrated pain, unable to move. Despair spread like a cold fog across the battlefield. Civilians huddled in their crumbling buildings, their initial hope in the superheroes fading into a terrified acceptance of the apocalypse. It's over. We're losing. High above the chaos, at the pinnacle of the Chrysler Building, the Ancient One stood with her hands clasped, watching the devastation unfold. The air was thick with the smell of ozone, burnt asphalt, and death. Hermione hovered beside her, her expression grim. "Master Ancient One," she said, her voice strained. "We can't just watch this. They're being overwhelmed. They're losing. The collateral damage is reaching critical mass." The Ancient One's ancient eyes, clear and calm, remained fixed on the battle. "They are fighting a necessary fight, Hermione. They are buying time. They are unifying the populace. This chaos is a crucible." She looked at the young witch. "But the chaos is now exceeding its purpose. The balance is broken. Go. Enforce it." With a curt nod, Hermione shot into the air, a final farewell to her patient mentor. She soared over the battle, casting an amplification spell on herself. Her voice, clear and sharp, cut through the noise of the fighting and the screaming sirens. "Thor, you noble idiot! What are you doing? You're the god of thunder, not a glorified battery. Stop wasting your power." The god of thunder looked up, confused, spotting the small, black-robed figure above him. He recognized the tone instantly. "Why, is it kidney deficiency?" she taunted him, borrowing the phrase from the original text, giving it a devastating delivery. Thor, breathing heavily and visibly drained, could only manage a wry, exhausted smile. "Summoning the full force of the heavens is more taxing than a mere brawl, little witch. I am spent." "Then let someone else take the wheel," Hermione snapped. She raised the dark, you metal wand, pointing it at the swirling, darkening sky. She wasn't calling down Asgardian power, she was channeling the pure, raw energy of ancient magic she had acquired beneath Hogwarts. Tempestas Elementa. The sky above Manhattan didn't just cloud over, it twisted. A vast, terrifying vortex of black, unnatural thunderheads formed instantly, crackling with an immense, primordial energy. Lightning bolts, thick as tree trunks, began to lash down, not random strikes, but controlled, surgical spears of energy that vaporized the Chitauri gliders in massive bursts of sound and light. The alien swarm, which had seemed unstoppable, began to fall like blackened rain. Even the armored shell of the Leviathan was briefly stunned by the sheer, overwhelming power of the elemental assault. "But it's not enough," Hermione muttered, her eyes narrowing as the numbers still poured through the portal. She waved her wand again, channeling the power of the ice core within its URU housing. The temperature plummeted instantly. The air crystallized into a thick, magical sleet. The wind howled, not a warm wind, but a high-pitched, icy shriek. The Chitauri, mid-flight, were instantly flash-frozen into grotesque, crystalline statues of ice and chitin, their bodies rigid and suspended in the air. The sky became a silent, glittering gallery of frozen alien art. She wasn't done. With a final, furious movement, she brought her wand down. Ignis exterminans. A torrent of black and crimson fire, a consuming, magical inferno erupted from her wand. It swept through the sky, engulfing the frozen Chitauri. The intense heat instantly vaporized the ice, and the subsequent, chaotic reaction consumed the alien biology in a blaze of noxious smoke. The magical flames didn't extinguish, they spread, leaping from one target to the next, cleansing the entire Chitauri swarm from the sky in minutes. In the center of the city, the elemental purge was absolute. Lightning, ice, and fire, three fundamental forces, wielded with a terrifying, absolute control, had annihilated the invaders. The sky was clear. The portal still glowed, but no new enemies emerged. The battlefield was silent. The Avengers were left staring up at the small figure in the black robe, their minds reeling at the sheer, overwhelming power she had just unleashed. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, The Botanical Blitz. On the ground, a profound, religious silence descended upon the panicked citizens. They stared up at the sky, at the small figure silhouetted against the elemental chaos, the thunder, the ice, the black and red fire. Hermione was no longer a curious child or a helpful witch, she was an icon, a terrifying, beautiful deity who had descended from the heavens to deliver divine punishment. "Is that a miracle?" a woman whispered, tears streaming down her face. "God is a girl," a man murmured, dropping to his knees on the ruined asphalt. The Avengers were equally stunned. They had thought the struggle against the Chitauri was the zenith of the supernatural. But Hermione's effortless control over the elemental forces, the raw, cosmic power of her ancient magic, proved that they were still fighting in the minor leagues. SHIELD helicarrier. The main screen in the command hall showed Hermione floating amidst the dissipation of her own manufactured storm. Agents were packed around the console, silent witnesses to a power that defied every briefing and every protocol. I'm not dreaming," a technician whispered, pinching his arm. Fury stood at the front, his dark face a mixture of shock, profound relief, and deep-seated fear. He had listened to her lecture on magic, but he had never truly comprehended the scale of her power. "I thought she was a genius sorcerer," he thought, his chest tight. "She's a demigod. A nature goddess who we have, thankfully, managed to offend only mildly." Hill stared at the tiny figure on the screen, struggling to reconcile the casually apple-munching consultant who complained about homework with the entity who had just erased an army with a wave of her hand. Stark Tower. Loki watched the screen from his penthouse prison. His earlier arrogance had been replaced by a tense, feverish excitement. He quickly contacted the Chitauri fleet leader, the other, who was far away in deep space. Loki did not disappoint. The alien leader's voice boomed over the secure line. "The defenses are down. We are sending the second wave. Prepare for overwhelming force." Loki watched the last remnants of the magical fire fade, a cold, calculating smile on his face. "She is powerful. Far more powerful than I anticipated. But a powerful Earth defense only justifies the need for overwhelming force." The Chitauri were numerous. Incredibly numerous. The battlefield. The elemental storm had passed, leaving behind a profound stillness and the smoking wreckage of the first invasion force. Hermione slowly landed beside the Avengers. She had barely touched down when a terrifying darkness fell over the city once more. Through the swirling black smoke of the portal, a new, massive wave of Chitauri began to emerge, They were packed shoulder to shoulder, a seemingly infinite supply of armored soldiers and a fresh swarm of 3 massive leviathans, their bodies glinting menacingly. Damn it! They're endless! Tony cursed, his voice thick with renewed despair. He pushed himself upright, his damaged armor groaning in protest. The Avengers, exhausted and pushed to their limits, prepared for a desperate, final stand. They had drained their energy, they had no missiles, no fresh lightning. They were going to fight this out with whatever was left. They felt the guilt of relying on Hermione for the last fight, and their determination to protect the exhausted witch was absolute. "Professor," Steve said grimly, raising his shield. "You need to get clear. We'll buy you time. You need to rest, you're clearly drained of power." Hermione looked at the incoming tide of darkness, then at the noble, self-sacrificing expressions on the faces of the weary heroes. She let out a long, theatrical sigh. "Who said I was drained?" she asked. "I'm not drained. I'm just efficient. Why would I waste my own magical energy on something this tedious?" She turned, her face lighting up with a proud, conspiratorial smile. "I expected this, of course. That's why I took a quick trip back to Hogwarts before coming here." She unclasped her enchanted bag, turned it upside down, and shook it violently. Crash! A massive, echoing sound filled the battlefield. An impossible volume of green, leafy matter poured out of the tiny bag, piling up into a small hill that was easily 3 stories high. Tony stared at the mountain of vegetation. "Cabbage?" he asked, his voice cracking with disbelief. "You came all the way back to Hogwarts to get cabbage? Are you going to feed the enemy into submission? What do you know?" Hermione snapped, crossing her arms. "This is no ordinary cabbage. This is the yield of 6 months of careful cultivation. Pure, organic, naturally enhanced by magic." She walked over to the pile of kohlrabi, her expression one of immense, gardening pride. "You actually look down on the kohlrabi I raise?" she asked, a dangerous edge to her voice. The entire pile of kohlrabi suddenly turned in unison. Their leaves folded back, revealing enormous, ragged mouths filled with razor-sharp, serrated teeth. The air filled with a chorus of low, hissing, chattering snarls. Tony and the Avengers staggered back, their eyes wide with disbelief. "What in the actual hell are those things?" Natasha whispered, her voice laced with a mixture of terror and scientific interest. "My lovely biting kale," Hermione said with a triumphant, deeply sinister smile. "You see, I've been busy. Now, why waste my energy when I have a self-propelled, auto-harvesting army of homicidal vegetables ready to go?" She raised her wand, pointing it toward the dark, oncoming wave of Chitauri. Her voice, clear and cold, rang out across the ravaged street. "Come on, my lovely biting kale. Lunchtime." Chapter 131, Chapter 130, Botanical Warfare. The voice just fell. Hermione's command, clean and sharp, was the only thing capable of cutting through the roar of the massive, incoming Chitauri invasion force. On the ground, the great, green mountain of kohlrabi erupted into violent motion. They didn't simply move, they leaped. Tearing themselves free from the asphalt, the sentient plants, now revealed to be monstrous, mobile jaws, shot into the sky. The crisp chewing sound was immediate, deafening, and sickeningly final. Every kohlrabi, every biting cabbage, was a living, single-minded weapon. Their razor-sharp, serrated leaves tore effortlessly through the Chitauri's organic chitin armor. A geyser of blackish-green alien blood rained down over the battlefield. Soldiers that had been screaming in rage were now screaming in pure, paralyzed terror, their bodies being systematically deconstructed in seconds. The terrifying sound was the ultimate deterrent. The Chitauri, who fought like locusts, had met a predator that consumed them faster than they could swarm. The Leviathans, the massive, armored whale monsters, became the next targets. Dozens of the biting kale plants swarmed the giant beast, their jaws latching onto the thick plates of its armored hide. The armor, which had shrugged off Tony's repulsor blasts, was torn away by the organic, acidic teeth of the magical flora. The plants didn't stop at the armor, they burrowed inward, consuming the beast from within. One by one, the colossal leviathans fell like massive, flaming meteorites, hitting the streets with world-shaking thuds. The Avengers, ground level. The superheroes were collectively petrified. They were watching a horror movie directed by a gardener. Is this actually happening? Steve Rogers whispered, his grip on his shield sweaty. The scene defied all the physics, all the ethics, all the sanity he had ever known. He felt a deep, existential dread that he would never, ever be able to look at a salad bar again. Tony Stark, whose armor was currently running diagnostics on the nearest biting callous jaw strength, let out a slow, disbelieving whistle. Forget the vibranium, Jarvis. I need schematics for that digestive enzyme. That thing's armor penetration is off the charts. It's eating them alive. Natasha exclaimed, her voice tight. She was watching the chaotic efficiency of the botanical purge. They're melting the armor right off their bones. Hermione, are you absolutely sure these things won't try to eat us when they run out of aliens? They're my plants, Hermione's voice, amplified by her magic, cut through the battle noise. She was hovering calmly above the carnage. I'm here. They won't. But you should probably stay out of the kill zone. When they're hungry, they don't exactly have great table manners. The air was filled with a strange, horrifying cocktail, the smell of ozone, hot oil, alien blood, and a fresh, overwhelming scent of cabbage. The Chitauri army, the overwhelming force that was supposed to conquer Earth, completely collapsed. They weren't fighting, they were fleeing. They screamed, they scattered, they tried to shoot the green monsters that were eating them whole, but it was all in vain. Stark Tower, penthouse. Loki was lounging on Tony's massive sofa, sipping a glass of stolen 1980 Lafite, his image reflected on the large screen that showed the carnage below. He was completely detached, watching his army being annihilated by magical plants. He raised his scepter and contacted the Chitauri leader, the other, who was far away in deep space. The resistance is weak, Loki reported, his tone a magnificent blend of contempt and supreme confidence. They are nearly at their breaking point. Send another, larger wave immediately. They are right on the verge of collapsing. The other was hesitant. We have already lost 2 full legions, God of mischief. How can they be resisting so strongly? They are using desperation and trickery, Loki shot back, his voice impatient. But it's only a matter of time. Think of the reward. If you back out now, you lose everything. The alien leader was persuaded by the power of the sunk cost. He gritted his metaphorical teeth and ordered another fleet to enter the portal. Wave after wave, the Chitauri poured in, only to meet the same fate. The cabbages consumed them all. Later, the climax of frustration. Loki watched the destruction of the 7th wave. He was now pacing the length of the penthouse, his elegant posture slowly dissolving into a frantic, hysterical energy. Not yet, he snarled into the scepter. The other's voice was a screech of pure, alien desperation. I have lost 9 legions. 9. I have only 1 final reserve unit left. What in the name of the Mad Titan is going on that pathetic little planet? Loki stopped pacing, his face a sudden mask of cold, unholy rage. He turned on the comms. You want to know what's going on? Loki screamed, his voice amplified by the scepter, broadcasting across the 9 realms comms network. I'll tell you. You incompetent, lowlife, green-skinned trash. You failed. You failed to defeat a planet of vegetables. What good are you, you walking bag of chitin and bad intentions? He began to rant, a terrifying, petty, and stress-fueled psychological breakdown. You ask why you are laughed at across the cosmos? I'll tell you. You can't even hold your own against Earth. You were supposed to be my army, and you can't beat a few magic gourds. Why do you always lose? Why are you universally despised as the scavengers of the universe? Why are you destined to be slaves under a giant purple grape? Why don't you look for your own problems instead of blaming me? The rant was so intense and so accurate in its petty cruelty that the other was left speechless. You lined up a horde of magnificent alien warships against a bunch of goddamn kohlrabi and you lost. Loki shrieked, now completely unhinged. You want to know what it looks like down there? I'll tell you. He pointed the scepter at the screen. Below, Hermione was resting on a surviving Leviathan corpse, directing her chomping cabbages. You've got the crazy witch, Hermione, flying around like a maniac, occasionally shouting something in ancient magic. You've got the Iron Man idiot using his fancy lights. You've got Thor summoning lightning, and then you've got a bunch of green, screaming plants going, crunch, crunch, yum, yum, and eating your soldiers faster than you can send them. You want to know how you can win? The only way you can win is if you learn to kill a damn tomato. In the ruined streets below, the civilians, now completely numb to the chaos, had found a wide open spot, and were sitting down with sodas and pretzels, cheering the carnivorous vegetables. The Chitauri invasion had officially become an evening show. Chapter 132, Chapter 131, The Scythe of Magic. Loki's face was a mask of cold, self-preserving fury. He stared into the scepter, his finger twitching on the comms button, but he didn't need to speak. He had heard the other's final scream of frustration. With losers like you as my subordinates, Loki muttered, his voice a low, contemptuous snarl, it seems Thanos is not as strong as he pretends to be. He was cut short by a colossal roar that echoed from the still open portal. The air above Manhattan suddenly darkened as the final reserve of the Chitauri army, the elite, the true shock troops, poured out of the wormhole like ink spilling across a page. These were not the chitinous cannon fodder of the first wave. These were dark, heavily armored warriors, their joints inlaid with glowing blue energy crystals, their weapons massive and humming with focused power. Every joint was covered in hardened armor that screeched against the wind. This was the enemy's ultimate, desperate throw of the dice, personally augmented by Thanos himself. Loki! You traitor! The disembodied voice of the other boomed in the minds of the Chitauri, bypassing traditional comms. I will make you pay. All Chitauri warriors kill Loki and the Earth's guardians. Kill them all. The battle instantly escalated to a deadly, critical level. On the ground, the biting Kale, previously an unstoppable force, slowed down. Their sharp, serrated leaves screeched against the elite armor. They were still fighting, tearing and gnawing, but the annihilation was no longer instantaneous. Damn, they've hardened up. Tony yelled into the comms, his voice strained as he jetted backward, barely dodging a focused blue energy blast that vaporized the pavement where he had been standing. Jarvis, these aren't the same. Their armor compound is resisting the thermal shock. Steve, his shield deflecting an onslaught of heavy fire, grunted into the radio. We need to close that portal, now. We can't beat this swarm. We're losing ground. Natasha's voice was urgent. We have to get to Stark Tower. Tony, your idea. The scepter. The Avengers knew they had hit their limit. They abandoned the ground fight and shot toward Stark Tower, where their only hope, the Mind Scepter and the traitor, Loki, were waiting. They crashed onto the ruined rooftop, battered, bruised, and spent. Loki was there, lounging on the remains of a sofa, a cynical, arrogant smile on his face. He had watched the entire desperate retreat. Finished already? Loki drawled, setting aside a stolen glass of fine red wine. And here I thought the heroes of Midgard would put up a slightly more entertaining fight. He gestured to the scepter resting on the table. Don't worry. The solution is here. It's what I came for. It can close the door. The Avengers, running on fumes, didn't hesitate. Tony strode forward, snatching the scepter. Natasha, go. Steve commanded. Use the scepter to reverse the polarity. Shut the damn thing down. Natasha nodded, already running toward the array. And wait. Hermione's voice, cold and absolutely terrifying, cut across the rooftop. She rose slowly into the air, her face lifted to the vast, swirling black hole above Manhattan. Why close the door? She asked, her voice dangerously calm. It's open. It's wide open. They are all here now. She looked from the terrified Avengers to the still pouring enemy forces, a profound, chilling focus in her eyes. The Earth is not a place for alien trash to come and go as they please. You line up to kill us? Fine. Then all of you will die here. The meaning of her words settled upon the Avengers with a suffocating weight. She wasn't closing the portal. She was locking it. She intended to slaughter the entire army in one final, comprehensive act. Hermione rose higher, the URU metal wand pointed towards the endless, dark stream of incoming Chitauri. She began to channel the ancient magic, a cold, powerful force that flowed out, wrapping itself around the entire army. Animus Iunctum, she whispered, the ancient magic power link expanding across the sky. She was not aiming at one enemy. She was aiming at every single one of them, the ones in the air, the ones on the ground, and the thousands still pouring through the wormhole. Every enemy in the field was now connected by a single, terrifying, invisible conduit of pure, destructive magic. She channeled the power, her eyes blazing with an ice-cold, terrible resolve. The air around her turned frigid. Avada Kedavra. The incantation was a shout, a final, definitive decree. A blinding bolt of sickly green light erupted from her wand, striking the first armored Chitauri soldier. The light didn't stop there. It spread instantly, a web of emerald energy latching onto the next soldier, and the next, and the next, and streaming through the entire power link she had established. It was a chain reaction of absolute death. The entire Chitauri army, spanning the distance from the top of the portal to the streets below, froze. All sound ceased. The air was silent, heavy, and permeated with the indescribable, chilling scent of instantaneous death. Then, one by one, the vast, dark army of alien warriors, the elite shock troops, the armored gliders, the leviathans went slack. Their lights went out. Their bodies, robbed of life and momentum, began to fall. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of thousands of dead, heavy bodies hitting the streets, hitting the cars, and hitting the rubble below, was the only sound in all of Manhattan. It was the chilling, final, and absolute end of the Chitauri invasion. Chapter 133, Chapter 132, The Cost of Absolute Victory. The air over Manhattan was suddenly still, heavy with a cold, unnatural silence. The only sound was the sickening thud of thousands of alien bodies hitting the ravaged asphalt below. The Avengers looked at each other, unable to reconcile the scene. The massive Chitauri army, the swarm that had just been overwhelming them, was gone. Wiped out. Tony, moving cautiously, flew his armor down to the nearest corpse, his repulsor light illuminating the dead alien's face. Jarvis, deep scan. Cause of death. Sir, external injury, non-existent. Internal organs, intact. Vital signs, absolutely zero. The subject is simply, dead. Jarvis's voice, for once, sounded less like an AI and more like a scientist profoundly disturbed by an impossible reading. If elemental powers like lightning and fire were within the realm of understanding, a force applied, a structure broken, this green light was something else entirely. No explosion. No impact. Just a cessation of life. Clean. Total. A chill ran from the solace of Steve Rogers's feet to the top of his head. He gripped his shield, his knuckles white. What kind of magic is this? Thor asked, his voice low and thick with genuine fear. He was a god, he knew magic. But the sheer, silent finality of the green light had made his very soul tremble. It was a cosmic predator. Avada Kedavra, Hermione's voice said, soft but perfectly clear. She floated down among the dead, her eyes scanning the corpses. The most evil of the dark arts. No scars, no burning, no melting. Only one effect. She looked up at them, her gaze cold and intense. Anyone who is struck by that curse dies instantly. No matter how strong you are. No matter what armor you wear. The Avengers were horrified. Tony swallowed hard, his throat dry. He had seen explosions and death, but this silent, absolute void of life was fundamentally more terrifying. Hermione's voice rang out again, cutting through their thoughts. It is the most forbidden magic in the wizarding world, precisely because it is nearly impossible to resist. She shrugged, a careless gesture amongst the carnage. If this last wave of Chitauri hadn't been so frustratingly difficult to deal with, I wouldn't have resorted to it. She gave them a sly, challenging smile. But, I'm here to save the world. You should understand me, right? The Avengers were silent, the silent horror of the green light clinging to their minds. Is this what Hogwarts teaches? Are wizards this brutally efficient? But the rationalizations began immediately. She's a good person. She's fighting for Earth. Power is just power, it's the user who matters. They desperately clung to the narrative that she was the good guy, even if her methods were pure, biblical terror. Hermione, however, was already debriefing her own mission performance. She yawned, stretching her arms and rubbing her eyes. Her lovely, exhausted appearance instantly dispelled some of the terror. Right, she thought, checking her internal grimoire. The clean-up was successful. The entire Chitauri army, lured to their doom by Loki, had become a massive, one-time soul harvest. They thought they were invading, they were actually signing up to become experience pills in the Manhattan Cauldron. Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level LV4, 198473/500000. Dark Harvest remaining soul energy, 395,821. Not bad. Not bad at all. She smiled, profoundly satisfied with the haul. Poor Thanos got scammed by Loki, and the Chitauri were lured into a trap built on the scam in northern Myanmar narrative. They thought they were getting rich, but they just became level-up fuel. She consumed the stored energy. The power surge was immense, a silent, cool rush that made the arc reactor in Tony's chest feel like a AA battery. 1 minute later, her core magic power jumped. Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level LV5, 1/10000000. Dark Harvest remaining soul energy, 93,754. I knew it. Her mind raced. The jump to level 5 was a qualitative leap. She now possessed the raw magical power of the strongest non-Dumbledore wizards in existence. The old man must be level 6, she concluded, rolling her eyes. No fair. But for the time being, she was the strongest active player on the board. Just as she was calculating her next research project, Fury's voice erupted over the comms, sharp with anxiety. Stark. We have an inbound nuclear missile. 2 minutes to detonation over Manhattan. A nuclear bomb. The remaining heroes stared in utter shock. They had won the battle, only to face annihilation from their own side. Damn it! Are these politicians' brains filled with shit? Tony yelled, his focus snapping instantly to the new threat. Wait! Tony looked up, his expression hardening into sudden resolve. I have an idea. Before anyone could react, the Iron Man suit fired its thrusters to maximum, becoming a red and gold streak tearing through the sky. He was heading for the portal. He intended to send the nuclear bomb into the Chitauri dimension. A one-way ticket. But Tony was fast. Hermione was instantaneous. With a silent, violent crack, Hermione vanished, operating directly next to the streaking nuclear warhead. She didn't rely on brute strength. She didn't waste time on physics. She raised her wand and tapped the missile. Flavi. The lethal, technological terror of the nuclear missile slowly deformed. The metal softened, the wires twisted, and the plutonium core rearranged itself. Under the shocked, disbelieving gaze of the entire Avengers team, the ultimate weapon of Muggle destruction transformed into a harmless white bird, which blinked, chirped, and fluttered away. Chapter 134, Chapter 133, The core becomes a pigeon. Stark? What's going on? What happened to the missile? Nick Fury's voice was strained, thick with static and fear over the comms. Tony, still hovering over Manhattan, his armor battered but whole, let out a shaky, disbelieving laugh. It turned into a pigeon, Nick. A white one. The kind that coos. It's gone. Fury, who was waiting in the command center, squeezed his eyes shut, a wave of profound relief washing over him, quickly followed by a cold wave of dread. He didn't need to ask who had done it. Hermione. Only she could achieve such absurd, physics-defying transmutation. Natasha, close the portal. Now, he ordered. In the shattered lab, Natasha didn't hesitate. She placed the Mind Scepter against the Tesseract's containment unit, and the blue light slowly subsided. The cosmic hole in the sky shrank, convulsed with a final, violent discharge of energy, and snapped shut, leaving only the sound of falling glass and distant sirens. One last thing, Hermione muttered to herself, and with a silent crack, she vanished from the skyline. She reappeared instantly in the helicarrier command center, standing directly in front of Nick Fury. Her presence was a sudden, chilling intrusion. The residual magic clinging to her robes smelled of ozone and cordite. Fury, she said, her voice unnervingly calm. Let's talk about the nuclear bomb. Fury's heart sank. He knew his luck had run out. Her lack of anger was the most terrifying sign of all. He tried to speak, to offer an explanation, to placate her, but the words died in his throat. You don't need to lie to me, boiled egg, Hermione said, her eyes suddenly glowing with a chilling, pale blue light. Tell me the name of the political committee that ordered the nuclear strike on Manhattan. Fury felt an agonizing, sharp spike of psychic pain explode in his head. A foreign will, powerful and absolute, was invading his mind. He couldn't fight it. He was bound by magical paralysis and his own fear. His deepest, most guarded memories, the security protocols, the contingency plans, the names and faces of the World Security Council members were ripped from his consciousness in a chaotic, agonizing torrent. Very good, Hermione said, lifting the mental pressure. Fury stumbled, clutching his head, sweat pouring down his face. He knew she had seen everything. Hermione turned away from the reeling spymaster and vanished again. Washington, D.C., SHIELD World Security Council Chamber. The meeting room was a picture of cold, bureaucratic power. Several suited members sat around a long, polished table, waiting tensely for the confirmation that their decisive action had saved the world or destroyed it. A sudden, violent crack of displaced air and a shower of orange sparks erupted in the center of the room. Hermione materialized, her face set in a mask of cold, uncompromising fury. The council members, who had been watching the real-time feed of her elemental rampage in New York, stared in utter disbelief. The woman who could command the elements was now standing before them. A bald, arrogant man in a tailored suit, struggling to maintain control, slammed his hand on the table. "Who are you?" he yelled, attempting to assert authority in the face of an existential threat. "You have trespassed into a secure government facility. You will surrender immediately. Sectum sempra." Hermione didn't even raise her voice. The silent, invisible curse tore through the air. The arrogant congressman's body instantly turned into a blood-soaked nightmare, severed into gruesome pieces that fell to the polished floor with a series of sickening thuds. The strong, metallic smell of fresh blood instantly filled the air. The other council members froze, their faces turning ashen. Some choked back vomit. All pretenses of authority evaporated, replaced by a raw, naked terror. Hermione surveyed the bloodied room with a cold, flat gaze. "Who gave the order to drop the nuclear bomb on Manhattan?" she demanded, her voice unervingly calm. The remaining council members instantly, simultaneously, pointed trembling fingers at one man sitting at the end of the table. Gideon Malik. Malik's face was green. He tried to stand, a desperate plea forming on his lips. I'm a member of the World Security Council. You can't. Save your breath, Hermione sneered. You tried to eliminate me. That is a capital offense in my book. Reducto, she whispered, aiming at his legs. The sickening sound of bones snapping echoed through the room. Malik screamed, his legs twisting into grotesque, impossible angles. He collapsed onto the table, a terrified, broken mess. Hermione walked up to the crippled politician and grabbed him by the shirt collar. You wanted to talk about a war between worlds? She asked, her voice lethal. Fine. You and I can have a little chat about it. Apparate. The two figures vanished in a final, sharp crack, leaving behind a silence that was thick with the terror of the survivors. Above the East River, New York. Hermione materialized high above the city, holding the whimpering, crippled form of Gideon Malik suspended in an invisible vice. The city lights spread out below them, indifferent to the night's chaos. Tell me, Mr. Malik, Hermione's amplified voice commanded over the sound of the wind. Why, exactly, did you want to kill 7 million people? The interrogation had begun. Chapter 135, Chapter 134, The Scapegoat and the Stones. High above Manhattan, the wind howled around the shattered, crippled form of Gideon Malik. He was suspended in the air, his limbs twisted at impossible angles, bleeding, his mind wide awake and screaming in silence. You are patient, Hermione said, her voice amplified by magic, cutting through the wind. But I am less so. Now, tell me the truth. She raised her wand, the tip glowing ominously. Crucio. The pain was instantaneous, raw, and absolute. It was a neurological firestorm that ripped through Malik's body, forcing a high-pitched, inhuman shriek from his throat. I said it. I said it. Malik gasped, his body convulsing violently in the air. The will of the powerful politician was utterly erased by the magic of pure agony. Why the nuclear bomb? Hermione demanded. Malik confessed in a strained, choking rush of words, the truth pouring out against his will. I was afraid of the lack of control. Your power, the Hulk, the risk was too great. They were necessary sacrifices. Just, necessary sacrifices. Every word of his confession was amplified by Hermione's magic and broadcast across the still smoking streets of Manhattan. The citizens, who had just been celebrating the victory of the Avengers, froze. They heard the callous, cold-blooded justification for their annihilation. What? Necessary sacrifices. He wanted to kill us. He wanted to kill children. We thought they were our protectors. They are the real demons. The joy of victory instantly curdled into a furious, primal rage. The crowd, already traumatized and adrenalized, turned into a roaring, bloodthirsty mob. They surged forward, their screams no longer for help, but for vengeance. Hermione looked down at the frenzy below, her expression cold and unyielding. You saw the civilians as necessary sacrifices, Mr. Malik, she said, her voice carrying a terrible finality. Now, you will become a sacrifice to appease their justifiable anger. She flicked her wand, releasing the invisible bonds that held him. Gideon Malik, the once powerful member of the World Security Council, fell from the sky like a broken doll. His terrified scream was instantly swallowed by the roar of the mob. The people rushed him, a tidal wave of boots, fists, and teeth. Within minutes, the powerful politician was nothing more than a stain on the asphalt. The Avengers, hovering nearby, watched the brutal, necessary reckoning in horrified silence. The fighting was over, the cleanup had begun. Tony rubbed his temples, his armor's systems working overtime to repair structural damage. "I need a drink," he muttered, his voice flat. "And some comfort food. I know a shawarma place 2 blocks over. The shawarma girl used to work there. Said it was the best." "I can make shawarma," Hermione interjected, a small, proud smile on her face. "I'm very professional." Tony looked at her, his lips twitching. "You make bubbling, skull-shaped potions, kid. I'm not sure I want to eat anything you cook." "Let's just get the damn alien," Steve said, his voice grim, pulling their focus back to the task at hand. "We still have Loki." They returned to Stark Tower and found Loki exactly where they had left him. The god of mischief was leaning against the table, his arms folded, a look of profound boredom on his face. Seeing them, he pushed himself upright and extended his bare wrists. "Are we done?" Loki sighed. "I assume the performance was sufficient." Thor didn't hesitate. He grabbed the cuffs and clamped them onto his brother's wrists. Hermione, however, was already in action. She ignored the dramatic surrender, focusing entirely on the Mind Scepter. With a precise, sudden movement, she cast a powerful severing charm. The delicate, elaborate casing of the scepter shattered, falling to the floor like glass. Exposed in the center, pulsing with a dazzling yellow light, was the raw Mind Stone. She pulled out the pendant she had fashioned earlier, the silver, Eye of Agamotto-like containment unit with 6 grooves. With extreme care, she picked up the stone and set it into the first groove. Click! The Mind Stone fit perfectly. She then turned her attention to the second prize, the Cosmic Cube. Thor saw her intent and was instantly protective. "Hermione, no. That really can't be taken away. The Bifrost is destroyed. I need the cube's energy to get back to Asgard." Just as their argument was heating up, a soft, profound sound resonated in Thor's mind. He froze, his head tilted. He was listening to his father. A slow smile broke across his face, a mixture of shock and relief. "Father said, he can give you the cube, Hermione," Thor relayed, his voice awestruck. "But he needs to borrow it first. To fix the Bifrost." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Odin trusts me." She nodded, accepting the terms of the God King. She reached out and took the Tesseract, the massive blue cube crackling with stored cosmic power, into her hands. "Displuvium frange," she whispered, a powerful, invisible force striking the cube's crystalline casing. With a final, sharp crack, the container shattered, releasing a blinding, contained pillar of blue light. In her palm, where the cube had been, lay the raw space stone, pulsing with the infinite, terrible power of the cosmos. The 2 stones now rested in her necklace, the start of her absolute arsenal. Chapter 136, Chapter 135, The Assassin from Tomorrow. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The space stone, a raw, crystalline chunk of blue light, pulsed in Hermione's palm. It felt incredibly hot, its power a dizzying current of pure, untamed cosmic energy. She carefully placed it into the second empty groove of the silver necklace. Click! 2 gems, 1 yellow, mind, and 1 blue, space, rested side by side, complementing each other with a silent, terrifying hum. The act felt profound. She hadn't just collected powerful artifacts, she was assembling a cosmic arsenal. The transfer was rough. The space above a dark, garbage-strewn alley in the ruins of downtown Manhattan tore open with a violent, searing burst of sparks and air pressure. 3 figures tumbled out, landing hard on the cold, damp ground: an older, haggard Tony Stark, a grim-faced Steve Rogers, and a man in a red cloak who instantly stabilized himself with a shimmer of magic: Stephen Strange. "Here," Strange said, rubbing the dust from his eyes, his voice strained. "We made it back to the day of the Chitauri invasion. She should be finishing the mop-up at Stark Tower now. We need to move." Strange looked at Tony, whose posture was rigid, his gaze fixed on the ground. "Tony, are you ready?" Tony didn't answer immediately. He slowly pulled a long, obsidian black wand from an inner pocket of his coat. It was completely unadorned, yet it radiated an aura of profound, lethal coldness. The elder wand. His hand, gripping the dark wood, was shaking visibly. "Strange," Tony's voice was hoarse, thick with a pain that went far deeper than the physical. "Are you certain, there's no other way?" He looked up at the Sorcerer Supreme, a desperate, broken plea in his eyes. "We can't try to talk to her? She was family." Strange shook his head, his expression a mask of terrible, weary certainty. "I have seen countless futures, Tony. Every permutation. Every attempt to reason, every plea for mercy. None of them end well. None of them change the final outcome." Steve, who had been listening in grim silence, stepped forward. "What exactly is the outcome? What is she trying to do?" Strange looked at the captain, his gaze heavy with the weight of unspeakable knowledge. "The Ancient One warned me on her deathbed, Hermione is the key to universal order. But if she ever discovers one specific thing, a certain piece of knowledge, her personality will turn drastically. The cost of that knowledge is the destruction of all existence." "She's already a dark witch," Tony said, his voice laced with self-hatred. "What else could turn her?" "I don't know," Strange admitted. "The Ancient One never saw it, only the profound change it would cause. But if we allow her to keep assembling the stones, if she gains access to that final variable, every future ends in oblivion. This is the only window. The moment of her greatest distraction. We have to do this, Tony. Now. We only have the energy for one temporal jump." Tony looked at the dark wand in his hand, his eyes burning with unshed tears. He raised the wood, his lips trembling as he tried to form the killing incantation. This was not a fight against a supervillain, it was the execution of the daughter he never had. The tip of the dark wand flared with a sickly, searing green light, charged with the concentrated power of a level 6 killing curse. The light shot out, a silent, absolute spear of death aimed directly at the nexus of Hermione's soul. But Tony's love, his guilt, his absolute, devastating regret, was stronger than the curse. The green light curved, missing its target by a fraction of an inch, impacting the metal wall behind her with a sound like tearing fabric. I can't do it!" Tony screamed, dropping the terrifying wand onto the cracked concrete, his whole body shaking violently. At that very moment, the air beside them shimmered, tearing open with a sound like a sheet of fracturing glass. Doctor Strange's own ancient and highly illegal magic. Hermione, who had just stepped out of the portal at Stark Tower with the stones, felt the supersonic whip of the curse pass close enough to her soul to send a raw, paralyzing spike of terror through her body. That was a level 6 attack. An absolute threat. She spun around, her eyes widening, and saw the 3 figures Tony, Steve, and Strange standing there, their faces grim, and her mind, the brilliant, terrifying analytical engine, clicked into place. The level of the curse, the presence of the Sorcerer Supreme, the profound look of despair on Tony's face. Future, she thought, the realization hitting her with the force of a hammer. "They're from the future." "You're not Tony," she growled, her wand appearing instantly in her hand, pointed at the Sorcerer Supreme. "You're not the present-day Steve. You're from tomorrow." She looked at the abandoned elder wand on the ground. Why do you want me dead? And what, precisely, did I do in your timeline that was so catastrophic it required you to kill a child? Chapter 137, Chapter 136, Shawarma, oh Shawarma, oh Shawarma. 440 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The emerald light of the time stone flared as Stephen Strange pulled his comrades back through the collapsing timeline. Hermione watched the reality fracture, the strange light blinding her eyes, but her mind was faster than the magic. A powerful, invasive legilimency spell, cast without incantation, tore into the fleeing minds of the future Avengers. The contact was chaotic and brief. A searing spike of pain, a violent cascade of fragmented images she couldn't fully process, Tony's weeping face, a city that was dust, a dark, starless void, and a recurring, deep-seated fear focused on a mysterious sphere. The emerald light vanished. She was alone in the alley again, surrounded by the remnants of the Chitauri invasion. She rubbed her temples, a dull, agonizing throb echoing behind her eyes. The legilimency had failed, blocked by Strange's superior command of the Time Stone, but she had gotten what she needed. They came back to kill me, she thought, the realization cold and absolute. And they're terrified that I'll find a ball. She focused on the mystery object. This sphere. It must be something extraordinary to make 14 million possible futures so unstable. It's the key. Her next great project wasn't about saving the universe, it was about finding the one thing her future self had desired so much that her death was deemed necessary for cosmic survival. She sighed, pushing the cosmic terror aside. The present-day Avengers were returning, confused and tired. She quickly smoothed her face into a pleasant, unconcerned mask. Tony, Steve, and Banner returned to the alley one by one, looking exhausted and profoundly disturbed by her silence. She simply shook her head, dismissing their concern with a tight, sweet smile. Right, Tony said, rubbing the back of his neck and trying to return to normalcy. I need something to eat. I know a place. It's a shawarma barbecue joint 2 blocks from here. Best damn shawarma in New York. We deserve comfort food. They walked through the wreckage of the city. The contrast was startling. Huge office towers were reduced to skeletal shells, the streets were choked with debris, but there, standing miraculously intact amidst the apocalypse, was a small, neon-lit storefront, the Shawarma Palace. The owner, Uncle Sal, Irwin, was bent over, wearily sweeping shattered glass from the entrance. He looked up at the sound of the door opening, his face grim. We're closed today, folks, he muttered. The city's a mess. His voice stopped dead. He saw the girl standing in front, and his expression crumpled into one of profound, honest-to-God relief and joy. Hermione. Hermione, why are you here? Hermione smiled, a genuine, warm smile this time. Hi, Uncle Sal. Long time no see. I brought some friends for shawarma. The Avengers, standing behind her, were stunned. Tony looked from the small, messy shop to his formidable, magic-wielding consultant. Wait, Tony said, pointing a finger at her, then at Sal. You two know each other. Yes, she knows him, Sal boomed, his worries forgotten. She worked here 2 years ago. I'm telling you, you have no idea how popular the store was when Hermione was here. Customers would line up for blocks just to get the shawarma she rolled herself. He sighed dramatically. A crying shame. The business hasn't been the same since you went off to that fancy school. The Avengers exchanged silent, utterly bewildered glances. The woman who had just vaporized a Chitauri army and transfigured a nuclear missile was their friend's former minimum-wage employee. You're the shawarma girl? Tony asked, his jaw dropping. Hermione rolled her eyes, but a flicker of amusement crossed her face. What else? The Hogwarts kitchen staff are terrible. I had to learn to cook if I wanted to survive. So yes, Tony, I was the legendary shawarma girl. She leaned in. And you better be nice to me, or I'll put 10 whole, raw tomatoes in your shawarma. The Avengers burst into tired, grateful laughter. Sal, watching the interaction, was now having his own mental breakdown. He looked from the battered red and gold armor to the man he recognized as Tony Stark. He looked at the giant with the hammer, Thor. He looked at the green-skinned scientist, Banner. And he looked at the quiet, small girl who commanded them all. His eyes widened in a fresh wave of horror and realization. He put his trembling hand over his mouth. Could it be? Hermione, he stammered, his voice choked with awe, you are the wizard lady. Hermione, now wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, a stark contrast to her battle robes, simply nodded. The one who saved the city with the lightning and the fire? The one everyone is talking about. The one and only, Hermione confirmed. The genius, the strategist, the owner of a small, hidden, magical empire. And, yes, the best shawarma roller in Midtown. Chapter 138, Chapter 137, The Soul Stitcher. For 40+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Hermione watched the mixture of shock and awe on Uncle Sal's face, a slow, satisfied smile touching her lips. I figured you'd react like this, Uncle Sal, she said. It's a lot to process. She raised her wand, and the scene of destruction instantly began to reverse. Glass shards flew from the floor, reassembling themselves into a pristine windowpane. Splintered tables and chairs rose, fusing back into solid wood. The restaurant, in a matter of seconds, was spotless and whole. Uncle Sal just stared, his sweeping broom clattering to the floor. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione incanted with a casual wave. The meat-carving knife lifted from the cutting board, humming as it began to slice the shawarma meat with impossible speed and precision. The vegetables chopped themselves, and the raw potatoes leaped into the deep fryer. Hermione, you... Sal stammered, pointing a shaking finger at the dancing knife. This is what you were doing when you worked here? You used magic to make the shawarma. Of course, she confirmed. How else was I supposed to be fast enough? Hand cutting would take all day. The memory of the sheer volume of orders she had to fulfill in the brief window of the lunch rush made her shudder. As the shawarmas assembled themselves magically, Hermione looked at the ingredients. Tomatoes, onions, lettuce, grilled meat, and a bit of kale. No kale, the entire assembled team Tony, Steve, Thor, and Banner shouted in unison, the sound deafening and absolute. Hermione glared at them over the rim of the levitating pita bread. You're all still traumatized by my tastes, she thought, but relented. The matter was closed. SHIELD Sub-Level Medical Bay. The pleasant, spiced scent of the shawarma shop was replaced by the cold, metallic smell of antiseptic and ozone. Agent Phil Coulson lay on a sterile operating table, his body unnaturally still, the massive hole in his chest neatly stitched. Fury stood by his side, his face a mask of solemn dread. Are you certain about this, Miss Wizard? Hermione asked, her voice low. GH325 is a powerful substance. But the consequences of playing with death are absolute. Fury nodded, his jaw set. I have to try. He's the best we have. The lead doctor, her hands steady, injected the bright blue, viscous Cree blood into Coulson's vein. They waited. The seconds stretched into an unbearable silence. Coulson's fingers twitched once, a slight, almost imperceptible movement, and then stopped. His eyes remained closed. What is going on? Fury demanded, slamming his hand on the console. GH325 always works. His body is repaired. The body is a container, Hermione explained, stepping forward and looking down at the dead agent. But the contents are missing. She looked at the faint, residual magical trace clinging to his wound. Loki's scepter didn't just kill him, Director. The Mind Stone's energy tore his soul apart. It shattered, like glass. You've fixed the vase, but the flower is dust. There is no soul left to reawaken. Fury paled. Soul. That word was not in any of his strategic briefing files. The greatest threat in the cosmos is not a chemical weapon, Hermione thought, it's soul magic. She closed her eyes and focused on the faint, lingering traces of Coulson's shattered essence. It's there. She reached into her consciousness, retrieving the Horcrux she had fashioned from a playing card. The magic, dark and terrible, was the only thing that could anchor a soul fragment. There is a way, Hermione said, opening her eyes. I can try to call the fragments back from the void, piece them together, and anchor them to his body using advanced soul magic. She looked at Fury. But it's a terrifying process, and the results are unpredictable. He may not be the Coulson you remember. And if I fail, his soul will be completely annihilated. Do it, Fury ordered, without a second of hesitation. Hermione didn't argue. She nodded, accepting the terrifying burden. She drew her wand and began the ritual. It was not an incantation, but a silent, painstaking act of will. Shimmering, spectral fragments, the luminous dust of a man's essence began to collect from the air. Her wand was the needle, and her own immense magical core was the thread, carefully sewing the pieces of Coulson's shattered spirit back together. She infused the stitched soul with a small surge of her own harvested soul energy, preventing the fragile construct from collapsing. After an excruciating silence, the ritual was complete. She raised her wand and pointed it at his forehead. Innervate. Coulson's body convulsed violently on the table. A raw, guttural roar of pure, unimaginable pain, the sound of a soul being brutally forced back into its vessel, tore from his throat. His eyes snapped open, wide, and filled with an agony so intense it bordered on madness. What's happening? Fury shouted, rushing forward. He is anchoring, Hermione said, her voice strained. A soul that has been ripped apart must be painfully rewelded to the body. He will be fine after it stabilizes. A doctor, horrified by the trauma, stammered a suggestion. We need to sedate him. Modify his memory. He'll be useless if he remembers this pain. Hermione glared at the doctor, the look in her eyes cold enough to freeze blood. No. You will not touch his mind. He made a sacrifice for his friends. He deserves to remember it all. Chapter 139, Chapter 138, Ministry on the Doorstep. For 40+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Hermione watched the light leave Coulson's eyes, the raw, brutal pain of his soul stitching complete. The memory of that agony was too immense, too dangerous to leave intact. She waved her wand lightly, a soft, soothing gesture. Obliviate. The memory of the soul-sewing process, the agonizing re-anchoring, and the vision of his own shattered spirit was gently, surgically smoothed over and erased. Coulson's body convulsed one last time, and he fell into a deep, healing sleep. Washington, D.C., World Security Council Headquarters. Alexander Pierce sat in the deepest recess of his office, the large bandage over his missing ear a constant, throbbing reminder of his failure. On his holographic projector, a single image dominated the room: Hermione Granger, surrounded by lightning, ice, and fire, a god of destruction. Damn wizard, he thought, gripping the armrests of his chair. Her power is immense. Uncontrollable. She is a variable that must be contained, or better yet, taken. Suddenly, a voice, clear and chillingly close, spoke directly behind him. Alexander Pierce. Pierce launched himself out of his chair with the speed and ferocity of a wild animal. He spun around, his hand instinctively going for the hidden pistol at his hip, but there was nothing there. Then, a young man slowly emerged from the shadows near the wall. He was tall, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, and radiated a quiet, profound sense of authority that seemed to warp the very air around him. Pierce's eyes narrowed, taking in the impossible sight. No alarms. No warning. The entrance was a solid wall. Yet, this man stood there, completely at ease. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Pierce demanded, his voice strained. He reached under his desk for the emergency panic button. The young man simply raised a hand and gave a casual, dismissive flick of a thin, dark wooden stick he held. Lang lock. Pierce instantly felt a cold, paralyzing blockage in his throat. He tried to scream, tried to warn security, but no sound would come out. He clawed at his neck, his eyes wide with horror. "Put your hands up, Mr. Pierce," the young man said calmly. "That's a non-lethal enchantment. It merely seals your tongue to the roof of your mouth." He gave another gentle wave. Reductio. The paralysis vanished. Pierce gasped, sucking in air, utterly defeated. He looked at the wand in the young man's hand. He knew that stick. It was magic. "Are you a wizard?" Pierce whispered. It was a terrifying confirmation of his deepest fears. The young man nodded, a smile of icy amusement on his face. "Tom Marvolo Riddle. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Ministry of Magic." His tone was that of a bureaucrat making a formal call. "I'm here to discuss your unauthorized actions concerning Miss Hermione Granger." A gloomy cemetery, coastal England. The air was cold and damp, the ground soft and muddy from the perpetual rain. Lucius Malfoy stood alone among the leaning, moss-covered tombstones, the collar of his expensive traveling cloak pulled high around his neck. He was jittery, his gaze constantly sweeping the dark, empty space. He was waiting for his asset to arrive. A swirl of shadows and darkness materialized behind him. A man in a simple black robe, his face hidden by a deep cowl, stepped out. "You're late, Lestat," Lucius said, trying to project a confidence he didn't feel. "You said it was urgent," the dark wizard, Lestat, hissed, his voice rough and low. "What do you want?" Lucius was silent for a moment, his internal struggle visible on his face. This was it. The final betrayal that would ensure his family's survival. "I want you to be a hero for the ministry," Lucius said. "I want you to be caught." Lestat's eyes widened in confusion, then pure, murderous rage. "Lucius, you betray me!" He raised his wand, a flicker of dark, chaotic energy gathering at the tip. Avada Kedavra. The curse was fast, clean, and silent. A searing bolt of sickly green light erupted from a point just behind Lucius, striking Lestat square in the chest. Lestat's body froze mid-spell, his eyes wide with shock and fury, before he collapsed onto the muddy ground, lifeless. Tom Riddle stepped out of the shadows, his expression one of bored professionalism. He looked at the trembling Lucius. "You took too long, Mr. Malfoy. Next time, allow the ministry agent to take the kill shot." Lucius, his soul sickened by the murder, could only stare at the dead man and the terrifying wizard standing over him. He had known, theoretically, that Hermione's partner was dangerous. But he hadn't expected the immediate, cold-blooded finality of it. His magic is even cleaner than hers, Lucius thought. No sound. No warning. Just death. "The body will be retrieved by my team," Tom said. "Consider this the first step in your rehabilitation, Mr. Malfoy. The ministry appreciates your renewed commitment to justice." Lucius Malfoy, the proud pure-blood lord, simply nodded, his eyes wide with a terrifying realization, he was utterly and irrevocably trapped in a game orchestrated by a genius who was entirely too young and far too ruthless. His only path forward was obedience. Chapter 140, Chapter 139, The Guest in the Corner. For 40+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The green light of the killing curse had vanished, leaving only a dark, shimmering stain on the cold, damp earth. Hermione looked at the pulverized remains of the dark wizardlstat. Bombarda Maxima, she intoned. The already shattered corpse was instantly engulfed in a localized, white-hot explosion, scattering dust and fine organic material into the wind. Tom Riddle, standing over the vanished body, looked at Hermione with a surprised frown. "What are you doing?" he asked. "You used Avada Kedavra. It leaves no mark." "It leaves no physical mark, Tom," Hermione corrected, putting away her wand. "But the Ministry's forensic magical team is far more sophisticated than you give them credit for. They can detect the residue of an unforgivable curse on the victim's soul or the surrounding air. If Lockhart turns in a body that was just cleanly killed, they'll know he used the killing curse. But if he turns in a pile of scorched, exploded debris, they'll assume it was a blasting curse or a magical explosion. It's a clean-up, Tom. A matter of political plausible deniability." Tom stared at her. "She thinks of everything." "Now," Hermione said, turning her attention back to him, "you are taking the results to Lockhart. Tell him he finally got his big win. I will be back tomorrow." Platform 9 3/4. Hermione boarded the Hogwarts Express, the annual wave of noise, steam, and chaos washing over her. She navigated the crowded corridors with practiced ease, finding a compartment near the middle of the train that was mercifully empty. She settled into a seat by the window, opening a new textbook on advanced potion making, her mind still preoccupied with her current projects. A few minutes later, the door to the compartment slid open. A man stood there. He was shabby, his tweed jacket patched at the elbows, his face lined and weary, as if life had simply been too much trouble for him lately. But his eyes, though tired, were kind, and he had a gentle, soft-spoken manner. "Excuse me," he asked politely, his voice carrying a soothing, low tone. "Is this compartment occupied?" Hermione closed her book. "No," she said, shaking her head. The man smiled gratefully and hoisted a battered, worn suitcase onto the luggage rack. He sat across from her. "I imagine you're a third year, judging by the course material," he said, looking at her book. "Gryffindor." "Third year, yes," Hermione confirmed. "And you're the new professor. Defense against the dark arts. Professor Remus Lupin." The man's weariness vanished, replaced by a look of sharp surprise. "Indeed I am," he said. "How did you know my name?" Hermione pointed a finger at the suitcase he'd just placed on the rack. The name R.J. Lupin was scratched into the leather. Lupin laughed softly. "Of course. A simple deduction." "No," Hermione corrected him. "It's written right there. But I also know something else, Professor." She leaned in, her voice dropping. "Headmaster Dumbledore has assigned me as your teaching assistant for the whole year." Lupin's smile vanished. "Teaching assistant?" he frowned. "I was unaware of that. Dumbledore mentioned in his letter that he was sending me a student to help with classroom setup, but he did not mention a long-term contract." Hermione's face hardened. That old coot. She had agreed to 1 year of service for the Philosopher's Stone, which he had now unilaterally converted into a permanent, renewable contract. "Don't worry, Professor," she sighed, rubbing her temples. "The man has a way of making his personal deals seem mandatory. I'll take it up with him when we get to the castle." Lupin didn't press. He looked exhausted. He yawned, rubbing his tired eyes. "I apologize, Miss Granger. I need to catch up on some sleep. I had a rather strenuous night." Hermione nodded, her tone softening with understanding. The full moon was 2 nights ago, she thought, her eyes taking in the faint, silvery lines of exhaustion around his mouth. "He's recovering." Lupin pulled his shabby coat over his shoulders and curled up in his seat. Within moments, a soft, low snoring sound filled the compartment. Hermione looked out the window at the familiar, rolling green countryside. Her mind drifted back to her coming conversation with Dumbledore. That manipulative old man. The compartment door burst open. Hermione! You're here! Ron yelled, barreling in and plopping down next to her. Harry slid into the seat opposite. We've been searching every carriage, Harry said, smiling. We thought you'd be hiding in the luggage rack or something. Hermione looked at the sleeping professor. Be quiet, she whispered, gesturing toward Lupin. Harry's eyes landed on the sleeping man. He glanced at Hermione, a question mark on his face. But as he looked back at the professor, the man's eyes fluttered open for a brief moment. Lupin's gaze fixed intensely on Harry for a single, long second, a flicker of something nostalgia, recognition, profound sorrow before they snapped shut again. Hermione noticed the exchange. So, he recognizes James's son. Of course. The train sped along, the scenery a blur of green and brown. Suddenly, the train lurched violently and then began to slow, the metal screeching in protest. The lights flickered and died, plunging the entire carriage into a cold, absolute darkness. The sudden change startled everyone. Ron cried out, his voice sharp with alarm. Harry fumbled for his wand, the fear in his voice palpable. What's going on? Why did the lights go out? A profound, suffocating cold began to spread through the carriage. The temperature dropped instantly. Frost bloomed on the windows, and the air seemed to thicken, heavy with a terrible, existential dread. All the warmth, all the happiness, all the good memories in the compartment were being sucked into a vacuum. A blurry, black shadow, a figure of darkness and decay appeared at the compartment door, slowly gliding in. Chapter 141, Chapter 140, The Play-Doh of the Soul. 440+ Advanced Chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The suffocating chill was immediate, absolute. The air seemed to turn to ice and rot, sucking every particle of warmth and happiness from the carriage. The darkness that invaded the compartment was not merely the absence of light, it was a spiritual vacuum. Harry was closest to the door. He tried to move, to shout, but his limbs were frozen. A high-pitched, screaming laughter, the sound of his mother's final moments, invaded his mind. Despair, thick and black, consumed his heart, dragging him down into the most agonizing memories of his life. The shadowy figure, blurred and decaying, glided to the door, its face a rotting void. It lowered its head toward Harry, opening its mouth in a gesture of profound, ultimate malice, ready to perform the Dementor's kiss. Lupin, startled awake, moved instantly, his wand already appearing in his hand. But Hermione was faster. Her focus was not hampered by despair, she felt only a cold, analytical surge of purpose. She pointed her wand at the looming horror. Expecto Patronum. The incantation was clear, sharp, and commanding. A blinding, incandescent surge of pure, silver-white light erupted from her wand tip. The light coalesced, taking the vibrant, joyful shape of a sea otter, a patroness so powerful it seemed to radiate warmth, chasing the cold and darkness from the carriage. The Dementor recoiled, letting out a raw, soul-rending shriek of pain that made the windows rattle. It writhed, trying desperately to escape the luminous purity that was its natural antithesis. But Hermione wasn't done. She wasn't just driving it away. She was weaponizing her spell. With intense concentration, her eyes narrowed, she channeled her will. The spectral sea otter, an animated spirit of light, instantly twisted, compressed, and solidified, forming a dense, brilliant sphere of silver-white energy that enveloped the shrieking Dementor. The sphere of light, a magical prison of pure, concentrated joy, began to shrink under Hermione's relentless magical will. The Dementor, a captive beast, thrashed violently, its struggle becoming weaker and weaker as its essence was crushed by the power of the patroness. Boom! With a muffled sound, the light ball was compressed to its limit and exploded, dissipating the Dementor into a final, scattering cloud of black, formless gas. The chilling cold receded instantly. The silence that followed was deafening. Lupin, supporting the unconscious Harry, stared at Hermione with an expression of profound, unadulterated shock. He had seen Petronuses drive Dementors away, but he had never, in his entire life, seen one compressed and detonated like a magical grenade. He looked back at the exhausted, sleeping face of the unconscious Dementor which had been absorbed by the magic book and then at Hermione. "Miss Granger," he coughed, breaking the stillness. "Your patroness charm, it is extraordinary. I have never seen anyone destroy a Dementor with one before." "It's simple, really," Hermione said, shaking out her wrist. "The patroness is just a flexible construct of positive energy. Imagine it's a piece of Play-Doh. You use your magic to mold it into whatever shape you need to contain the enemy." "Play-Doh?" Lupin thought, his mind reeling. He had struggled for years to produce a wisp of silver smoke, yet this girl was treating the most advanced defensive charm in existence like arts and crafts. After the Dementors fled, chased away by the spectacle of their comrades' annihilation, the lights flickered back on, and the train started to move. Harry slowly stirred, sitting up with a confused moan, rubbing his scar. He saw Lupin's tired, bearded face leaning close to him. The proximity, combined with the lingering trauma in his mind, triggered a wave of anxious, dark paranoia. What happened to me?" Harry stammered, his eyes darting frantically to Hermione. "You fainted, Harry," Ron supplied quickly. Harry looked back at Lupin, his eyes narrowing with deep suspicion. He subconsciously recoiled, putting distance between himself and the man. Did anyone," he asked, his voice trembling, "do anything strange to me while I was out? Don't tell me, someone gave me mouth-to-mouth." He imagined the scenario, the bearded, shabby man leaning over him. His face instantly went pale green. Hermione watched the scene with a sudden, overwhelming urge for mischief. "He's asking for it." She paused, deliberately allowing the tension to coil, then spoke slowly, "You know, Harry, you guessed correctly." Harry froze, paralyzed by absolute horror. His mind screamed in silent, visceral agony. He glanced at Lupin, then at Ron, a look of profound betrayal on his face. Lupin, completely thrown by the sudden, bizarre turn of events and the look of green-faced terror on the student he was meant to protect, quickly intervened. "Miss Granger, please don't use such a misleading statement," he protested, his own face flushing with acute embarrassment. "Mr. Potter, I assure you, no such thing occurred." Hermione finally burst into laughter, a sharp, clear sound that filled the compartment. "Pfft! Okay, I'm just kidding, Harry." She patted his knee. "You were indeed kissed, but it was by the Dementor, not Professor Lupin. It only tried to suck out your soul, not give you artificial respiration." Harry, completely exhausted by the emotional whiplash, just slumped back into his seat, breathing heavily. He looked down at his hand, remembering the suffocating coldness of the Dementor's touch. The joke was over, but the terror was real. "It was aiming for your soul, Harry," Lupin said quietly, his voice regaining its professional calm. "The only thing it sucks out is happiness." He glanced at Hermione with a troubled, complex expression. He knew his job this year was going to be anything but normal. Chapter 142, Chapter 141, The Burden of Time. For 40+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. "You see it?" Hermione asked, pointing downward with her wand. Harry stared at the spot on the seat where the shadowy figure had hovered moments before. He breathed a deep sigh of relief, his shoulders slumping. He had not been kissed by a man. He touched his lips with lingering fear and confusion. "What exactly is a Dementor?" he asked, his voice still hoarse. Hermione finished her apple with a final, crisp crunch, dropping the core onto a napkin. "They are dark creatures, Harry. Sentinels of Azkaban. They feed on human happiness. If they perform the Dementor's kiss on you, they will suck your soul out, leaving you as a screaming, soulless husk. Harry's scalp tingled, and he shuddered, imagining the terrible emptiness. Luckily you were here, Hermione, he whispered. Or I would have. He looked at Professor Lupin, who was watching them with a gentle, patient expression. Professor, I owe you an apology. I misunderstood your intentions just now. Lupin offered a sympathetic smile. It's quite all right, Harry. Given the circumstances, your suspicion was understandable. No harm done. He then formally introduced himself. I am Remus Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Another Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Harry muttered under his breath, the phrase heavy with the weight of Quirrell and Lockhart. He felt a familiar sense of doom. Hermione, however, vouched for him. Professor Lupin is different, Harry. He has real ability. He fought on the front lines against Voldemort with your father. He was part of the original Order of the Phoenix. Harry's attitude shifted instantly, his expression of adolescent cynicism replaced by a look of sincere respect. He had finally found a connection to his parents, and a Dada professor who seemed worthy of the title. The train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station. The Great Hall was bustling with students exchanging summer tales and greeting friends. The sorting ceremony was quickly concluded. As the feast was served, Dumbledore rose, the sudden silence in the hall profound and absolute. His voice, loud and gentle, carried the weight of terrible news. Welcome back to Hogwarts. I must announce that there has been a prison break from Azkaban. The notorious Death Eater, Sirius Black, has escaped. A wave of palpable fear swept through the student body. The Ministry has determined that Hogwarts may be his target, Dumbledore continued, his expression grim. Therefore, the prison guards the Dementors will be stationed at the various entrances and boundaries of the school. I must warn you, Dementors are dangerous. They feed on happiness. Do not approach them. The fear in the hall solidified. Hogwarts, their sanctuary, was now a fortress surrounded by monsters. When dinner concluded, Dumbledore's eyes swept the room and landed on Hermione. Miss Granger, please wait a moment. Come to my office. Hermione nodded, expecting the summons. It was now an annual tradition. Inside the headmaster's office, the air was warm and smelled of cinnamon and old books. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, holding a small, golden pendant. The pendant was round, containing a tiny, exquisite hourglass, the sand sparkling with captured light. I was going to give this to you this year, Miss Granger, to help you take all of your elective courses, Dumbledore said, handing her the object. A time turner. Hermione took the pendant, its gold cool against her palm, its mechanism thrumming faintly with powerful, contained temporal magic. But now, Dumbledore added with a knowing smile, I suspect it may be of no use to you. Hermione held the time turner up, her internal grimoire instantly analyzing the artifact. Wondrous object, time converter, collected. Note, can only support magical operations of level 2 or below. Maximum temporal reversal, 48 hours. She realized it instantly. Her power was too great. A simple spell cast while wearing the device would overload and shatter it. The original Hermione needed this to survive her class schedule, Hermione mused internally. But with my current power, it's a death sentence. Dumbledore smiled, confirming her realization. It was a necessary safety feature for a brilliant young girl whose ambition outstripped her power. But now, your power is far beyond its simple capacity. You know, Headmaster, Hermione said, I agreed to be your teaching assistant for 1 year in exchange for the Philosopher's Stone. But that contract has expired. Why the continued interest in my academic schedule? Dumbledore chuckled. I originally intended to use the time turner as payment for you to take on 1 day a month of substitution for Professor Lupin. He paused, a mischievous glint in his eye. However, Professor Snape vehemently opposed the idea. He was concerned that you would teach something too masculine. Hermione rolled her eyes. Snape, the great guardian of the wizarding world's fragile gender norms. In the end, I decided to let Professor Snape handle the substitution duties himself, Dumbledore concluded. Hermione left the office, clutching the now useless time turner. As she reached the corridor, she saw a familiar figure waiting. Luna Lovegood trotted up to her, holding a brand new volume of the Quibbler. Here, Luna said, handing her the magazine. The latest issue. My dad just printed it. Hermione took the magazine, flipping through the strange, brightly colored pages. What did you do during the holiday? Luna asked, her silvery eyes blinking slowly. Hermione shrugged, a small, wry smile touching her lips. Nothing special. Just took care of some problems here and there. And by the way, fought aliens. Luna nodded calmly, accepting the information as easily as if Hermione had said she had gone to the seaside. I see, Luna said, turning to walk away. Well, I'll see you in class. The two separated, the magical genius and the serene weirdo, both carrying knowledge that the rest of the world couldn't begin to comprehend. Chapter 143, Chapter 142, The Grim and the Grimoire. For 40+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Fighting aliens. Luna Lovegood's silvery eyes lit up instantly. She leaned closer to Hermione, a genuine, childlike excitement transforming her dreamy expression. Truly? I want to go. Do they look like the Scimitar-horn Snorlax? Do they have rotating horns on their heads, or are they more like the crumple-horned variety? Hermione let out a small, quiet laugh. The absurdity of the question, delivered with such profound, earnest sincerity, was deeply disarming. They look like ugly space zombies, Luna. But yes, I'll take you next time. You'd probably find them very fascinating. Luna squinted her eyes happily, like a kitten having its favorite spot stroked. After a few more minutes of discussing the merits of theoretical alien warfare, she reluctantly said goodbye and skipped away, her mind clearly already drawing up intergalactic travel plans. The air in the divination classroom was heavy, hot, and thick with the cloying scent of incense, dust, and old curtains. The cluttered space, filled with brass tables, velvet cushions, and half-empty teacups, felt less like a sanctuary of prophecy and more like a stuffy, neglected attic. Professor Sybil Trelawney, her enormous, magnified eyes peering out from behind thick lenses, spoke in a breathy, dramatic monotone that seemed calculated to induce immediate sleep. Children, today we shall peer into the mists of the future through the sacred art of tasseomancy divination by tea leaves. Hermione, who was already fully awake and entirely unimpressed, quickly drained the cold, weak tea from her cup. Her internal assessment of the course was simple, useless. Not in the grimoire. Not as good as the Eye of Agamotto. Why bother reading tea leaves when she could look directly into the subject's soul or even manipulate the timeline itself? She was about to dismiss the class from her mind when Ron leaned in. She really hates your rat, he whispered. Hermione looked to the corner of the table. Scabbers, the fat, mangy black rat, was huddled low, his breath coming in shallow bursts. He is just a rat, Hermione. Why do you always glare at him? Ron asked, genuinely perplexed by her open hostility towards his pet. Hermione's eyes narrowed, her expression turning cold and clinical as she focused on the repulsive creature. He's not a rat, she thought with a surge of contempt. He's a man. A traitor. A coward who sold out his friends and spent 12 years sleeping in a child's pocket, avoiding the consequences of his actions. Peter Pettigrew. The very sight of the man in his disgusting rat form made her stomach churn. And he's proud of it. He's proud of living in absolute moral degradation, just to survive. She looked away. He wasn't even worth the effort of a full killing curse. Trelawney drifted over to Harry's table, peering into his teacup. As she examined the dregs, her large eyes snapped wide. She let out a sudden, high-pitched shriek, her body seizing in a violent, theatrical convulsion. The Grim, she wailed, her voice thick and guttural, sounding suddenly ancient and terrifying. I see the great, spectral dog. The sign of death. It portends your death, my dear. The students gasped, their heads whipping around. Harry flinched, his heart hammering against his ribs. He forced himself to remain calm, though a wave of icy dread washed over him. Not again. Is it another Voldemort curse? Trelawney slowly emerged from her trance, looking dazed and weak. Harry seized the opportunity. Professor, if that's a real prediction, you must tell me the details. Where? When? What does it mean? Trelawney blinked her magnified eyes, which were now glazed over and cloudy. Ah, things like prophecy, my dear boy, they are too delicate. They cannot be forced. The future is veiled in mist. She rambled on, quickly retreating into her usual mysterious fog. Harry stared at her, profound skepticism written all over his face. She just scared me half to death, and now she can't tell me anything except that I'm going to die? This class was utterly useless. Hermione broke the awkward silence. She looked at Trelawney with a look of severe academic judgment. Professor, she said, her voice sharp and challenging, I find it difficult to justify this course's existence if its sole product is ambiguous fear. If the vision was true, why can you not translate it accurately? Trelawney felt her professionalism being challenged. It is not so simple, Miss Granger. The true gift cannot be forced. That's because your methods are flawed, Hermione stated calmly. You're relying on random chance and superstition. You are trying to read the future, but you are not looking at the source. She walked up to the professor's podium, her expression unyielding. Professor, may I borrow your crystal ball? Trelawney, still reeling from the challenge to her authority, nodded mutely. Hermione took the massive, heavy crystal ball and held it in her hands. She closed her eyes, and a profound stillness settled over her. She was going to show them that real magic, real divination, was a matter of knowledge and power, not tea leaves and vague pronouncements. She lightly tapped her own temple with her wand. A series of fine, silvery threads, glowing with the cool, ethereal light of moonlight, flowed out from her skin, connected to the tip of her wand. She directed the shimmering energy toward the crystal ball, and the silver light began to sink into the clear glass, charging it. This was not tasseomancy. This was legilimency and memory projection. And she was about to show the entire class exactly what the future looked like. Of course. Here is chapter 142, rewritten and significantly expanded to meet your requirements, with a deep focus on character, atmosphere, and a humanized narrative voice. Chapter 144, Chapter 143, A Prophet's Collapse. 440+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The silver thread of magic sank into the crystal ball, and the originally transparent sphere instantly filled with a blinding, milky white light. The air grew cold, and the sudden, dramatic illumination drew every eye in the classroom. Students held their breath, their anticipation tinged with fear. The light faded, and a clear, terrifying picture emerged in the crystal sphere. It was a dark, desolate cemetery shrouded in mist. In the center, a huge stone cauldron bubbled over a magical fire. A figure, cloaked and noseless, stood over the pot, holding a small, pale, bundle-like creature. Without hesitation, the figure dropped the creature into the boiling, luminous liquid. A sound, muffled and terrible, emanated from the sphere. Inside the pot, the bundle swelled, its form elongating, its pale skin stretching. Slowly, agonizingly, a powerful, bald, noseless figure began to claw its way out of the pot. The sight was enough to send a wave of ice-cold dread through the room. There was no need for explanation. The noseless silhouette, the palpable sense of cold evil, everyone instantly recognized the figure. It was the stuff of nightmares, the Dark Lord. God, the mysterious man! A Hufflepuff student cried out, pointing at the crystal ball, his hand trembling so violently he could barely hold his teacup. Harry shot up from his seat, his eyes wide with a familiar, searing horror. Voldemort, he gasped, the name a painful acknowledgement of his eternal enemy. What is going on? Hermione ignored him, her eyes fixed on the shocked, bewildered face of their professor. That's an accurate prediction, Professor Trelawney, Hermione said, her voice smooth and cold. Do you think this prediction is accurate enough? Trelawney was completely shattered. Her hyperthyroid eyes, usually vague and unfocused, were now locked onto the horrific scene in the ball. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. Impossible, how is it possible? She muttered, her entire body shaking as her false reality collapsed around her. The resurrection of the Dark Lord was secondary, the true horror was the fact that this child had just performed a feat of prophecy that completely invalidated her entire existence. The headmaster's office. The heavy, ornate door was slammed open with such force that it rattled the portraits on the wall. Snape, his face livid, his breathing coming in ragged, painful gasps, stumbled into the office. He looked as though he had just escaped a lethal curse. Albus! Snape choked out, leaning heavily on the back of a chair, his dark robes swirling around him. Dumbledore, sitting serenely behind his desk, looked up and slowly put down his quill. Severus, calm yourself, he said gently, his voice imbued with a soft, soothing magic. Snape felt the tightness in his chest ease, the cold, panic-fueled tension dissolving slightly under Dumbledore's calming influence. He picked up a goblet of pumpkin juice and drained it in 2 large, desperate gulps. That girl, Snape finally managed to hiss, slamming the cup down on the desk. That Granger girl. She has finally gone too far. She's created a prophecy about the Dark Lord's return. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with a patient, knowing curiosity. Oh? Severus, what earth-shattering thing did Miss Granger do to make you lose your composure like this? I assume it's worse than her teaching the killing curse again. Snape rolled his eyes in pure annoyance and shoved the still glowing crystal ball he had snatched from the classroom onto Dumbledore's desk. See for yourself. Dumbledore picked up the ball. The smoky vision of the cemetery and the cauldron coalesced inside the sphere. The old man's pupils contracted sharply, his breathing freezing for a barely perceptible moment. Snape seized the moment. Do you see, Albus? She didn't just guess. She showed the future. The actual resurrection. She showed it to every child in that classroom. What do you think will happen when her prophecy comes true? Will they not think she is behind it? Will they not think she is creating these events? Dumbledore's face returned to its serene calm. He set the crystal ball down gently. Severus, I have said it before, you should not call a little girl that guy. Now, why are you so quick to assign blame? Miss Granger is reckless, but she made a true prophecy. Why should she be blamed for a vision of the future? Snape leaned forward, his voice a low, furious hiss. Because her magic is too dangerous. She demonstrated the unforgivable curses openly, and now she is showing visions of the Dark Lord to traumatized children. She is setting a precedent that will destroy this school. You don't understand her. She is not Lily. She is reckless, she is ambitious, and she will ruin everything. Dumbledore calmly tapped the table. You have to admit, Severus, she is extremely gifted. She has managed to do something that centuries of so-called seers have failed to do. She has created a prophecy so clear it has broken poor Sybil Trelawney's mind. Snape glared at him. Indeed. Trelawney is now standing in that classroom, catatonic, muttering impossible over and over. Like a madwoman. That is the result of your little genius, Albus. The total collapse of a professor's sanity. Dumbledore's eyes softened with a hint of genuine sympathy for the fallen teacher. A pity. But you must concede, Severus, Hermione's talent for divination is extraordinary. He smiled faintly. She truly is a prodigy in every field of magic, even the most difficult ones. If I didn't know Miss Granger's background, I would suspect she was Merlin reborn. Snape just stared, defeated and furious. He knew Dumbledore was right about her talent. The sheer, overwhelming scope of her abilities was undeniable, frustrating, and terrifying. However, Dumbledore mused, his gaze becoming distant, she didn't provide the time or place for this resurrection. Which means, Severus, we must prepare for the eventuality that her vision will soon come to pass. Chapter 145, Chapter 144, The Soft Girl Problem. For 40+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Even if she really predicted something, Snape hissed, his hand gripping the edge of Dumbledore's desk so tightly his knuckles were white. She cannot release information like that in public. Have you considered the panic? The students are terrified. The parents will be furious. How are we supposed to clean up this mess? Dumbledore, who was calmly swirling the pumpkin juice in his goblet, set it down. Severus, he said, his voice quiet and thoughtful. Have you ever considered that Hermione might have done this intentionally? Snape paused, his furious expression faltering. She saw the resurrection, Dumbledore continued, his tone slightly appreciative. She saw the danger. And she knew no one, not the Ministry, not the faculty, would take the threat seriously until it was an undeniable, public fact. She forced the school to acknowledge the truth. I just found out today that her gift for seeing patterns extends to the future. This would explain her, let's call it special behavior over the past 2 years. Snape sank into the chair, the raw logic of Dumbledore's interpretation hitting him hard. Hermione's chaos, when viewed through the lens of a long-term strategic leak, made terrifying sense. But still, Snape muttered, rubbing his temples, the effort of processing Hermione's mind games giving him a profound headache. She is creating global panic. This news will reach the Ministry, and those selfing bureaucrats will descend on us like vultures. I cannot imagine the damage she will inflict when she inevitably clashes with that lot. Dumbledore smiled but did not object. He knew Hermione was not a good-tempered child. And he knew the Ministry was full of pompous fools. That, he said, his voice laced with genuine concern, is indeed the problem. We must worry less about Voldemort's return and more about the diplomatic fallout when Miss Granger loses her temper with Cornelius Fudge. Snape let out a low, weary curse. Every time the name Hermione Granger was mentioned, his blood pressure spiked. He really couldn't understand how Harry Potter, the boy he was sworn to protect, could have become friends with a creature of such glorious, unrelenting chaos. The defense against the dark arts classroom. The air was humid with the nervous energy of the students. Professor Remus Lupin stood before a large, rattling wooden cabinet, his gentle smile contrasting sharply with the tension in the room. Inside this cabinet, Lupin explained, his voice low and kind, is a boggart. It will transform into the thing you fear most. Our spell, Ridiculous, is meant to defeat it with laughter. Who would like to volunteer? A heavy silence fell over the room. No one wanted their deepest, most embarrassing fear revealed in public. Malfoy, Lupin offered gently, his eyes landing on Draco. How about you? Draco, sensing the opportunity to reassert his status after the disastrous Quidditch match, puffed out his chest and walked to the front, trying to ignore the subtle tremor in his knees. Lupin gave him a brief instruction. Are you ready, Draco? Ready, Malfoy said, his voice surprisingly firm. Lupin pulled the cabinet door open. The boggart shot out, and the air around it shimmered violently. It didn't become a giant snake, or a disappointed father. It transformed instantly into Hermione Granger. She stood there, her arms crossed, her eyes narrowed into familiar, terrifying slits, her mouth curled into the cold, ruthless sneer she had worn right before she snapped and choked him at the dueling club. The entire classroom went silent for a beat, then erupted into a fresh, chaotic wave of laughter. Ha 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 ha! Malfoy! You're afraid of Granger! Ron howled, nearly falling off his chair. Malfoy's face, already pale, flushed crimson. Humiliation and terror seized him in equal measure. He saw the cold promise of pain in the boggart Hermione's eyes. He raised his wand, his hand shaking, and tried to remember the spell. Ridicu, he stammered. The spell failed. But the intensity of his subconscious fear and a massive, unspoken internal desire slammed into the boggart. The terrifying, cruel Hermione dissolved, and the boggart transformed again. The creature's posture softened. Its fierce eyes became large, watery, and blue, like a frightened fawn's. The cruel sneer smoothed out into a plump, pouting mouth. Its intense, severe black robes shimmered with a faint, soft pink glow, and the whole figure tilted its head, looking at Malfoy with a look of helpless, innocent appeal. The chaotic laughter in the room stopped instantly, replaced by a collective, stunned silence. Wow, someone finally breathed. The boggart was now a sweet, saccharine, devastatingly cute Hermione. A completely docile, utterly affectionate soft girl whose entire being screamed purity and vulnerability. She's so adorable, a seventh-year boy whispered, his knees weak. Malfoy stared at the figure, his own internal world collapsing. This was the person his heart secretly feared the most, not the cruel witch, but the soft Hermione. The Hermione he secretly harbored an intense, embarrassing attraction for. The real Hermione, who had been leaning against the back wall, enjoying the show, went rigid. Her eyes fixed on the boggart, and her skin, which was usually pale, began to turn a sickly, vibrant shade of Hulk green. No! The silent, primal roar tore through her mind. That's the weakness. That's the opposite. That's the version of me I killed. The boggart had exposed her ultimate psychological fault line. The version of herself that was sweet, pliable, and defenseless. The anger, massive and uncontrollable, surged through her, shaking her entire body. Professor! Malfoy shrieked, pointing at the sweet, cooing boggart. I don't know what happened. I don't. It must be a mistake. The boggart tilted its head, its voice a soft, melodious whisper. Why are you looking at me like that? Malfoy, utterly defeated, could only manage one, desperate, final thought, I'm finished. She saw it. She knows. Chapter 146, Chapter 145, The Problem with Vulnerability. For 40+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The air in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom still crackled with residual ozone and fear. Lupin stared, his mouth slightly open, as the real Hermione Granger stood over the smoking remnants of the boggart that had taken her image. She had just cast the Avada Kedavra curse. And she had cast it, not on a monster, but on a terrifyingly accurate manifestation of her own deepest vulnerability. Lupin looked from the dissipating black smoke to Hermione's face, which was slowly losing its terrifying Hulk green hue. Granger, he stammered, his mind racing. You just used an unforgivable curse. On a boggart. She shrugged, putting away her wand. It's the most convenient way to neutralize a dark creature, Professor. Why waste time with petty jinxes? The killing curse is, by far, the most efficient spell in existence. Lupin felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. He didn't doubt her ruthlessness. He only wondered at the profound, terrifying power she had just unleashed, not against the Boggart's form, but against her own perceived weakness. "But why that form, Hermione?" Harry asked, his voice quiet. He knew the Boggart. It was supposed to be his father's killer, a Dementor. Hermione glared at Malfoy, who was still trying to look anywhere but at the scene of his psychological execution. "That fool exposed it," she said, her voice sharp. "The Boggart transforms into your deepest fear. My fear is not death, or failure. It's becoming that." She gestured to the spot where the saccharine figure had been. "Becoming soft, pliable, and utterly useless. It was a threat. I neutralized it." Lupin rubbed his temples, feeling like he was caught between two different realities. "The Boggart's gone, Miss Granger. You've lost a valuable teaching aid for the entire year." The bell for the end of class mercifully rang, like a signal of the students' release. They hurried out, whispering and pointing at the wreckage, all of them completely subdued by the profound violence and psychological terror of the day. Hermione walked past Malfoy, who was frozen in place, utterly catatonic with fear and humiliation. She paused, her eyes glinting with a cold, predatory amusement. "Malfoy," her voice was a low, dangerous whisper that only he could hear. "You saw the Boggart. You know what you desire. You like cute, sweet girls, don't you?" Draco's body stiffened, a silent shriek trapped in his throat. "Don't worry," she continued, her lips curling into a playful, sinister smile. "I promise you will get your chance to enjoy their cuteness. When the time is right." She then turned and walked away, leaving the paralyzed boy to his terror. Stark Tower, CEO's office. Hermione appeared in a flash of shimmering light, instantly transitioning from the cold stone of Hogwarts to the cool, sterile environment of Stark Tower. She barely had time to put her wand away before a frantic, whispered voice reached her ear. Miss! Thank God you're here." Hermione turned and saw Happy Hogan, Tony's bodyguard, pressed against the glass wall of Pepper's office, peering around the corner with an air of conspiratorial panic. "Happy, what are you doing?" Hermione asked, bemused. "Shhh." Happy shushed her frantically, pulling her into the nearest shadowed corner. "It's the man. He's in there with Miss Potts." Hermione peered through the glass wall of the office. Pepper was standing by her desk, engaged in a conversation with a tall, well-dressed, and distinctly handsome man who was standing far too close. On the holographic projector between them, a massive, illuminated, complex image of the human brain pulsed slowly. "He's selling her something," Happy hissed, his face slick with sweat. "But he's standing too close. He's obviously interested in her. That man has scheming corporate evil written all over him, and he's after Tony's girl. I can't let this happen." Happy was hypervigilant, obsessed with protecting the stability of the Stark family unit. He saw the stranger as a threat to Pepper, and by extension, to Tony. "So you want me to intervene in a corporate negotiation?" Hermione asked. "No." Happy whispered desperately, stamping his foot. "I want you to intervene in a seduction. Look at him. He's got that smarmy, confident look. You have to use your magic. Please. Do something to him. Make him stop." Hermione's eyebrows shot up. She looked at the smarmy man, then at Happy's frantic, sweat-soaked face, and a slow, wicked smile spread across her face. "Wait," she said, her tone suddenly bright and excited. "Tony's going to be cheated on? Oh my God, this is incredible! This is better than any reality show. Is that what you want me to stop? The drama?" Happy groaned, clutching his hair. "No. Not the drama. I want to stop the act. That man is a threat to the whole thing. Please, miss. Use your magical power. Make him unable to follow through. If you know what I mean." He has to be put out of commission. Hermione looked at the man, then at Happy, and her expression settled into one of profound, cold calculation. A permanent, localized disabling curse was easy enough to cast. It would be untraceable and serve her purposes perfectly. A simple surgical strike, she mused. A favor for a friend. She nodded, accepting the dark task. All right, Happy. I know just the spell for that. Chapter 147, Chapter 146, The Price of a Patent. 440+ Advanced Chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Happy Hogan's eyes, wide and pleading, were fixed on Hermione. He nudged his head toward the office and then performed an exaggerated, wincing motion with his groin. You see it, miss? The problem is obvious. He's trying to sell his tech to Miss Potts, but he's really selling himself. And we need to nip that problem in the bud. Hermione glared at him, her patience thinning. Happy, are you serious? You want me to cast a permanent, localized crippling curse on a man because he's standing too close to Pepper? First of all, why do you think I even know such a specific, horrible magic? Because you made a guy vomit slugs, miss. And you killed a troll with a stick. Happy whispered frantically. Your magic is the only thing that doesn't have a background check. You're our Black Operations Department. Just think about it, if that smiling snake seduces Miss Potts, that man will inherit half the Stark legacy. Your shares. The Stark group will be named Killian. We can't let him ruin everything. At the mention of her money, Hermione's face changed. Her eyes narrowed into cold, dangerous slits. The anger was no longer feigned. You dare to touch my money? Hermione hissed, her voice low and lethal. She pulled out her wand with a sharp, decisive swish. The tip instantly lit up with a sickly, malevolent green light. He's going to die. I'll make sure his very genetic code regrets ever being born. Look at me. Avada! Happy shrieked, jumping forward and clamping his hands over her arm. No. No. Miss, please. A lesson. A lesson. Just scare him. If you kill him, we have to deal with the government. Let's keep this off the grid. Hermione glared down at the sweating, terrified bodyguard, her hand trembling with the force of the contained, lethal curse. She took a deep breath, and the green light slowly subsided. Fine, she snapped, annoyed. Just a lesson. She strode into the office, the soft hum of the automatic doors abruptly silencing Aldrich Killian's presentation. The handsome man paused, his smooth smile freezing as he took in the sudden, angry appearance of a 12-year-old girl in black robes. Pepper, he managed, trying to maintain his composure. Who is? Pepper's face immediately brightened, her earlier professional focus instantly abandoning her for genuine, maternal concern. Hermione. Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetie, I didn't know you were here. She rushed over and pulled the girl into a hug. How was your class? She then turned to Killian, smoothing Hermione's hair. Mr. Killian, this is Hermione. You can understand her as the most important person in Tony's and my life. Killian's mind went into immediate, cold calculation. He had come here to analyze and manipulate Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's key emotional and corporate vulnerability. But this child was clearly the true center of the constellation. He watched the familial affection, saw the proprietary way Pepper held the girl. Illegitimate, he concluded instantly. Stark's secret daughter with Potts. The true heir. The ultimate leverage. His smile, though still wide, became far more dangerous. Hermione pushed away from Pepper, her anger still simmering. She walked right up to Killian and began to circle him, inspecting him from head to toe. You are Aldrich Killian, CEO of AIM, she stated, not a question. Killian forced a chuckle. That's right, little sister. I was just talking business with Pepper. He tried to maintain eye contact, but her scrutiny was unnerving. Hermione stopped and tilted her head. The man who tried to kill Tony with an unstable regenerative virus. The ultimate supervillain born of a failed New Year's Eve promise. The extremist developer. She recognized the pattern. I know who you are, she said, her voice completely devoid of expression. You're the villain in Iron Man 3. Killian's smile froze. How does she know my plan? Pepper, Hermione said, turning away from the stunned scientist. I'm sorry, but this man is a waste of your time. I think you should dismiss him now. Pepper, still reeling from the events of the last few months, accepted Hermione's command without question. I'm so sorry, Mr. Killian, she said, gathering her papers. We're going to have to cut this short. We'll talk next time. Killian, his elaborate presentation ruined, forced a polite nod, his eyes locked onto Hermione. He saw his perfect plan a slow, calculated corporate takedown crumble. But the setback was minor. He now had a new target. A new priority. Downstairs, a black extended SUV waited for him. Killian opened the door and slid inside. The window rose, blocking out the noise. The smile vanished. I didn't expect that, Killian muttered, touching his bandaged cheek. Tony Stark has an illegitimate daughter. With Pepper. This complicates the psychological profile. We pivot. The new target is the girl. That night, at the Malibu Beach Villa, Tony Stark shot up from the bed, his armor's diagnostic alarms flashing red on his bedside table. He was panting, his forehead slick with cold sweat. He was breathing heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. He reached instinctively for the arc reactor, convinced the palladium was killing him. It was not the palladium. It was the trauma. The guilt. The sleepless, guilt-ridden night had begun.